I'm ready. Give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
We will do a mock draft with 8 guests from 8 cities leading up to the Bears pick for our final polls positions.
I took a really, really big swing as a last-minute Vegas Raiders pick. I won't tell you now. If he does accept, it'll be the biggest moment on the show this year.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Surprise.
Apparently, oh man.
It's time for the Las Vegas Raiders to make a pick.
No way, Shane. Shane said if he cold texts this guy and he makes the pick, it'll be the biggest moment on the show this year. Well, with Bryce Young, Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Carter, and Devin Witherspoon off the board, representing the Vegas Raiders, Ice Cube.
With the 7th pick, the Las Vegas Raiders select.
We need some DBs, man.
Oh, my God! I know him.
We need some DBs. I don't care. Cornerback, safety, top guy on the board, get him.
So Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, probably top guy on the board.
Can we have 2 of them?
Cube, thank you for answering our text and putting up with our ridiculousness. It's an honor, sir. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you. That's Ice Cube making the 7th pick in the draft for the Vegas Raiders.
Oh, my God.
Gotta be honest, tough act to follow.
You think so?
For Joe Patrick from 92.9 The Game.
Joe, thank you.
In Atlanta.
With the 8th pick, the Atlanta Falcons select.
Bijan Robinson, running back out of Texas. By the way, this is the honor of my life following Ice Cube here.
Everybody, Ice Cube. Come on, baby.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. We go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Honestly, in many ways, today's NFL draft is a huge letdown. After Ice Cube made the 7th overall pick in our mock draft yesterday. And if Christian Gonzalez does go to the Raiders, my God, that clip's going viral.
And he will remember us forever. He will. He'll remember that we told him Christian Gonzalez, and he'll be like, I knew that was going to be the pick.
We definitely have to text him again if the Raiders pick Gonzalez.
I heard him say anytime in there. He said anytime. So tonight, when the Raiders make their pick, let's get a quick Ice Cube reaction.
I don't think that's pushing it. 2 days in a row?
I don't think so. He said anytime.
He did say anytime. Just start abusing the relationship like we do with Bill Fichtner. I think that's absolutely perfect. Hey, man, this is going to be fun. You want to do like 5 hours of radio together?
Let's go, man. It's the NFL draft. We've done so many polls positions at 3 p.m., getting ready for this very night. We have acquired tremendous amounts of knowledge, us and the listeners together, and now we can use that with the new context of everything that's happening, and we'll be here to guide people all the way to and beyond the Bears pick.
It's draft day.
It is draft day.
Yeah.
It's finally draft day. So here's kind of how it's going to go, because we're hoping that you're going to be with us. Maybe if you're driving home and like, normally I would not be listening to The Score. Pull us up on Twitch. Pull us up on the Odyssey app. Kevin Lapka, Connor O'Donnell have amazing graphics. There's going to be a ticker, a scroll, best available, stats, rankings, the whole thing. So you can go second screen on Twitch. There's going to be all sorts of clips for social media. Pat Manley will be in studio at 5 o'clock for the duration through the Bears pick. Dave Wanstedt will be in studio at 6 o'clock through the Bears pick. And then Anthony Herron and Chuck Swirsky will take over after we get done reacting to whoever the Bears pick. And that could be at 9, or they could trade down. We'll see. The news of the day in sports is that Lamar Jackson has signed the richest contract in NFL history.
Congratulations. 5 years back to the Ravens. I work with somebody who said, I think that's the most likely thing is that he ends up going back there.
It was the only thing that made sense.
Yeah, that's what Shane said. And when Shane and Shane and Chris started digging into the draft.
They do a good NFL podcast, too, where they were saying it every week.
Yeah. I listen all the time. I heard it.
Yeah.
They dug into the draft and they knew. But yeah, so Lamar Jackson signs the deal. Good for him, and we'll see how the Ravens do tonight.
So the vast majority of this show is going to be Bears and NFL draft, especially starting at 5. But Rick Hahn spoke.
With that, we'll pivot to the negative.
Yes. I feel like we should just get this out of the way.
Dude.
That's amazing, Tanny. I love that. Well done.
Thank you, Rick, for the gifts that you have always given us, whether you're interested in talking with us or Danny or not.
You know what's amazing?
Danny, I'm not that interested.
Yeah, neither are we, dude.
Well, that's the thing. I'm really not that interested in hearing from Rick Hahn. It's draft day. I really don't want to do this.
But
It is draft day.
it is. But he speaks to begin a homestand, and they are in the most horrific start since 1986. They look like absolute ass. Everyone is calling for his head, including basically his boss in Kenny Williams.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on here.
So let's listen to Dead Man Walking, Rick Hahn, and I mean, you got a better way to describe this situation?
Sean Penn, right? Are we Susan Sarandon?
Yeah, exactly. Let's listen to Rick Hahn and see if he can polish up this turd.
With that, we'll pivot to the negative.
What is your message for fans who are understandably disappointed and upset right now?
They're not alone. We're upset. We're feeling every emotion in the book, ranging from, rage to disappointment. And we've done perhaps the exact opposite of what we set out to do in terms of regaining our fans' confidence and trust in what we're about here. At the end of the day, we have to win. That's the way we're going to earn this back. But when you say we need to earn this back on the field, we know we're doing quite the opposite of that. And we still have that important, not just hole in the standings to dig out from, but hole in terms of regaining our fans' trust. We completely understand that. And more than just empathize with the emotions they're feeling, like, we're living it day in and day out. So absolutely understand any frustration, dissatisfaction, or finger pointing even that's coming from outside the organization. Absolutely get it.
Is it fair to look back, though, and say it's not just 1 month, it's add-on 6 months, even the second half of 21, and we're getting out of the...
That's up to you to decide how long of a frame you want to put it on. You back up a little bit before that, and the front office is winning Executive of the Year awards a few months before you just did that cutoff. So probably weren't quite as smart as we were viewed to be then, and perhaps not quite as stupid as we may be viewed to be now. But look, at the end, the goal is to return to the level of competitiveness with the World Series aspirations that we felt we were able to potentially fulfill as an organization a few months back into that extended period that you referenced.
How much of where this team is right now, not only this year, but off of last year, recent seasons, is on you?
Put it on me. That's the job. That's the absolute gig. Put it on me. Put it on me. I'll tell you this. Let's make it real clear. It sure as heck isn't on Pedro and this coaching staff. And they are doing everything in their power to prepare, focus on the what's controllable and what's fixable, addressing the problems as they arise, and are really doing everything in their power to get this thing right. So it's absolutely not on the manager or the coaches. Ultimately, it's the players who play the game, and when they don't achieve at the level that we've projected, they certainly bear a level of responsibility for that. But at the end of the day, the people who put the players on the roster and put them on the field are the ones that bear the responsibility if that group doesn't achieve. That's me. That's fine.
Follow up to that, Sun Times ran something, Kenny was talking about accountability.
I didn't see it.
Well, I think he talked about accountability up to and including jobs. If this thing continues to go sideways, if this thing does go sideways the rest of the year, is your job in play in your mind?
Sounds like you're asking me about something I didn't read said by somebody else. But I'll answer the fundamental question, which I think when you said who's responsible for this, and I said me, I think that makes it clear that my job is potentially on the line. But I want to make something abundantly clear. Like, I'm not a king. I don't sit in this chair by divine birthright. It's an absolute privilege to be general manager of the White Sox, one that I need to continue to earn. It's pro sports, these things eventually come to an end. And never once has any decision that I've been involved in making has my job status had anything to do with what decision we make. It's about doing what's best for the organization based on the possibilities on the table at this time. But the day I assume this job, or anyone assumes the general manager's job, it's going to end at some point. Never has that been my focus, and it's not today my focus.
I just want to clarify one thing here.
Yeah. He's intimating that he didn't read Kenny Williams in the Sun-Times.
But at the beginning, it sounded like he was being sarcastic. And then he was like, but then when he actually answered, he's like, just to be clear, you're asking me about something I didn't say and something I didn't read, which sounded more serious. But at the beginning, he's being sarcastic. He read it. And then he's like, it's not birthright. I'm not sitting on this throne. Okay, so we're in agreement, right? He read the piece.
And then doesn't want to comment directly on something that Kenny said. And Kenny,
that is so dysfunctional and ridiculous.
That's what they are.
No, I know, but like that just totally suggests that they're either not talking to each other, or that he didn't know that was going to be in the paper, or that it wasn't going to be a heads up, or like, you know what I mean? Like that is just so ugly and dysfunctional.
Kenny is his boss.
Not great, Bob.
Kenny is his boss, and he doesn't want to say something. He doesn't want to fire back at what was perceived as firing at Rick by Kenny, because that is unwinnable for him. And Kenny is closer to Jerry than Rick is. Kenny will outlast Rick in terms of power, and if Rick gets kicked upstairs or sideways, Kenny will still be his boss, always and forever. So he's not going to, he'll comment on it, but he's not going to fire back at Kenny.
All right, what a weird thing. Let's continue. And yes, it is draft day. Pat Manley will be in studio at 5 o'clock. And
it is draft day.
Yes, it is.
Pat's already here, and for some reason, he's just long snapping footballs down the hallway.
Oh, that's the best.
What a gem.
That's the best.
What a gem.
Rick sounds like a guy who knows that the arrows are coming for him, because we all know they are coming for him. Some justified, some just because that's the nature of the gig. He knows he's toast.
Yeah.
It's more about, again, it's more about getting this team right for 2023, and what happens later in this season or after the season or 5 years from now or whatever will happen when it happens.
So if you were the king,
but I'm not.
But if you were the king, or Jerry, which same thing, how would you evaluate the guy in that seat based on where this club is?
It's a hypothetical. I will put it this way. I know that I assume there is understandably a fair amount of criticism of me personally, our department, all that. I completely understand that for a number of reasons, including that there's probably nowhere harder on me than myself. And as someone who has lived and breathed this for better part of 2 decades, and longer actually, no one feels that day to day more than I do.
Man, it's just so messed up. When he points out how long he's been there, all it does is remind you of how they just shuffle the deck chairs to give the next person the job. And they'll do that with Chris Getz, and it will feel completely uninspiring, because to get better, you got to go outside the organization, and they don't do that. So that's why we laugh when Kenny says there's accountability. I've been here for more than 2 decades and haven't been accountable along the way, and I'm still not, as I sit here in the dugout and
it's
talk
a
to you.
great gig. He's like, you don't do these jobs forever. I mean, kind of. Kenny doesn't have the same job that he's always had, but he got a real nice salary and real good benefits and real good job security.
I'll be really interested to see what Rick does after this. If he wants to stay and just kind of ride it out and be happy up there in the northern burbs and raise his kids, or if, like Jim Hendry, bounces around and goes to work for another organization. Hendry works for the Yankees still. I don't even know if Rick has colleagues and pals at other organizations, because people don't come through here.
I'm sure GM meetings. I'm sure he's got some friends. Right, friendly guy.
Yeah. But what I mean is usually there's people that other organizations have stolen from you that you could then go work for.
Yeah, I've worked with you here.
Yes.
I worked with you coming up. That sort of
How
thing.
many former
course.
White Sox front office people have jobs with other organizations around the game? That sounds like a topic for hit and run on Sunday morning.
Yeah. Not on draft day. Not on draft day.
I'll work on it for Sunday morning.
The Cardinals are reportedly trading out of the 3rd pick. It's not official yet, but a lot of smoke that we could already have a team trading up to 3, potentially the Titans from 11.
I'm confused by a lot of things here on draft day. Danny Parkins. Suddenly Tyree Wilson is like a lot of people think is going to go ahead of Will Anderson. There are rumors that Will Anderson's going to sit around and might even be there for the Bears at 9. I can't even wrap my head around that. Why would that be happening?
Will Anderson will not be on the board for the Bears.
You've seen that though?
Yeah, but it's dumb. That is not happening. 0% that Will Anderson is on the board for the Bears. Now, Tyree Wilson, if any of the stuff about the medicals is true, and he is a little bit more of like the super freak of nature athlete projection type guy, maybe he falls. But man, Will Anderson had double-digit sacks 2 years in a row in the SEC.
Yeah,
that guy's not on the board at 9.
He's two-time. Yeah, no, he's two-time SEC Defensive Player of the Year.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
I can't imagine
and
that.
Productive. But yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Well,
All-American. No, Will Anderson is not on the board at 9. I'll tell you this: I don't think Jalen Carter's on the board at 9. Like the gambling markets know more than the journalists know. And Jalen Carter to go top 5 ranges from anywhere from -180 to -400.
So I understand what you're saying, but like when a journalist says the Atlanta Falcons are out on Jalen Carter,
they may as well be saying the Chiefs are out on Jalen Carter
because he won't get there
because he won't be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when Brad Biggs says, like he did yesterday, that he believes that Jalen Carter is going to be there when the Bears pick,
and he should bet on the Bears to pick him.
Well, but who are the gambling markets talking to as many people as some of the journalists are? And is it possible that there's enough specific stories getting to those journalists to add up to stumping the gambling market? I mean, something crazy always happens in the first round of the NFL draft.
Multiple times, right? I mean, there's a ton of things that are obviously in play. All of the draft people say, this is the weirdest draft I can remember.
Sure.
Because there's also uncertainty about the quarterback rankings.
Correct.
So that adds in to some intrigue, kind of like 2017, where there wasn't a Trubisky, Mahomes, Watson consensus of 1, 2, 3. In this year's draft, there doesn't seem to be a consensus of 2, 3, 4.
Correct.
There is, it is happening that Carolina is taking Bryce Young. That is happening. At number 1.
But everything after that, we don't know if the Texans are even going to take one, if the Colts are, which one the Colts like.
And it sounds like a lot of teams have a very different opinion on if Levis should be 2, if Stroud should be 2, or even if Anthony Richardson should be the second quarterback off the board.
All right, so one thing to kick around among many topics and angles for Dave Wanstead and for Pat Manley and for us over the next several hours. Who is going to be available at 9 for the Bears? That is a surprise because there's going to, whether it's Jalen Carter or whether it's Will Anderson, and you think it's neither of those. If it's multiple quarterbacks, then the trade down possibilities, like there's got to be somebody who's available there who we have not even considered going to be possible.
Probably.
There.
Yeah, that is very likely to be the case. Did you see what Jay Glazer tweeted out 3 hours ago as it relates to the Bears?
I did not, Danny. I was watching the Cubs game.
Not on draft day. No, I was able to do both. Little NFL draft scoopage from Jay Glazer.
Okay. Was it about Dansby Swanson's first home run?
It was not.
Okay.
Originally, the Bears were trading the top pick with Houston to go to 2. Then Chicago had a deal pretty much worked out with Carolina to go from 2 to 9.
Wow.
So the double trade that you wanted.
Yes.
It looked like it was going to happen. Then a Houston source says they just couldn't get that part of the deal done, so the Bears made the eventual move with the Panthers, who now have their guy. Young likely would have been the guy for the Texans. Instead, he'll go to Carolina. What could have been. So the last week of the season, when Houston inexplicably wins that football game, it cost them Bryce Young. It cost them their quarterback. and the Bears almost were going to just trade with them to get it done, and Houston couldn't get it in themselves to erase that Week 18 game, and now they don't get their quarterback. Kind of amazing.
It is kind of amazing. Davis Mills' success that day might enable him to have another year as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Absolutely wild. Pat Manley is in the house. Dave Wanstedt in an hour. The Rinaldi's is in the house, which is arguably the most exciting part of all of this. It's the Parkins Spiegel draft special right here on The Score.
Put it on me. Put it on me. Put it on me.
Hey Bears fans, David Haugh here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL Draft and the Bears' first-round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out for the Bears. It all starts.
We have a caller, and I'll introduce him, and then whenever you find anything that this caller says to maybe be objectionable, we want you to just insult them and yell at them and get him off the air as quickly as you can.
All right.
Okay?
All right. I don't know if I can do that as well as my dad because I'm not that mean.
Well, that's fine. It's your first time.
All right.
Now, the caller's name is Tom in Orland Park, but for the purposes of this conversation, it's Bob in Orland Park. Okay? So Bob in Orland Park, you're on The Score.
Yeah, guys, with this Bears getting the number 2 pick, they need to hear me out. They need to keep Justin Fields, but then they need to also get this C.J. Stroud kid, and you load up the quarterback to have 2 of them. You need 2 quarterbacks in the NFL.
No,
so you have Fields.
No, you don't.
Stroud.
No, and first of all, his name is C.J. Stroud. I don't know. It's not like a strudel. It's C.J. Stroud. Second of all, I feel like that's implying that you want Justin Fields to be a running back, and they don't need 2 quarterbacks. Actually, Trevor Siemian is a serviceable backup. You don't need 2 quarterbacks. If you trade down 1 and get a bunch of capital, even if you don't, and you get Will Anderson, who is basically Myles Garrett.
Now insult Bob.
Take him.
Insult
Take
him.
Meaner.
Insult him. Say something about his kids.
Don't ever say that again.
There we go. There we go.
gets underway, and the Score will be with you every step of the way. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! And now it's time for the Score's Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Thank you so much for being with us. Be sure you watch us on twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. We are going to be broadcasting through the Bears pick. Dave Wannstedt will be in studio in an hour. Then Anthony Herron and Chuck Swirsky after that.
I'm super excited, man. I've never done a live draft show.
Oh, really?
And it's 7 o'clock when the live NFL draft is taking place. We get to elegantly fill time between draft picks, dispense our knowledge and perfect little Mel Kiper-esque sound bites, and generally like feel really good about ourselves.
I don't know what you're talking about elegant, but you could try. You could try. Pat Manley in the house. What up, Pat?
It's good to be here. And yes, I'm excited for finally draft night to be here. It is an exciting time. I think the last time I did live draft was with Joniak Thayer, Hub, and Dan Pompey. And that's when we traded up and drafted Mitch Trubisky.
Wow.
So hopefully this one's a little bit better.
Yeah. It would be tough for it to be worse. Right? Not taking a quarterback.
But that must have been an insane night.
The company that night was a little better. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
oh,
my
God, that's so true.
Yeah,
he absolutely meant that.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's what I'm talking about. No elegance here. That's what I like.
Blunt force object that is football. But yeah, we want that kind of drama and intrigue.
Well, not for the Bears, but there always is intrigue. Like, what's so great about a night like tonight, you can prep, you can read, you can grind film or watch YouTube clips or however you do it, and then you consume as much information as you can, and then you really may as well put it all off to the side and just see what the news actually comes. Because, like, for example, Mike Florio, 5 minutes ago, hearing the Cardinals are trying to send the number 3 overall pick and DeAndre Hopkins to the Titans for the number 11 pick plus obviously way more draft compensation. So that would be Tennessee moving up to draft a quarterback, move on from Ryan Tannehill, and pair him with DeAndre Hopkins. No one has had that for the last 4 months.
Yeah.
And
that's
2 hours
like
before
you said,
the draft.
that's the hard thing. You do all the prep, you watch the film, you read all Twitter and people throwing, stuff out there like that 4 months ago. The next thing you know, it could come true. And you're like, that's never going to happen. Well, it might happen.
Yeah.
But that's what's fun about draft night.
Well, because we've got a bunch of teams that need quarterbacks and are going to consider jumping up to take it, whether it's at 3. There have been rumors of the Texans even trading down from 2, which is crazy. But if they're going to go defense, they might as well. So, Tennessee could be a trade-up team. Washington could be a trade-up team. Even Minnesota. There's all sorts of opportunities out there.
Yeah, and obviously the further down you are in the draft, it's crazy expensive to move into the top 5, right? And to move up, the more you move, we saw what the Bears had to give up to go from 20 to 11 to draft Justin Fields. So moving up from 11 to 3, it's going to be significant, multiple, I would guess, multiple picks this year, a future first next year. You're probably talking about 4 draft picks that Tennessee is sending to move up from 11 to 3. What's interesting about that, that will remind me of when the Niners moved up, and they moved up early with Miami to the 3rd overall pick. Do they know what quarterback is going to be on the board for them? Like, they're not moving up to 2. Do they know what Houston is doing? Because everyone knows that Bryce Young's going 1 to Carolina, but I wonder if Tennessee feels like they know that they will have the 2nd quarterback in the draft at 3, or if they might have to take the 3rd quarterback on the board at 3.
That's a good question for Coach Wannstedt when he gets here, because he talked about that on Monday night when we worked with Anthony Herron. They had some deal worked out between Dallas and the Washington Commanders at that time when Jack Kim Cook, is that the owner? The old guy was the owner. They had some trade worked out. The owner comes in, he's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not trading the pick.
Right.
So there are, the conversations are taking place, but how much is really known of what's going on and how are you going to move around the draft? And Coach, I'm sure, is going to have some good stories about that. But that was shocking to me. The owner came in last second and goes, no, we're not doing the trade.
When he told us that story, because they thought they were making the pick for another team, and then they nixed it, and they're like, do you have your word on this? Yeah, it's absolutely insane. My read on that preliminarily for the Bears would be that that's a good thing. Because Tennessee
if there's a trade up from 11 to 3.
Let's just say that that's true. That Tennessee is moving up and Arizona, even just Arizona trading out. As long as the team that Arizona is trading with
needs a quarterback.
And is picking lower than the Bears. I got to assume there's not a player in this draft that you're trading up to 3 that's a non-quarterback, right?
Unless it's Jalen Carter.
That would be the one I would think, but now with all the flags,
but
that would shock me.
He's the big variable in all these things. So because we don't really know exactly where he's going to go, and because he's number 1 overall caliber, it even in a year with quarterbacks, because there's not a definitive number 1 quarterback, some team could trade up to get him. Absolutely, I think that's on the table. All along, Danny, we have dreamed of, at least I have, 4 quarterbacks going before the Bears pick at 9.
Yes.
Whoever it is, however it is, whoever jumps up there. And lately I've seen 3 projected in several mocks. Sometimes I've seen 2 projected. And that could also work in the Bears' favor, because if they're sitting at 9 and there's still 2 of those quarterbacks left, or even 1, then maybe they're at a trade down spot. But I'd still rather have all 4 quarterbacks go first, and then you're very likely going to get one of Ryan Poles' blue players at 9 if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that if quarterbacks are falling, I guess I'd be a little surprised if someone traded up to 9 for a quarterback, because 10 doesn't need a quarterback, right? Because Philly at 10 would be, why wouldn't you trade? Because the Bears aren't taking a quarterback, and Philly's not taking a quarterback.
Yeah.
So in theory,
but you could make sure you're getting your guy if the compensation makes sense. You know what I mean?
But wouldn't you just trade to Philly?
Well, but
because you would just trade to Philly in that spot.
But this is where Poles has to make sure that other teams know he's got more offers to come to 9. And I bet he has been laying that foundation. So let's say Tennessee and Washington from 11. I think Washington's at 16. So you've got both of those teams thinking we should get to the Bears, because if the other one does, they're going to take our guy. So maybe if there's only 1 left. Because that's the other variable with the quarterbacks. Yesterday, when we did the mock, and JJ Stankovitz of the Colts media team basically said he doesn't know which quarterback they like, and thinks that Chris Ballard might be fine with whoever's left at 4, which is an insane place to be at this point.
I love JJ. I don't believe that. I just don't believe that you can do 90 hours a week of grinding in that job. Stake your entire reputational claim on evaluating these guys. Maybe you could be like, I don't care which tackle falls to me. I don't care which receiver falls to me. But which franchise, how do you Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, I have the exact same grade. I don't care which one I get.
Yeah, they won't admit that on the back end. There's no way he'd admit that on the back end, but maybe he likes that being out there in the bloodstream to keep his options open.
What do you think's gonna what do you want to happen tonight, Pat? For
exactly.
The Bears?
Well, first off, what you said is the 4 quarterbacks go.
I agree.
Just get that done, and then let it fall down to the best player available that they're going to draft. I said what I think is going to happen is Poles is going to play it safe. It's his first round draft pick. If Skoronski's there, he's the safest pick, I think, because you project to kick him into guard if it doesn't work out at tackle. You watch his tape. His technique is excellent. There's a lot of stuff you don't have to coach in that regard. So I think he would be the safest pick, and I think if he's there, he would check all the boxes for Poles to be like, okay, or Poles, and he just, I'll take this guy. We're going to be okay. I'll see if I can find some other guys later on in the draft.
Let's
you don't like that because it's boring.
It's so boring.
But does it make sense to you?
Well, sub out Skoronski and just say it's whichever tackle he loves, whichever offensive lineman he loves.
True. You're saying that Skoronski is a safer player than the other tackles.
I think he is just for what he projects to be in the NFL. Like, he projects to be a potential Pro Bowl guard. You want him to be a tackle, that'd be awesome. If he could break the mold of, short arm tackles or whatever, that would be great. But I think he's a safe pick that if you put him on that O-line, the Bears always say we're going to play our best 5 O-linemen, he would be one of them. They'd find a spot for him.
Skoronski to the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah.
So when you say play it safe, When you say play it safe, in terms of, are you comparing just tackles to tackles, or are you thinking overall in terms of, like, because I think it's very important they get a foundational player with this pick, that they don't risk it all on somebody with the red flags like Jalen Carter, that they don't trade down too far to not get a foundational player, that they come out of this with a stud that will help them build.
But okay, so what if he turns into a Nick Martin? You know, he's a stud for 10 years on your O-line.
Zach Martin.
Oh, Zach Martin, excuse me. And
Yep.
a perennial Pro Bowler. You've got whatever position he falls into on that O-line, it's taken care of for the next 8 to 10 years. That's safe, right? That's just completely safe.
That's very safe. It's just not a premium
Not
position.
what you want to see. I know.
Well, but it's not just that. It's not just that it's not what I want to see. Like, they don't have a stud offensive tackle.
Right.
They don't have a stud edge rusher.
Sure.
They don't have a stud three technique. I can't
but-
imagine saying, let's take a swing on a stud guard without taking a shot at a premium position. I would be so surprised.
What if the 2 edge rushers are gone before the Bears pick?
Yeah.
What 3 technique is there that you would want besides Jalen Carter?
There isn't one.
Not one at 9.
So that's what what you read and what you hear is all that talent is 2nd, 3rd round guys. You get them later.
But then offensive tackle is just a guy like Broderick Jones, who
tremendous upside potentially.
Right, physical freak of nature, nasty run blocker, young SEC level competition. To me, it's like, okay, yes, there is a little bit lower floor with the guy, not as raw and refined in the skill set, but if you believe in your coaching and you believe in your scout's eye as a former offensive lineman, that I can I just need the traits and I can mold them and draft them to develop them. I'd rather have the 10th best tackle in the NFL than the best guard in the NFL.
See, I don't know if that's what they believe at this point.
I'm
that
not sure it is either.
I don't either.
That's what I believe.
Yeah.
They love their coach. So I'm with you in terms of the malleability of moving people around. They've said it time and time again. Braxton Jones knows he might be moving.
They've done it with Tevin Jenkins already. We've seen that.
Yeah,
he's going to left guard now. I mean,
what do you think about that? Like, I would say, give me if you got I'd rather have a Pro Bowl tackle than an All-Pro guard. You know, I'd rather have the 8th, 10th best tackle than the best guard. Like, whoever you think that is, it feels like a more premium position.
Yeah, I think you always want the All-Pro tackle over the Pro. Like, you just want that stud. You want that guy because when you call your protections, then you can just say, all right, he's got the left side locked down. You can kind of change your protections a little bit. And normally that's your best rusher. But again, the game is changing as well. Now you're seeing like Hassan Reddick lining over the right tackle. You're seeing some premier rushers. Micah Parsons is all over the place. It's not just the right defensive end. And then these 3 techniques are beasts now. Chris Jones, so you've got to have a guy to block these studs, and they're everywhere now. It's not like it was built defensively, but just the stud, the defensive right end coming over the left tackle.
And here's the thing. Skoronski's technique might be so great. His makeup might be so great that he absolutely is a 10-year right tackle in the NFL. That's completely on the board.
I'm great with that.
Well, of course
Look
you
at
are.
Lane Johnson.
Of course you are. Right.
Well, everybody is.
So,
if you told me he's a starting right tackle for a decade, I'd draft him too.
So, but that's if that's your ceiling.
What's the difference between a tackle and a guard?
Well, no, but hold on. But if that's your ceiling is a starting right tackle, then that could happen. And if not, then you've still got a stud. What a wonderful asset to add in with this premium pick at a moment when you absolutely have to make the most of your assets. You can feel good about that. I understand the mindset.
Well, so a couple reasons why, to answer your question of like why. I mean, if you have a tackle who you don't need to give help to, that is a massive
100%,
advantage, right? Because you can either give help on the other side, or you can hopefully, because I like to pass the ball, send more dudes out in the route tree, right? Like that. That's why you can't do that with a guard. The guard is. He's sandwiched.
No, you're true. You are going to have to put some edge protection for the tackle, yes. But one guard, sometimes you got a 3 technique over there. The center can just kind of peek there, turn the other way. He might have, the Mike linebacker and protection of that side, but if he knows nothing's coming there, then he can help the right guard and help everybody else.
They did that a lot, though, schematically last year, and I think they're going to do it again. They just got another tight end in Tunyon who can block and go out. Yeah. So I wonder how often they'll be in 12 personnel with the 2 tight ends.
With those 2 tight ends, I like that.
Right?
And so, the way they want to run the ball, I like that as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So if they're going to really stay to this identity, then they might value the guard more. I can't get out of this. Would you rather have the 10th best tackle in the NFL than Quentin Nelson, than Zach Martin, I think
that's a high
no.
projection for Skoronski, but that's what you're hoping for.
That's
but
what
my
I'm
answer is
saying.
no. I would rather have I'd rather have Quentin Nelson than the 10th best tackle.
Okay, and if he's not that, so then we're talking about the 7th best tackle or the 6th best tackle or something like that as you're thinking about the value. And as we've done, like, who do you like among the pure tackles? Say it's not Skoronski, because I liked Darnell Wright, and that's my second guy, but then Pro Football Focus, Steve Palazzolo, said that he would have the worst run grade of any tackle taken in the first round since 2015.
Oh, wow.
According to Pro Football Focus. So Darnell Wright, not a running blocking tackle, according to PFF. So that gives me pause. Paris Johnson is a little raw. Broderick Jones is a little raw.
Paris Johnson looks the part, though. When you just put on the tape.
Paris Johnson does look the part.
I like him a lot because of that. And can he grow into that? I mean, grow into his frame and get better technique and be more polished and be more, just more technique sound. I like his, I like him, and I like Broderick Jones a lot. But I just, again, if you want safety, I think it's Skoronski, because you can give the opportunity to play tackle, bump him into guard.
Yeah, no, I agree that there is a lot of safety in the Skoronski pick because of guard. It would just, he basically has to be Zach Martin or Quentin Nelson to justify the pick.
Yes,
if he ends up as a guard.
Agreed. And this would be something maybe 2 years down the road. That's the player you go get because you've already built the roster. Then you'd be really happy with it, right?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Well,
so it's hard to. But again, Poles has talked about it. He's building for the future. This is a 2 to 3 year build.
But right, exactly. So, but there's just you hope that the Bears are better than picking 9th next year. So, like, when you pick 16th, or 18th, or 23rd, or whatever, picking guards there
right
is less risky to me, right? Like, if Bijan Robinson goes to the Chargers with the 21st pick, it'll probably be my favorite pick of the night. If he goes to the Lions with the 6th pick, like, that's insane. Because of the value of the position, right? So that's what would worry me about Skoronski. That we'll just make him a guard. Yeah, but you can get a lot of guards not at the 9th pick in the draft.
Who's the starting right tackle on this team if they draft Skoronski and they end up deciding to play him at guard? I don't know who it is.
That's a good question.
So
maybe somewhere down in the 2nd, 3rd, or maybe another 5th round draft pick they get to find to put in there.
I mean, it's possible.
But that's a great point.
What if maybe they love the 6th or 7th tackle, and this kid Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse, or the kid out of Oklahoma, who's another one, and maybe there's a guy that they're going to take on Friday night that they're like, yep, see, we know this is our right tackle, and we're golden, and now we've given a great offensive line. I mean, last year they got the Riley Reeve after the draft, and he ended up playing a ton of starting tackle for them. There's only a few out there. Donovan Smith is a free agent from Tampa. Cameron Fleming, Isaiah Wynn. I don't think there's a free agent that they could plug in while they wait on a tackle. So they got to have somebody in mind.
But that's what's fun about tonight, man. That's what's so great about this draft and being able to sit down and talk with you guys, because there's so many options and opportunities that can happen, and it will be very interesting to see how he does go about this, how Poles goes about this.
Well, and the other thing, just in terms of forgetting the player or even the position, if he drafts offense, it's going to be hard for me to crush it, because I love the idea of we need to see what we have in Justin
100%.
Fields. We want there to be no excuses.
I'm in that camp.
Right?
Absolutely. It serves two purposes when you do that. You might be good, and that'll be great, or you find out and get clarity before you got to pick up the option.
And then you can, and you have 2 first-round picks next year to maneuver to go get another quarterback if it doesn't work. It would suck to come out of this and say, okay, well, Fields didn't have a great year, but the offensive line was so bad, he got sacked 50 times.
I don't want excuses.
No, you got to know.
I don't want excuses. And I understand there's holes all over that D-line. I understand that. They need pressure, they need sacks, they need people, they need bodies right now. But I'm with you. I want to see, can Justin Fields be the guy? Give him the opportunity to be the guy. That's the way the NFL is right now. It's a completely quarterback-driven league.
Which is why if they took Jackson Smith and Jigba, it would be shocking, but I wouldn't hate it. It would be an incredible amount of resources in a short period of time to throw at the receiver position. 32nd pick for Claypool, first pick for DJ Moore, and then 9th pick for Njigba. But I'm ready for the Bears to play 30 to 27 football games.
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
I am ready for a top 10 NFL offense in Chicago.
I'll be shocked if they take Njigba. And in terms of a desire, I would not. I don't like the idea of using this asset on that particular pick, because while I do see Claypool and Mooney are up after a year and you don't know what you're going to get, this is not a particularly great wide receiver class. Next year is supposed to be a much better wide receiver class. There's always wide receivers, and you have so many needs. I would be disappointed to see them go wide receiver.
It would floor me if it happened, but it would be damn exciting for like this upcoming football season.
That room would have gone from the worst position group room in the NFL to one of the top ones if you did that.
I think he feels like he got a blue player in DJ Moore at wide receiver. Like he's taking care of that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's certainly the way that I feel.
So Pat Manley is here. Dave Wanstead is coming in 40 minutes. There is nothing official with a Cardinals trade from 3 down to 11. Ian Rappaport is already reporting that DeAndre Hopkins will not be included in any potential trade out, at least with 11 right now. So there's conflicting NFL heavy hitter media reports, but lots to get into here. We can start talking now on some of the defensive side of the ball with Pat Manley and going through more specifics on the Parkins Spiegel Score Draft Special right here on The Score.
Hey, Bears fans, Mully here. Listen, first thing tomorrow morning, starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL Draft and the Bears' first-round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out.
Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah, me too. It's number 1 on my list.
We know that they need a 3 technique. We know that they need defensive line help. And I just keep thinking about, if I was Matt Eberflus, I've said this 100 times, if I was Matt Eberflus and DeForest Buckner is my favorite player I've ever coached, and the 3 technique's the key to the whole thing, and the kid from Northwestern,
Adabare,
who that Fitz calls Tommy, that if
Jalen Carter,
the Bears met with him, he said 3 technique key to the entire operation, so if Jalen Carter's off the board, which I expect him to be, would they view Kalijah Cansey, who's a bit undersized, but I remember a time when an undersized defensive tackle out of Pitt ended up doing pretty damn well in the NFL, a guy by the name of Aaron Donald. Is it possible that they would talk him into, hey man, your 4.67 40 with a 1.64 split is absolutely absurd. You're 280 pounds and lightning fast. We love you to collapse the defense and shoot the gap and get pressure from the middle.
Right, and they could probably trade down a little bit and still target him as their guy if they believe in him as their guy.
Yeah,
he's problematic. He's problematic though a little bit because he's
undersized.
He's very undersized, gets pushed around a lot, but he is explosive and productive with the kind of motor you need to have there. And he is going to penetrate the backfield in the NFL. I mean, to be able to say that definitively is a powerful, powerful thing. I have not been able to lose the subtext of Mike Renner from Pro Football Focus, who joined us for one of these while you were gone, who said that this draft is 3 deep at 3 techniques, and that's about it. Now, I've gone a little deeper, and I have some other names that I can throw at you, but it's a very difficult position to do the research on because they list them as defensive interior or defensive tackle, and you really got to read and scout because it's only a fit for some defenses, obviously. He said it's Jalen Carter, it's Adabare from Northwestern, and it's Kalijah Cansey. And after that, everything else kind of falls off the table. So are they going to simply not address it? This is why I've stayed on that and asked Rod Marinelli about it. Is Justin Jones good enough, since he is under contract, that they can wait for that generational 3 technique, which might be something you pay for next year or draft next year, and you do everything else since you have so many other problems? I don't think there's anybody beyond those 3 that's worth it in the first round, it seems.
With the second pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Mitchell Trubisky, quarterback, North Carolina.
Pick up your jaws and start talking. They didn't have to do that, and that's what's so stunning about it.
I'm just shocked. Ryan Pace has tied his career with Mitchell Trubisky. There was a point when we drafted Cade McNown, and there were a few assistant coaches when Cade was not playing well, and they just kept saying, that guy's going to get me fired. I didn't understand it as a young guy, but now I understand it.
We're back with more of the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's all say a quick prayer to the radio gods that whatever we say after the Bears make their first selection ages that well. That was beautiful. My God.
Yeah.
Hope they didn't need to do this. You with the Cade McNown comp. I mean, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that was a shocking moment. We were in a bar, we looking at each other, the 5-person panel with Joniak and Thayer and Dan. We just like, what's going on? They're trading, and then took, Mitch Trubisky. We were just in shock.
Well, a couple things there. One, I was convinced that Cade McNown was going to be good. Were you at all? At any time? Never?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm an idiot.
It was from the beginning when he was on the field. It was pretty bad.
Okay. Well, and the other thing, though, is that Pace did connect his career to Trubisky, but he actually got to stay and trade up and do
7
it
years.
again.
I couldn't believe that. That's why I would always say, I can't believe he's still here, because his quarterback is gone. He blew it. And he made a major mistake. To me, that's a major mistake.
I don't think there is a comp for a GM who got to trade up in the first round for a quarterback, have it be a full-on bust, and then stay long enough to do it again.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's gotten it right, and we're all excited about Justin Fields, but it's kind of remarkable that he was allowed to do that again.
Yeah, I'm kind of thankful that he was, in hindsight. Like, if it works out with Justin Fields, it'll be really weird.
Maybe he screwed up so bad and tore it down so much. In the end, it's good.
Well, right. Well, because it
for
was
polls, because he has the opportunity with the money he's had this offseason, to the draft capital, to potentially fixing this problem.
It was like a happy accident. Like,
yeah, right.
He made a bunch of short-term moves out of self-interest. He traded away the farm to go up and get Fields to give me some more time, and then he got fired and Poles inherited Justin Fields and nothing else.
Right, and that's the beautiful opportunity for Poles, which he's trying to make the most of, is the clean slate, the willingness of ownership to go fully backwards, and the fact that he's got his coach. Like, the two of them are lockstep together, and now the president, it's possible that there could be a splinter at some point in the next few years with the president if he doesn't like something that he sees, but for right now, it's a beautifully clean slate.
I've got a lot of just positive energy about it, because I'm excited. It's been so bad. I was talking to Mitch before I came on here, that some of these pre- and post-game shows, they were just the same show over and over and over, and they were just so bad. You knew they didn't have a chance to win. Now I feel like just everything about the Bears is better. A new president, a new vision, a newish coach, a newish GM, a young team with a lot of money, like I said, all this draft capital to really build from the ground up. I'm excited to see where they go here. And if Justin Fields is the guy and he hits, then Poles, he's in a great position.
Well, yeah, and the offense should be watchable. Yeah. You know what I mean?
No.
That is going to be so nice.
I can't wait for post-game now. They can score some points. Like you said, I want to see 27, 30 points instead of the 16-point games. I just want to see them take that step. I want to see Justin take that step.
And I think they have a coordinator who really works well with Justin and understands what the possibilities are. And now that they'll push the envelope, then hopefully they'll take a step. And if they do lose the coordinator after a very successful year, at least it'll be 2 years in the system. True. And whether it's Andrew Janocko, the quarterback coach, or somebody else to step up and fill a void, it'll be 2 years for Fields, and it'll be an easier transition, not just one and done for Luke Getsy, which was a fear.
No, there's nice continuity. The vibes are good. They're in a really good position. Now you just got to get it right.
Yeah.
Right? Not the easy part.
But here's the hard part. It's picking the player.
Right.
That's the hard part. You do all the scouting and all that stuff. You just don't know what these young kids are going to be like when they get in the building. You scout, you do all the research, but you're hoping, your fingers are crossed. You think you got the best guy available. You think you filled up all your needs, but you really do not know until they get into that building.
So it's interesting to me that your read on Poles is that it's his first time with a first-round pick, so he'd go safe. That's interesting to me. Maybe it's the gambler in me, but I would think you could afford to be more of a risk taker when you have more job security. right? Like, he's not getting fired after this year.
No.
Nothing. He could draft Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter could come to Chicago and be arrested for drag racing, and Ryan Poles wouldn't be fired over it. So I do wonder if that. I guess I would assume that he would have a little bit higher risk tolerance. I mean, the number 1 pick trade was bold. It was ballsy. It was historic. It had never been done in terms of trading that pick that early. He came from Kansas City, an organization that took guys with character issues a lot. Now, they obviously had Andy Reid, who's a Hall of Fame coach, which makes it different. But I don't know. I guess I'm kind of anticipating that he's going to be a wheeler and dealer and like not afraid to take big swings.
Listen, so go back to Monday. We were talking about the draft show. We got to the question, would you take Jalen Carter if he's there? Well, I answered that first and said I would take Jalen Carter. But where are you Ryan Poles? And we had the question when we were closing the show is, what do you think Ryan Poles is going to do? I think he's going to go the safe route.
Right.
That's just what I don't know. I don't have an in or anything. So if any listeners think I don't have any in, that's just my thought of I think how he's going to play this, because he always keeps talking about this is a process. This is a long time. It's not just this year. That you just need to acquire as much talent and safe picks in there to get this right over time.
Well, there are 2 things in there, what you would do and what you think they will do. So what you would do is take Jalen Carter. Do you think there is enough of an infrastructure and a leadership base?
That's the hard thing. That's a great question. But then that's with me out having that 30 visit with him, sitting down in a room and talking with him and maybe putting him in front of George McCaskey or some of the ownership and kind of feel out who he is and answer some of the questions that has gone on with, doing terrible in the pro day, the arrest, and all the legal stuff. But his upside is just, this whole season, during the college football season, everybody talked about how great he is. You put that tape on, yes, but there's sometimes he's a little lazy and slow and doesn't play hard every single play.
But a lot of defensive tackles do that.
That's what I was getting at. And he's young, and he's been at a school where you can get away with anything. All those guys are 5-star recruits. They've been coddled their entire career, their entire life. And then now he's got to get into the real life of the NFL ball where everybody is good like you. You might have a chance to be great, but can you make that transition? I think that's one of the biggest questions. And I just think his upside is just he's a wrecker, especially for this defense. If you're talking about a fit, he's a wrecker for this defense.
Ross Tucker spoke some simple truths to Mully and Haugh this morning when he said that he doesn't like talking about personal red flags because he's not in the room when they interview them. And I haven't been able to stop thinking about that all day. What do you think the Bears might have been trying to find out from Jalen Carter when they did have an opportunity to sit down and see if he's worth the investment?
I think the biggest question to me would be, why were you 9 pounds heavier? And why couldn't you finish the position drills? This is your biggest test of your life. You should be prepared. I understand there were some legal matters going on, but that's not going on all day. I would take some of that frustration out in the weight room or the track or whatever and get in better shape for this big job interview. And that to me would be the biggest question I would ask and find out why. And I don't know if you can get a real answer. I'm sure he can lie through it or whatever. I'm not saying he did, but
that tells you something too.
I would really want to find out why.
So do you think, because the gambling market again says that he won't be there, but if he is there, I expect Ryan Poles to take him.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
But that's not a safe pick.
Not a safe pick. So I'm going against that.
Right.
That's just a hard one, man. I just think he's so interesting and intriguing and such a fit for this defense and for the NFL now with the 3 technique taking over, especially in this defense. But I don't know. I mean, I've said he's going to take the safe pick, but that's just a hard one, I think, to pass up on at 9.
So right. And what I keep coming back to is Matt Eberflus. Apparently him and Poles have this great working relationship, right? He says DeForest Buckner's his favorite player that he's ever coached. He's telling everybody that the 3 technique is the whole key to the entire operation on his defense. And coaches get fired in the NFL so damn quickly. And the defense wasn't good, admittedly, with no talent and injuries and trading away Roquan and trading away Robert Quinn. He probably has some job security. But, I mean, coaches get fired after 2 years. It happens all the time. Is he really going to go through a second season of maybe his only time ever being an NFL head coach without a marquee talent at the position that is the key to his entire defense? I don't think Matt Eberflus would allow Ryan Poles to pass
I think if he passed that personal test, that 30 visit test, to coach, then I think he's like knocking on his door, like we have to take him if he's there.
Yeah.
Because you had Coach Marinelli on, right?
Yeah, it was terrific
And
stuff
he talked
talking
about the
about
three
it.
technique, and the little bit I know about it, they get up the field and wreak havoc.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he'd have to do.
Is there anybody else a little further down in the draft, whether it's Adabare from Northwestern or Kalijah Cansey, and we'll talk to Coach Wanstead about it, the undersized pit tackle who has shades of Aaron Donald. Is there anybody else that you think could slide in there?
Not at that high of a pick. You talking later in the draft?
Yeah, I mean,
I think you have to find somebody. I don't know exactly who that guy is. Those are some good names there and some good tape, but you're going to have to find. To me, we asked what are the biggest needs for the Bears. I said there were 5. It's O-line, D-line, O-line, D-line, and corner.
yeah, that's a good way to do it. Yeah.
So D-line is there, and I think you're going to have to get 1 or 2 later on in the draft. I think for sure there'll be some guys that could potentially fill that spot, and maybe they become stars.
Right, and I wonder, depending on how far down they go, if they love either Adabare or Cansey as a 3-tech and would take him at 17, would take him at 18.
And it's a position
and
you can scout that certain position. Coach Marinelli broke it down for you, what that 3 technique does in that defense, and you can scout those traits and try to find a guy to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a very good chance that if Carter is off the board, he will be trying like crazy to trade down. Because we don't know a ton about how Ryan Poles approaches drafts. He's only done 1, and he did it without a first-round pick. But he traded down like 4 times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, it was 5th, 6th, 7th round, but he kept trying to accumulate a ton of assets. How good is this pizza?
That was amazing.
By the way.
I'm ready for the next break.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're in luck, my friend. If you're watching the NFL draft tonight, Rinaldi's in the West Loop. That's 1326 West Madison. They're hosting a watch party with great specials, including the Brad Parkins special in honor of my brother, the sausage and jardiniere pizza.
They donated another $1,000 today towards the Malnati tumor.
Brain Tumor Institute?
Yep, another $1,000 today.
That's $2,000 that they've donated now since we've been partnering with them for brain cancer research in honor of my brother. So we always say support people who support the show. The food is absolutely amazing. They've got the ability for private rooms. They've got shuttles to the United Center. They do an amazing job. They're also doing a Kentucky Derby party. If you want to go to Rinaldi's in the West Loop, they're great people over there.
Absolutely. And they sponsor sports teams like the Odyssey softball team. My son's favorite shirt is his Rinaldi's Odyssey softball shirt. Number 1.
You know what's great for me, though, living most of my time in Florida now? Coming back here and smelling that in the hallway when I got here.
Yeah.
Oh, I miss that.
Smells like Chicago.
Oh, man, it's so good.
It's better than smelling us. Better than smelling us in the hallway.
It was so good.
Pizza. All by myself. Nobody else eats. Eat the pizza.
Dave wants that will be here in 20 minutes. Pat Manley is with us. It's the Parkins and Spiegel draft special brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears, right here on The Score.
Hey Bears fans, David Haugh here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL draft.
Hey guys, my guy is going to be the steal of the draft. It's Kalijah Cansey, defensive lineman from Pitt.
Kalijah Cansey, 6'1", 281 pounds out of Pitt. Strengths.
I used to call him Spit Shine Tommy. I swear to God. Oh, he'd make your shoes look like mirrors. He was terrific. He was the best.
Wins at the snap with elite lateral quickness to slice gaps. Explosive wax on, wax off hands.
Wow.
His move-to-move transitions are simultaneously well-timed and violent. Displays the body flexibility and joint twitch to establish leverage or slither around blocks. Disruptive in the stunt game. Able to drive blockers backwards when he attacks with proper leverage. Hard player for blockers to engulf because of his urgent athleticism. Plays on his feet with above average contact balance, physical run blocker, and showed improved gap integrity in 2022. Has the play range to chase down ball carriers outside the numbers. Highly productive with 27.5 tackles for loss in over 25 games the last 2 seasons. Weaknesses.
He's aimed at getting kids and families interested in the Cubs, but fans quickly trashed his pantsless look on social media.
Short, stubby. Short, stubby build and lacks desired height, weight, length. Will be the first defensive tackle with a sub 74-inch wingspan to be drafted over the last 10 years.
Oh, my God.
His arms were the second shortest of all defensive tackles at the combine
His
over
arms
the last
too short
10
to box with God.
Damn right. Extremely quick in space, but can be slowed by contact or bullied off his rush path. Faulty anchor and could be moved from his spot in the run game. Struggles to stay square and often overmatched by double teams or near the goal line. His hands are quick, but his swipes last power.
Lack, probably.
Oh,
Probably a
lack
typo.
power. Aggressive nature leads to breakdown issues, especially in the pocket. Missed final 2 games of his junior year because of a left shoulder injury. In summary, Cansey's undersized frame and average strength will be more pronounced versus NFL blockers, especially in the run game. But his get-off, agility, and quick hands allow him to leverage gaps and disrupt the backfield. Although not quite Donald's level as a pro prospect, the parallels are encouraging, and he projects as an NFL starting 3 technique. Great first, second round, number 26 overall. That is Kalijah Cansey, and by the way, that is Alex Brown's pick. If you're trying to get a 3 technique, that's the guy that he likes.
Afternoons on the Score.
Hey, Tom, you're up early?
Well, it is draft day. How you doing?
Well, I'm great. I'm having a great day. How about you?
Well, I'm sitting here eating my pancakes, thinking about moving number 1.
We're back with more of the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
And that's why he's a pancake-eating mother bleeper, because he was eating pancakes on draft day. In case anyone was, exactly. In case anyone was confused by the movie Draft Day, which you shouldn't be. It's pretty straightforward.
That's a fun movie.
It is. Parkins.
What's the plot?
Spiegel. Really about working through a draft.
How many people this morning got up and had pancakes?
You know,
did you think about the movie?
My toddler did. yeah, the microwavable pancakes. He wasn't talking about the draft, though.
How many people tweeted out the GIF of him opening the Post-it where it says Vontae Mack all day?
Yeah.
Or nothing, Vontae Mack or die.
No matter what.
No matter what.
No
Thank
matter
you.
what. Seen the film?
No. Just
I
part
haven't
of it.
either.
Just part of it, Shane.
You microwave pancakes for Owen?
Yeah.
God, dude.
Why? That's bad?
Get the hell out of here, man.
Frozen pancakes.
Just make a bunch of pancakes and then put them in the fridge, and he's got pancakes for the week.
Yeah, then you got to microwave them to heat them up.
But then you would microwave those.
Yes, you do.
Whatever, dude.
Wait, you would eat cold pancakes?
Yeah, I think so.
They're just kids.
Yeah, no.
They need them warm. They don't care if they're good.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of syrup.
Yeah, he goes, Daddy's syrup's sweet.
Yeah,
I'm like,
nailed it.
It is.
It's candy.
Absolutely. A texter asked, and we should have talked about it, do you, Pat Manley, believe in arm length? Do you believe it's a problem for Peter Skoronski?
I mean, you listen to some of the expert scouts, and they tell you the numbers don't lie that nobody can be a tackle. What if it's 33 inches or less or whatever?
Yeah.
But this came out a little while ago. And this is Joe Thomas. I think I'll go by his recommendation.
Pretty good.
I'll read his tweet. I don't know what day it was, but this was a while ago. This is after Skoronski was talking at the combine. He said the combine arm length, this is Joe Thomas talking, the combine arm length measurement is BS. Total waste of time. Until guys are poking each other with their middle finger, it has nothing to do with how to block someone. So I'll take his answer. I mean, that's I get it. I understand you go through measurables and all that kind of stuff, and you look, quarterback height, that's changed, right? So nobody could be a short quarterback, and we're going to find out, I think, tonight maybe Bryce Young goes early, even though he's a short quarterback. Drew Brees is one of the first ones to do it, proved everybody wrong. I think Peter can prove him wrong. I just think his ability, his technique is that good that I think he can play tackle, and I don't think that, 3/4 of an inch is going to make that big of a difference for him.
Yeah, Rashawn Slater, his former teammate at Northwestern, is a 33-inch arm length guy who's doing awfully well as an NFL tackle. So there are exceptions if your technique is good enough, if your footwork is good enough. And
strength, all that kind of stuff.
Right, and he seems to be perfect in all those other regards.
Agreed. And I hope he's the one to prove everybody wrong, and then that it will just change people's draft boards and change people's valuations of some of these players in the future.
But for some people, it's a non-starter. For some front office people, it's a complete and utter non-starter.
Right, and others say what Pat was talking about 40 minutes ago, where it's like, yeah, but I mean, you can be a guard with that length, so just move him in. And to me, that is totally fine a little later. I don't think the Bears have that luxury, but that is a principal debate for the Bears and Ryan Poles ahead of this draft. Peter Skoronski has answered this question hundreds of times, including on our show, but he was pretty hilarious about it on NFL Network.
I don't know if you could tell here, Pete. I got a beautiful suit on today, and I'm just putting my arms out, and arm length seems to be the only issue I hear about Peter Skoronski. Is it an issue to you, Pete? You just played 3 straight years at Northwestern. You helped Rashawn Slater the year that he sat out during the pandemic. He didn't seem to have any issue. Is it an issue, Pete?
Yeah, I didn't actually really know it was an issue until this whole process started. Kind of when I realized that, there's a possibility for me. But, I think length is definitely an asset at tackle. But, I think I've shown that I can do just fine at the tackle position with shorter arms. I think it's unfair to reduce, great tackle play to just like a measurement or an arm measurement. As Duke Manyweather likes to say, there's a lot of long arm tackles out there who can't block a troll on Twitter.
That's pretty good.
I had not heard that. That's excellent.
That's pretty good. So
I think you just draft him because he'd be a good interview.
Yeah,
right.
He was a good interview, but
all these locals, man.
I know.
Skoronski to the Bears. Let's go.
But he's a Packer fan, so that's the issue.
Yeah, I think that paycheck will change him.
I know. Yeah.
Les is rolling in his grave.
Yes. Yeah, the idea of drafting a Packer fan. He's got a good reason, man. His grandpa won championships.
His grandpa blocked
with
for Bart Starr.
Sure. No, but I could just imagine the meatball calls and get him out of here as a Packer fan. But if he's good, and like I said, it's the one that I don't think I could sign off on. But he's a hell of a nice kid.
So are you going to be disappointed then if they take him?
Yeah,
you would be disappointed.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. But I would say this.
I can't wait till he comes on the radio show after that and you hear that.
Yeah, well,
that'll be the subtext.
But if they do
save that audio,
if they do take him, Poles better say that he's a tackle.
No, I think you have to try him at tackle.
Yeah,
I think you try him at left tackle.
Really?
Yeah, I think what is yes, Braxton Jones has come in as a rookie, didn't miss a snap, started every game and all that at left tackle, but is he the answer? Why not have competition? Coaches always talk about competitions at all positions. That's one of the most important positions in football. Let him go compete. They figured out Braxton Jones was going to be the left tackle in minicamp, right? Or before training camp, basically. They had him there with the ones.
They knew
which
Tevin
shocked me,
Jenkins wasn't going to be the left tackle.
So maybe they can figure it out, during that time, early in training camp.
No, to me,
and then there's questions too, though, because it's tough to go from left tackle to right tackle. Do you move him over to right tackle? And when do you do that? Because he's been playing left tackle. So
Braxton's talked about that. He said he's ready to go, and he knows that it might be something that he's asked to do. They've guaranteed nothing to anybody on that offensive line.
Yeah, and I heard that interview, and I liked it. Was great. I mean, it sounded like me, a really good rookie who has a potential and opportunity because he understands his limitations. He understands what he did wrong. That this year he could maybe make a big jump, and that would be great for the Bears. But then if you do have Peter Skoronski, who's going to play left tackle, is he better than Braxton Jones? Do you move him to right? I don't know, but I liked everything I heard he had to say after his rookie year.
I'll tell you what's making it difficult for me to really think about what these guys like. They're arrogant, man. They have the arrogance of first-timers, Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham and Matt Eberflus. They fully believe that what they're doing is the right way. I think they believe that they can coach anybody into anything.
That's good.
Right. If they can coach, especially on the offensive line, as you've talked about. They coached Braxton Jones, a 5th-round pick, into a left tackle. They're proud of it. They might not be afraid to do that kind of thing again.
No, I agree. I mean, that's their job too, and I think that's why you get into coaching. It's fun to do that. It's fun to take these projects or guys that you're projecting to do something and really mold them in to be a great player, and that's why you get into coaching. And they've done a nice job with that so far. I like that about the coaching staff.
And if they believe they can do it, then maybe they don't think that they need a top 10 pick on the offensive line. You know?
Exactly.
That they tried to sign Mike McGlinchey to big money, so I assume that they will try to make an investment in that position at some point. But the other guy I just can't stop thinking about is Nolan Smith. I can't stop thinking about him because if Wilson and Anderson are off the board, or even maybe not, Anderson certainly, but if Wilson, the medicals scare him and they need sacks and pass rush, he didn't play a full season because he was hurt, so the numbers weren't there, but he's 238 pounds and he ran a 4.39.
Here's one thing that scares me. Leonard Floyd. I loved putting on his tape. When I evaluated him, I remember sitting here with Olin and saying, I love Leonard Floyd. I think he's going to be a great pro. Nolan Smith is similar to that. Like, he's all over the field, super fast, athletic, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But can he take that and play at this level with big boy tackles? Can he do that? I don't know. Leonard Floyd wasn't able to do that. He wasn't able to get the pressures. He was okay against the run. He's a decent NFL player, but that's one thing that scares me a little bit. I find him, Leonard Floyd was bigger, but Nolan Smith just scares me with his size, how small he is.
We've heard that the profile they like for a defensive edge is long, too.
Sure.
We've heard that they like long arms and long wingspan. And really, when you think about the best defensive ends in the Tampa 2, historically, you're talking about a Simeon Rice body type. You're
Julius
not
Peppers.
Julius
Yes.
Peppers body type, exactly right. So I think that they dream of that kind of athletic profile, not necessarily the Von Miller skinny little edge.
Right, and that's what I see as well. Obviously, just being around those guys, and that's what I've seen produce. Somebody brought up the idea that you could draft Nolan Smith and use him as like a Micah Parsons. A blitzing linebacker to a D end and rushing situations and things like that. But I don't know if that fits this style of defense, that true Tampa 2. I just don't know if that does. So I thought that was an interesting way of maybe deploying him into the NFL, but I just don't think that's a good fit for the Bears.
Dave Wanstead's in the house. We're an hour and 5 minutes to the official draft coverage starting on the television networks. We've been off and running already. Wani said he's got stories he's never told before. He's been in these draft rooms. He's made the trades. We will get Dave Wanstead's expert opinion about 2 hours plus ahead of when the Bears are expected to make the 9th overall pick. It's the Parkins and Spiegel draft special brought to you by Revolution Solar right here on The Score.
Hey, Bears fans, Mully here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL draft and the Bears.
My guy is C.J. Stroud, quarterback, the Ohio State University.
I've heard of him. C.J. Stroud. We know him to be C.J. Stroud on the Parkins and Spiegel show whenever we're talking about Jason Bernstein's collars. Yep. Just kidding. 6'3". He's from Ohio State, 214 pounds. His strengths.
He's pleasant. He would be great to play golf with.
He probably would be. Smooth delivery, clean feet, and the ball comes out quick and tight. Uses a plant and drive motion to generate functional velocity on his passes. He layers the football with outstanding touch and control, puts a premium on accuracy, and places his throws away from defenders to avoid turnovers. 85-12 touchdown to interception ratio the last 2 seasons. Strong and quality decision maker and made incremental improvements getting deeper into his progressions. Identifies coverages to pre-snap to anticipate the voids and understand where to attack the defense. His comfort zone is inside the pocket, but he is also able to slide and make subtle movements to change throwing platforms. He was named a team captain in 2022. He is described as reserved and confident and one of the funniest players on the team by his teammates. I did not know that.
That's nice.
Averaged 9.8 yards per attempt in his career, ranked number 1 in FBS in 30-plus yard completions. 31 in 2022, posted a 21-4 record as a starter. One of the most productive quarterbacks in college football over his 2-year starting tenure, averaging 324.9 passing yards and 3.4 passing touchdowns per game. His weaknesses.
Get out of here and have a donut.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
I would.
Yes, narrowly built and needs to continue adding weight to work off NFL contact. Doesn't have a power arm, guilty of looking and lingering on his preferred read. Accustomed to being protected very well in the pocket, probably because he has dude 6'8" in front of him. That was just me. Subpar backfield elusiveness will lead to punishment from NFL pass rushers. Inconsistent ability to reset and figure out plan B when the defense fools him. Capable of using his legs to scramble. Forced 3 missed tackles in the Peach Bowl against Georgia, but was an inconsistent improviser and didn't look comfortable escaping for the majority of his OSU career. Only 1 missed tackle in his first 27 games. In summary, Stroud must become more comfortable embracing his athleticism and his capability. But he is an outstanding rhythm passer with touch, pacing, and ball speed control to carve up the defense. His passing skills give him an encouraging floor as an NFL starter, and his development as a creator will ultimately determine his NFL season. His grade is obviously first round. He's number 4 overall projected.
Right. It's a little less flowery than I expected. There's some pretty serious, downside
Concerns,
risk there.
yes.
Underway, and the score will be with you every step of the way. We're Sports Radio 670 The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Parkins and Spiegel will have a draft special that features Dave Wanstead and Patrick Manley. Looking forward to that, Dave. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, hey, tune in, because I got some stories in my back pocket that I have not used yet. Get ready.
Wait a minute. You've given us everything. You're holding out?
You saving your best stuff?
Well, I don't know if it's my best stuff.
It's stuff.
The minute somebody starts talking, something comes to my mind. I can't help it.
Thanks, Dave. You're
the
best.
best, Dave. God bless. See ya. I love Coach Wanstead.
He's endless supply of stories. That's a
he's got the
bottomless
greatest
pit
stories.
of information.
We're back with more of the Parkins and Spiegel draft special, featuring Dave Wanstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're hanging out. Tune into Twitch, as Coach would say. The graphics look amazing, by the way. It's going to be a perfect second screen option for you. Best available stats, a ticker. All sorts of clips are going to be there for you. You'll be able to watch this madness as we go. Parkins, Spiegel, Manley, and Dave Wanstead. We are on through the Bears selection and after for some analysis, and then Anthony Herron and Chuck Swirsky will take over when we vacate the premises.
And really, once the draft gets going, and obviously, certainly as we get closer towards the Bears, we're a hell of a first screen option, because with those graphics and you're not going to miss a damn thing.
No, you're gonna hear the picks. With Westwood One, you will hear the podium. You'll hear Roger Goodell announce all of the picks live.
And then you'll hear the immediate context as it relates to your Bears and what the pick is going to be. We'll be listening to picks 2, 3, 4, 5, and on, and thinking, what does this do to affect the Bears at 9? What the possibilities are for people to trade up, people to trade back, all of those kinds of things. How many quarterbacks will go? So Bears context all night long right here as Coach Wanstead makes his way comfortably into place.
Listen, Dave, I know that we're just local radio, but no, you got your notes. No one ever questions whether or not you're prepared.
Amazing.
But I don't remember. When you were on Fox TV, would you just sit down like 2 minutes into the segment on camera? I forget how that entire thing works. Or
I was talking to the boss. I actually was going over the rundown for tonight.
Oh, good.
The rundown is the draft, Dave.
Okay.
I know you've never had a great quarterback, but you're in good hands here. Okay, I got everything under control. Roger Goodell's going to come to the podium every 10 minutes. There's going to be picks, and we're going to talk about it.
Where's my Rocket Ismail card?
Right here. This is number 1 pick of the Dallas Cowboys, 1991.
There's 6 of these made.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. We had the first pick of the draft. Let me put this on.
So you had the first pick of the draft. I know that it ended up being Russell Maryland. So what the hell is this about?
Well, Jerry Jones had been talking to Rocket's agent, and we were at the Larry Holmes fight. Me, Jimmy, Jerry, and our wives. Okay, the night before the draft.
You have good seats,
Coach.
No. He's in the ring.
He was fighting.
We were at the Cowboy Cafe. This is a true story, and I got the card here to prove it.
Show it on the Twitch.
Where's
Connor.
Twitch out? Is that Twitch?
Those cameras right there? Either camera, they'll find you.
Just hold it up. Yeah.
And
hold it steady.
And the story goes. So we're there, and we're having a few pops. We're watching the fight in a Cowboy Cafe, and then afterwards, Jimmy said, let's go back and have a drink. It's midnight or so. And now we were on the board, 8, 9 o'clock the next morning. We were the first pick, ESPN, the whole bit at the Cowboys. You know how a big drama that is.
And it wasn't prime time either. It was a daytime draft.
Draft time, daytime. So we go into Jimmy's house, and we sit down. No, take that back. So we're going to drive over, and Jerry says, hey, Dave, why don't you ride with me? So I jump in with Jerry. Our wives go together. And we pull into Jimmy's driveway, and he kind of leans over and he says, "What's Jimmy thinking? Is he going to draft offense?" What he's asking the wrong guy. It's like asking, right? I says, Jerry, I have no idea what he's going to do.
You would think you would just ask Jimmy.
Oh no, Danny, they didn't get along.
Well,
that was the whole thing.
I'm aware.
So we go into the house. We go into Jimmy's house.
Actually, before a lot of the fallout, though.
And Jerry throws 6 of these cards on the table, and so I grab one. He give it to Jan, my wife, and Jimmy picks one up and kind of looks at it and puts it down. And the house is a buzzkill. Okay, it's over. The night is over. So we go in the next morning.
Jerry made these cards because he's dreaming of that, and Jimmy's not going to do
Jerry's
that.
talking. We find out later. Jerry's talking to his agent about him being a Dallas Cowboy. Well, Jimmy had already talked to Lee Steinberg, and we had the contract done with Russell Maryland. It was done. Okay, before we drafted him.
Amazing.
Okay, so with that being said, now it's the next morning. And I get on the draft room, and I was kind of the troubleshooter for Jimmy in there. He would go through and say, hey, boy, we need an offensive lineman. Huh? What's Tony think of that guy? I said, well, I don't think he likes him. Let me talk to Tony. So, hey, Tony, that was kind of what I was doing then. So the story goes, I get on, I'm looking through my book in the draft room, and Jerry says, where is Jimmy? I says, I don't know. I guess he's down in his office. He said, well, tell him we're on the clock here in an hour. Yes, sir. I get up, I head down, and Jimmy, our offices were beside each other, and there was an adjoining door. So I opened the door. I said, hey, Jerry's waiting for you down there. Yeah, I'll be down. Just tell him I'll be down. Yes, sir. I head down. I sit down. Jerry says, well, what'd Jimmy say? I said, he's on his way. He's on his way. He's hurrying for you. Well, Jimmy comes in, and he's just paging through his book about 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes before the draft, paging through it, not saying a word to anybody. Now it's time to pick, and Jimmy sits there. Across the table is Jerry, and we have the big talk box, we call it, right in the middle that we're talking to New York.
To the league to put in the pick.
To put in the pick. We announce it. We got our guy up in New York. He writes it down. boom, takes it up, gives it to the commissioner. That's how it works. Still does it that way. And so Jimmy just looks at Jerry and looks into the talk box and says, Russell, Maryland, University of Miami, defensive lineman. Jerry gets up, wasn't real happy, kind of, heads out.
Wow.
And I got one of the cards.
So Jerry Jones found out who the number 1 pick was at the same time that the league office did.
Yes.
That's amazing.
It is amazing.
Jerry is the owner who enables...
I don't think he would have given me this card or handed these cards out the night before.
He's embarrassed by the existence of those cards.
We're just telling stories. Is this story, can I got one more story or you want to hold it?
No, this is good time.
Anybody talks about what's going to happen on draft day, they don't know. The way it works is you have your board picked by position and the other board by ability, best player. Well, we would always have, and I always like to have 3 or 4 of guys that I wanted to take in each round. Okay, first round, second round, and these were the guys. So with that being said, if those guys aren't there, if a guy's there, for example, even with the Bears, let's talk Bears. Let's say we're sitting there at 9 and they want a defensive guy, and Tyree Wilson is sitting there at 7 and he's not taken. You better go get him. If he's your guy, go up and get him. Don't sit there and wait or say, well, but if everybody's taken that you want in your 3 or 4 bullpen, as we call it, now you better try. You're going to have to take somebody or trade out. Moved on. There's a lot of defensive linemen you could take. I think that's what they should take. But anyway, that's coming up. So we're sitting there in Detroit. Wayne Fonts calls up and he says, hey, we'd like to trade up into your pick and we'll give you something later and we'll give you something next year. They want our 1. We're sitting at 20. Back and forth. They figured out the compensation. Okay, we all agree. Wayne says, I got to check with Mr. Ford, the owner of Detroit. And so all of a sudden we're sitting there and it's 3 minutes, 2 minutes. It's down to a minute. And no Wayne Fonts. So we're going to pick a guy. So, all of a sudden we get a hold of him. Wayne, what's up? He says, I'm waiting on Mr. Ford, but we're going to do this. I promise you we're going to do this. Jimmy says, Wayne, we've been friends a long time now. Here's what I'll do. Who are you going to take? Tell me who you're going to draft, and I'll draft them for you. Now, we did not need defensive linemen. We take a defensive lineman, Pritchard, from Mississippi State in the first round, and then we draft him. And all the Cowboy fans and everybody thinks they're out of their minds. They're drafting another defensive lineman. Well, then, 2 or 3 minutes later, the next round, we make the trade for Detroit. They get Pritchard, and we get their picks. So the point is that there is some real. If you want to, it can be pretty high intense in there.
Let's go back to that first story for a moment because
they're both amazing.
They're both incredible. But you've got the owner who also fancies himself the GM, but it's really it's Jimmy's show. And Jimmy does what he wants in the face of ownership. That dynamic doesn't exist for the Bears because it's Ryan Poles' show. But is Kevin Warren in this room tonight? Is Kevin Warren hanging out with them in the draft room?
Absolutely.
And does he have anything to say to Ryan Poles for what they're thinking about for the 9th pick?
No, absolutely not. This is Ryan and Matt Eberflus, or however they do it up there. It's their deal.
Is George in the room tonight?
Oh yeah, George will be in the room. George will have a chair. There's always a chair for the owner in there. When I was there, Ed McCaskey, the dad, Ed, he always wanted to do the final pick of the draft. So he would be in and out, and then when we were down to
that's good.
He would
I tell you what,
guys, I'm glad you guys all have thoughts. I'd like to make the pick. No,
wait, did he draft me in '98?
Good job, Ed.
Well,
the non-football guy.
Now you got to keep in mind, Ed wasn't watching tape, so we would say there's this great deep long snapper and Duke.
Just found out that Ed McCaskey drafted me.
This guy is
tough time.
This guy is
it's like finding out somebody's your father late in life.
So we would say this is the guy. Ed, what do you think? And then Ed would call it in.
Oh, so he would just call it in.
Yeah,
he wouldn't
No, he was not
make the selection.
He was not making. He was not watching tape. No,
he's got strong opinions on guards and tackles.
No, he was not watching tape. But that was just a tradition, something he liked.
You think the room still functions like that? Like there's a lot of guys around in that big talk box in the middle?
Yeah, and for sure the scouts, although everybody does it different. There's some draft rooms that I've been around that it's the GM, the head coach, the owner maybe, and maybe the top personnel guy, and that's it. Not even the scouts are in there. Some have the coaches and the scouts in there. You'll see it on TV, the big room. Some it's just so everybody kind of does it a little bit differently. This is really the day for the personnel people. These guys have been on the road, busting their tail, and they've been tracking these players for, we talk about them in the last 2 months, right? But they've been tracking them for 3-4 years.
Right.
So this is their Super Bowl, really. If you're a player personnel guy, this is your Super Bowl, starting tonight.
It's very exciting, obviously. We've been talking about it for so long. They've got the 9th pick in the draft. You said defense is what you would do. That shocks me, given your background.
Coach, who led us in sacks last year?
Yeah, it was Brisker.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, okay.
That's such a sad truth.
Well, isn't it, though?
Jaquan Brisker leading you in sacks.
A strong safety, a rookie strong safety leads the team in sacks.
So
that's got to be embarrassing for the D-line room.
Absolutely.
So
that's got to be hard. That's just
who do you want?
I would take Tyree Wilson.
What if he's not there?
If he's not there, I'll tell you what. I got a list of guys. I would trade down. I would have not 1 ounce of problem. Miles Murphy, I love. Brian Breesy, I love the guy. Lucas Van Ness, draft him. The guy's a player. I'm telling you, 2 or 3 of these guys can play inside or outside. They're great effort guys. They're playmakers, which I like, playmakers, because you're going to, in this scheme of defense, your defensive lineman, Cansey is a tough one. I want to say Cansey, second round, I think, Cansey.
Oh, really?
I think. I don't know. I mean, God.
280 pounds.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned one-on-one and double teams and stuff. Is he going to be big enough?
He just penetrates all
He's
the time.
He's a playmaker.
He gets through. Cansey made not a single pre-draft visit. Not one team brought in Kalijah Cansey for a one-on-one. What does that mean?
That means he's probably going to be a second-round pick. That's what that means.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Not one team?
Not one team. He told Andrew Siciliano that on NFL Network.
I did not know that.
And Siciliano was trying to spin it that maybe that means that they know what you're like and they know your personality and they believe in you. But if no visits, kind of shocked me.
Well, there are stories like that, right? Like where Will Anderson, teams in the top 5 don't bring him in, but then they obviously could draft him. It's like, why do we need to meet this guy? Every interview says he's a 10 out of 10 character guy. He had 27 sacks the last 2 years at Alabama.
Right. What do you limit at? Like 30 visits. So if you're bringing a guy in for a visit, you're bringing him in because you're trying to find something out about him. Right?
Right.
I mean,
so you would be comfortable drafting someone that you didn't interview if you feel like you know everything about him?
100%.
Right.
100%. Okay. That would not be a problem with me. That's why Will Anderson's not. And maybe they feel that way about Cansey. Maybe they know what he is. They know the type of person he is. They got all his measurables. And he did a great job at Pitt and his pro day and at the combine, so maybe they had enough on him.
I love Van Ness, too, but Van Ness does not profile as a possible 3-tech. He'd be a guy who plays on the edge and also plays maybe that heavier
I think he can.
You think he can?
I think he can. He's played all over the front at Iowa, and I think he's still raw. He's big, strong, and all that kind of stuff. And with the coaching, like we were talking about earlier, I think he is a player that you could put into that position to make him fit.
Interesting, because he checks a lot of other boxes. In terms of he's a local, we know they like that. The motor is unbelievable.
We had the guy on who was training him, and he said he could do either, but he thought he was probably better as an edge rusher, but that he would have versatility there.
Guys, the numbers he put out at the combine were linebacker numbers. I mean, his 40 time was what, 4.5 something. His short shuttle was in the 4.3s. That's linebacker numbers. What this guy did at 260 or 270, and just like Pat said. I mean, we got him on film playing 3 technique, and he plays every play. He's the same way that if you want to tackle the kid at Clemson, Brian Breesy, he's a 300-pounder, a big guy. I mean, these are all tough guys.
I like him as well, and I think he's more of a second-round guy to me. I don't know if I would get him up there early, or you trade back late into the first round.
Yeah, he could be. He could be. I wouldn't dispute that.
What wouldn't you like tonight, Coach?
Wide receiver.
Yeah. I'm with you there. I think they've got enough assets there.
Let's
for now.
Let's work through this right now with our guys. Exactly. I think it's got to be either defense number one, and you know what? If they took now my offensive lineman looking at all these guys, I've got Skoronski right here is 1. I got the guy at Tennessee 2, Wright.
Darnell Wright.
Then I got Ohio State 3.
Paris Johnson.
Johnson, and then 4 is Broderick Jones from Georgia.
Okay.
You worried about Skoronski's arm length? We talked about it last hour.
Put him at tackle and play. The game has changed a little bit. No one's doing 7-step drops anymore. The ball's coming out so quick. If you watch the tape on him, the guy played 2,300 snaps at Northwestern. He gave up 1 sack last year, and they're behind every game because they had not a very good team, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to catch up, and he's blocking the best guys in the country in the Big Ten.
Look at this 3-on-1 about Skoronski at Denny Parkins.
No,
I'm not the turd.
That's
your superpower.
You're not the turd or not deterred?
No elegance tonight, Pat.
That was phenomenal.
Well done.
That was outstanding.
Well done.
He is the turd, but he's not deterred.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'd really like? A mango beer. Do we have any mango?
I think we do.
I brought you
mango.
We don't have turds on this team.
I brought some Kansas City beer for you tonight.
Do we have any
Dave.
bourbon? We got any bourbon, Shane?
So we don't have bourbon.
This
or
is late
mango.
for me. You know, 6:15.
Yeah, you're probably.
I got a Diet Dr. Pepper here.
That was your choice. You brought that. So we have this tequila mango jalapeno shot for you to do later. So we do have mango stuff provided by Rinaldi's.
And I brought in some Kansas City beer for you since the draft's in Kansas City.
All right, folks.
I like that. Wait, I was going to make one more point.
Okay,
well, you better have a lot more points, Dave. We're going to be on for
we
like
got
the next
plenty of
4
time.
hours.
Wait a second. To compare Skoronski, 2 or 3 general managers that have been around, the guy that they compare him to is Zach Martin, who was a tackle at Notre Dame and obviously was drafted by the Cowboys. And the Cowboys didn't move him inside, but the guys, you take him, he's going to be a 10-year starter for you.
But is he going to be a starter at guard?
You do that at 9. Like, is that a win to come out of this draft at number 9 with a Pro Bowl guard?
Zach Martin was the 16th
Yes,
pick of the draft.
yes. I mean, if you took DJ Moore at the 9th pick and he came in and plays like he did at Carolina as a starter, it's a win. You know, I mean, the key is getting a guy that's going to line up and play for you for several years and be a good team guy.
How much more valuable is a tackle than a guard?
I don't know. I mean, all I'll tell you is the last 10 years, there has not been a blue left tackle, according to our the Giddings report, okay? It's not help me out here. We talked about that the other day.
It's the pro scouting
system.
Mm-hmm.
There has not been a blue left tackle in a Super Bowl winner in the last 10 years. So
Right.
I don't know. How important is it? I think you got to have a good one, but I think it's a little bit overrated because the ball's coming out so quick, guys.
That's the schematics that you brought up that's really interesting.
Yeah, the passing game has changed in the NFL. It truly has. This quarterback RPO, run pass option. I mean, it's happening 3 or 4 yards off the line of scrimmage. It's not going back 7 yards anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your guy Jimmy Johnson, didn't he say that he would never draft an offensive lineman in the first round?
Absolutely.
Because he could just
coach him up.
Coach him up. Larry Allen was a second-round pick.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player.
Good point. Yeah.
So, I mean, if you really believe in your ability to scout and develop that position and make it interchangeable and just get great athletes and put them up there, maybe they're very thin, literally and figuratively, on the defensive line. So I could see that happening.
One more thing on the tackles, Coach. Do you think they're going to play 2 tight ends a lot, this team? Or no, because you play the 2 tight ends, then you don't have to worry about that tackle on an island. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Or do you have to have one you can trust?
Signing, what's his Tanya from
Green Bay.
Robert Tonyan.
Tonyan from Green Bay, and between him and Kmet, boy, you got 2 really good ones, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of them will be a move guy, kind of use him like a fullback, I'm sure, but we'll see. I don't know. I have no idea how they're going to adjust the offensive philosophy going forward. I don't.
So we're gonna go out to Haugh, or is he at Soldier Field? He's at Soldier Field, I assume, right?
Mark Grody, Moby Ditka?
Yeah, Mark Grody at Soldier Field. Because that makes more sense.
That's where they talk.
Yeah, that's where he would be. If he's at Haugh, he took a wrong turn somewhere. We will also make predictions for the teams ahead of the Bears. You're going to hear every pick live when we are doing it. We will be reacting. We've got all sorts of experts lined up to join us. It's going to be a fun night. Do you think it's in play that he trades back up? Just real quick before we take a break here. Would you be shocked if he traded up from 9 to 7?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody in the room. Would it
Go
shock
ahead.
you
Go
if he
ahead,
traded
Pat.
up?
Go ahead, Pat.
I
What
would
do you
be
think?
just because he's talked about building this roster over time. I would be not shocked if he traded back and got, say, 14, 12, 13, 14 picks. But trading up to me, that'd be a little shocking. I just don't know what blue player would be up there to go get.
I've looked at the historic compensation for trading down within the first round because I agree that is the most likely scenario. A lot of people talking about that. It's not worth quite as much as I think we've been dreaming about.
Right. Yeah, I agree with Pat. I think it would be at this point in their tenure, I just don't know if they would be aggressive enough to say, I want that guy and trade away some picks to go up and get a guy and take a chance. I would stockpile picks. You get 14 picks. I think you can hit on 6 of them. Not saying big hits, just you find guys that contribute hopefully right away, but you find 6 guys out of 14 that are Bears for a while that can help your roster.
So the gambling market I'm always following, Bryce Young's going to be the first pick in the draft. That's basically locked in. CJ Stroud is now minus 370 to go second overall. So heavy favorite, basically a 4-1 favorite.
Heck yeah, we'll talk about that. Go ahead, Dan.
But what it was Will Anderson earlier today was the heavy favorite. So it seems like some information is coming in that CJ Stroud is going to be the second pick in the draft. Mark Grody is at Haugh. He will set the scene for us on the other side. Dave Wanstead, Pat Manley, Matt Spiegel, myself, Danny Parkins. We're here through the Bears pick and beyond. The Score's draft coverage brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears, right here on The Score.
Hey Bears fans, David Haugh here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL draft and the Bears' first round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out for the Bears. It all starts tomorrow morning on the Mully and Haugh Show, 5:30 to 10.
My guy, DeJuan Jones, the Ohio State University tackle.
DeJuan Jones is 6'8", 374.
Let's go.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's go. Big fella.
Can't coach height, baby.
6'8", 374.
Big fella.
These are his strengths.
He was the greatest man I ever known. I traveled with him to Vietnam for 14 days, and I tell you, he was just a great person.
Extraordinary frame and mass with the wingspan of a Boeing 747. His initial movements at the snap are well-timed and repeatable. Smooth mover for his size, doesn't have rangy feet, but he compensates with his wide body and mile-long arms to reposition and outposition rushers. Uses full extension to escort rushers wide of the pocket. Come with me, sir. He loves to snatch and bury defenders who try to rush down his middle. His pass-blocking balance looks much improved from 2021 tape, doesn't allow his length to go to waste in the run game, engulfs in the run game, drives defenders where he wants with his mauling hands. Was always a basketball player first. It's taken time for him to fully dedicate himself to football, but coaches say his energy improved every year. Has clear upside with his age, young for a fourth-year senior, and his background as a basketball-first athlete who's embraced football. Weaknesses.
Now, the 2 cards that I pulled with tarot was the devil and the knight.
High cut and sets tall. Leads to leverage breakdowns. Ends up on the ground when he overextends. Needs to shed the bad habits. Gets in his own head. Is late to anticipate and counter inside moves, allowing rushers to attack his inside half. Tries to get a head start in pass pro. Sheer size makes it easier for officials to spot when he leaves early. Grabby hands. Occasionally leans on blocks in the run game instead of controlling them. Would like to see more nasty to his finish. Discipline is a work in progress. Managing his weight and body composition will be imperative in the NFL. He refused to weigh in at the Ohio State Pro Day. NFL scouts grade him as a scheme-specific right tackle only. Overall, Jones needs continued refinement with his decision-making and reaction skills. He's a masher in the run game, and his rare size and length and improved balance in pass pro have him on the trajectory to be an NFL starter. He'll be valued higher by NFL teams that covet size and run blocking at right tackle. Projected second rounder is Ohio State tackle DeJuan Jones.
All right. Big fella.
Big fella.
fear most in football staring you right in the face?
Mark Grody.
I call him a maniac, a stone maniac.
Covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
You had to overcome the mystique. It was almost like an odor. He exuded a kind of a presence.
His whole damn life was football. Wasn't driving a pretty car. Wasn't going to the local bar and pounding your chest, I'm the greatest. It was the opposite.
Mark Grody.
He was Moby Dick in a goldfish bowl.
Mark Grody with Parkins Spiegel on 670 The Score.
It is the Parkins Spiegel Draft Special with Coach Wanstead and Pat Manley, brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. The gambling markets, if you are to believe them, have spoken. Bryce Young will be the number 1 pick. C.J. Stroud, the number 2 pick. I guess the question is who is going to be making that pick at number 2, if Houston is going to trade out or not. But the assumption is that he's going to go to the Houston Texans. But we will get a report now on the vibes and the buzz at Haugh from our very own Mark Grody on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's going on, Grody?
A lot of anxious reporters out here, guys, because everybody... We've spent the pre-draft season putting together mock drafts, doing preview shows, and now tonight, assuming the Bears do keep number 9, there will be a pick for the Chicago Bears tonight, which is very relieving. I did an informal poll, or actually I'll call it a formal poll, of my colleagues in the media room, and here is what we came up with in terms of it. We're playing it like this. If the Bears keep the pick at 9, this is the way the consensus went down in the media room. There are 4 people who think that Peter Skoronski, left tackle out of Northwestern, will be taken. There are 2 people who think that Jalen Carter will be the Bears' pick at number 9. All right, now here's your winner now. There are 5 people in the media room who told me Paris Johnson. 3 on Darnell Wright, one Christian Gonzalez, and 1 Nolan Smith. So that is the, I guess I have to call it informal poll of my media brethren, and it is Paris Johnson by an eyelash over Peter Skoronski.
It's a fascinating divide that still exists all this way right here on draft night. What's the protocol going to be? How's it going to be? They'll make the pick wherever they do. It's possible they trade down, obviously, and then Ryan Poles will speak. What else do you know?
Yeah, not until the end of the night, though. We're not going to get polls like right away after the first round pick. It'll probably be after the entire first round is done, no matter what the Bears do. Even if the Bears stay at number 9 and select a player there, we will have to wait until afterwards. So, sometime after 10 o'clock tonight is when Ryan Poles will speak, and it'll be interesting to hear what his process is here in year 2 of being the primary selection maker for the Chicago Bears. And, even though, the buzz here obviously is offensive line, I think that the thing that remains, and, and speaking to Ian Cunningham the other day and speaking to Poles throughout the process and other people in the organization, anything still goes for the Bears. And I don't think we can back off of that, except for, maybe Jalen Carter. I don't know that there is a generational type of player that the Bears could take at 9, but it is open for interpretation until the pick is actually made still.
Do you know if you guys will get a chance to speak to the draft pick tonight?
I think we will, actually, Pat. Yeah, we are told that whoever the Bears pick, we will get to speak to him via Zoom. So it's a nice thing. We were actually just talking about that, how back in the old days of Haugh, when I say old days, I mean like 2 years ago, everybody used to gather around more like 4 years ago, everybody used to gather around a speaker, and it would literally be a conference call, but they have figured out a way to advance technology, and we will get to see the player's face. We will get to ask questions on Zoom, and that'll be, for whatever it's worth, that'll be the way it is from Haugh all weekend long. We will get to speak with every single draft pick after the selections are made.
Well, we'll let you go, Grody, but which was your pick in that poll?
Well, I happen to be the lone soldier on Nolan Smith, edge rusher out of Georgia. So that is the guy that I kind of fell in love with, and I think that is who the Bears will pick.
All right, Grody, we'll check in later, and you can check in with us if any news develops out there. Thank you, sir.
Will do, gentlemen. Bye-bye.
Thank you. That is Mark Grody from Hallis Hall.
Coach, I don't think Nolan Smith actually fits the scheme. That's not the prototypical edge rusher in the Tampa 2, is it?
215 bothers me. That's what he weighed. Everybody's comparing him to, is it Kendricks, the guy at Philadelphia? Is that his name?
Oh, Hassan Reddick.
Hassan Reddick.
Reddick.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Reddick.
No, he's not 215 pounds.
Reddick was 245.
Yeah, Nolan Smith is, I think, 238. Yeah.
He looks light on tape.
I was told that he was not 220. Okay.
Really?
Yes. Now, with that being said, the guy's played 1 year. I like him. I mean, I'd like to have him on my team, but boy, I don't know. It's I don't see him at the 9th pick at all. I'd be scared to death there.
I just don't see him as a 3-down defensive end for this type of defense.
No,
I think people the knock is that they think he's more of like a 3-4 outside linebacker as opposed to a hand in the ground.
That would make sense.
4-3 end.
That would make sense.
Simeon Rice, Julius Peppers, like a big, rangy, long defensive end is what fits here.
Exactly. The guy can use his hands. He got to play the run and the pass,
against
the tackle.
There's some stuff out there about Tyree Wilson that people are worried about his health all of a sudden.
Well, he had the foot injury. That's why he's not working out. So that's the problem. But the guy's going to be healthy. I mean, he played end. He played tackle. They stood him up. He played in a 1-point stand, 3-point stance. He played in a 4-point. The guy's played everywhere. He's a great kid. I mean, all the intangibles are A+. I would not hesitate. If he's there, I'm all over him.
I am too. He's a guy, when I put on the film, I didn't know anything about him, didn't watch any of them during the season. And you put on the film, you're like, whoa, all right, that looks like an NFL player. And then you talk about scheme fit for the length and everything that he has and the way he plays. I think he would fit very well here, but will he fall to 9 or would the Bears go up and get him? I don't know, but I think he'd be a perfect fit for that defense.
And, if he, in some of these big defensive ends that we're looking at, we're saying, well, okay, Van Ness, he's an end, and this guy's an end. Well, I might have talked about the story once that I remember when they drafted Cam Hayward out of Ohio State, okay, for the Steelers.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Mike Tomlin. I was coaching the Pitt at the time, and he said, he's a defensive end, Ohio State. He said, we're going to see, we want to play him at defensive end. About a month later, he was a defensive tackle. Mike said he's good. He's an all-pro and one of the best in the league. And the Leon Lett, who we had at Dallas, was the same way. He was a defensive end, but he for some reason, he just couldn't get going. He's 6'6", 6'7". We moved him inside a 3 technique, and no one blocked him.
We've spent so much time thinking about what they're going to do at 9, and we've been assuming certain guys are going to be gone. Somebody's going to be there who we've been assuming is going to be gone. Right? Like that. Some people are projecting that to be Jalen Carter. I saw stuff today, people saying that maybe it's Will Anderson.
I agree with you, and I think if the 4 quarterbacks go before, then that gives you a better chance of that happening.
Well, it's weird because I know I'm talking about the gambling markets, and I don't want to. We won't spoil the picks once they're officially in, but I do think reporting on the markets is fair game because obviously they could be wrong. You can still bet on other guys, but if they're right. And it goes Bryce Young 1, C.J. Stroud 2, and Arizona, people are talking about them trading, and Indy needs a quarterback.
Could have 4 quarterbacks in a row at the top.
It could go QB 1 through 4. That is possible, or at least 3 of the top 4 picks, and that would obviously change a ton. And one of those edge rushers would be falling.
Let's think about that scenario. So if the 4 quarterbacks are gone, then at 5 you've got Seattle, who gets the edge rusher of their choice if they don't want to go Jalen Carter.
But everyone assumes, and again, the markets say they're taking Jalen Carter. But obviously, in that scenario, I would think they would take an edge. I would think they would take Will Anderson.
So either way, and then Detroit would probably go Jalen Carter unless they're not sold on him for the off the field stuff.
I feel like the most commonly mocked thing that I've seen, other than Bryce Young at 1, has been Devin Witherspoon at 6.
Oh, I've seen Devin Witherspoon at 7 an awful lot too.
That's what I was just going to say. The one position, and we know quarterback and we know offense, defensive line. But the one position that there could be a quick little run, if Witherspoon goes early, Gonzalez could go right behind him, the corner from Oregon, or vice versa. People kind of have them interchanged.
Because there's a big gap after those two of the next corners.
Absolutely, there are. Absolutely. They're talking Joey Porter Jr., but I don't see it. I think these are the 2 top corners. If you want to cover a guy and you want a starter tomorrow, you got to get one of these 2 guys.
Okay.
And then Bijan Robinson. What if somebody actually is truly in love with him? I know that's a position that nobody said you draft high, but that's another spot that could bump down an edge rusher.
Well, think about it. If we got the 4 quarterbacks going, and then we get to 5 and 6, and we're granting edge rusher and Jalen Carter, and then we got a corner, and then it's Bijan Robinson to Atlanta, which I've seen mocked, which is a possibility. And then the Bears are looking at the very best offensive lineman, or maybe the second edge rusher. Could be a very interesting spot.
So Pat Manley, Dave Wanstead, Matt Spiegel are here. We're going to talk about trading down as a pot. We know that Ryan Poles wants to do it. We've got comps on other things that have been available. What are you laughing at?
I'm here. We are here.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it.
Well, we're not normally here at
We're not.
6:40 at night.
It's strange. We're not going anywhere.
No.
I know where I'm going. I'm thirsty. Shame.
We're bringing in the beers.
This is the second break in a row the coach is calling for booze.
I had a piece of pizza. You know, there's salt.
It has to go with it.
It goes with beer. It's the Parkins Spiegel Draft Special brought to you by Revolution Solar right here on The Score.
Hey, Bears fans, Mully here. Listen, first thing tomorrow morning, starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL Draft and the Bears' first-round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out for the Bears. It all starts tomorrow morning on the Mully and Haugh Show, 5:30.
Hey, guys. My guy is Devin Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois.
Asked and answered. Remember, you put the clarion call out there.
You got that first sentence. It's pretty great.
Devin Witherspoon, 5'11 and a half, 181. Strengths.
Very dashingly handsome.
Really?
I was speechless when I met him. Like, wow, are you good looking?
Competes with the intensity of a junkyard dog.
Let's go.
Former head coach Lovie Smith said probably the toughest guy on the team pound for pound. No one competes harder than him. Patient and press man, stays on top of routes, outstanding read, drive, and finish skills, above average route anticipation and coverage awareness, knows where his help is, skillfully returns his eyes to the quarterback, highly aggressive when the ball is near him, natural feel for locating and making plays on the ball, decent length to contest throws, takes sound and high-speed angles and run support and coverage to limit big plays. Hungry, physical tackler, consistently gets his man on the ground, accelerates through his target, scrappy demeanor, not afraid to coach up his teammates. Does have experience as a punt gunner, lined up inside and outside. Weaknesses.
Your work ethic stinks. Your professionalism stinks. I question it.
Lean muscled and lacks ideal bulk. Played his senior season in the 177 to 180 pound range. NFL teams want to see him consistently carry 185. Aggressive play style at the top of routes at the catch point often results in contact or flags. Average recovery speed when he loses a step. Occasionally loses his footing when transitioning. His cover 2 and zone spacing is still developing. Missed 3 games because of injury between sophomore and junior seasons. In summary, Witherspoon needs to walk the fine line of being aggressive without drawing flags. But his fiery play personality is a positive. Along with his cover athleticism, ball skills, and finishing toughness, he projects as an immediate NFL starter with scheme versatility. First round, number 9 overall grade on Illinois corner Devin Witherspoon.
That's a really good question. Yeah, I think it's worth it.
If they can't draft a running back.
We're back with more of the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're hanging out on the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special. Tune into Twitch, the Score's YouTube page. It's all there for you. Kevin Lapka, Connor O'Donnell doing a great job. The graphics look amazing. Parkins, Spiegel, Wani, Manley, Shane, Tanny, we're all here with you through and after the Bears selection. And Spiegs, you want to do some comps on trade downs if, in fact, that's what Ryan Poles does.
Yeah, because if they're sitting there at 9 and all the offensive linemen are on the board and they want one a little bit later, a lot of people are thinking about the trade downs. I don't know what you guys have been thinking about as compensation. I've certainly been dreaming about something in that second round because they don't have a single pick between 9 and 53. Or is it
54?
54.
Right?
No, it is 53.
Yeah, 53. 53,
9 and 53.
61, and 64.
Right. So to get something a little higher, could they trade down? Here's what historically has gone on. Last year, the Texans went from 13 to 15, and all they got was a 4 and 2 5s. Washington traded down from 11 to 16 last year. They got a 3 and a 4. 2 years ago, Dallas traded down from 10 to 12. All they got was a 3rd.
Yeah, see, that's okay. I like that. That's good. That's a starter.
The Giants traded down in 2021 from 11 to 20. Okay, that's with the Bears
for Justin Fields,
and the Bears gave him a 5 and a 1st and a 4th for next season. I mean, that is so much more. The target matters, and maybe Ryan Pace gave up more than necessary because he was eager. I know it's crazy, but it is on the board. 2020, there's not really a comp. And then this was the last one I wanted to mention. The Steelers in 2019 jumped up from 20 to 10 because there's been some talk that maybe the Steelers would jump if Jalen Carter's there and the Bears don't want to do it, from 17 to 9. They jumped from 20 to 10. They gave up the number 52 pick and a 3rd rounder for the next season. That was for a defensive player, the linebacker Devin Bush. So they've been aggressive. So my question to you guys is, how low would you go in round 1? How low is comfortable for you? And what do you want out of it when you think about the historical comps?
Well, here's what I'm thinking, that if a quarterback falls, so the one you were talking about, the Bears, they jumped to get a quarterback, and you got the most because of that. If a quarterback does fall to the Bears at 9, who below them needs a quarterback?
Could be Tennessee, could be Washington.
Yep.
Tampa at 19.
Mm-hmm. So that to me would be the scenario you'd want if you're going to trade back, right? If that's what you're going into doing.
Because I think
that
target
one of the quarterbacks does fall.
Target will
then
increase
they can
the
move up,
compensation.
And that maybe you can get that 2nd rounder. So
yeah, I mean, I think that if they're going to do it, they're going to shoot to have an extra pick this year, right? I'd be floored if they were able to get a future first and have 3 firsts next year, though it's certainly possible and would be crazy exciting for next year's draft. Would take a little bit out of the steam out of tonight's broadcast. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, if they did that, I mean, those are all good comps. But the reason why, like when they make a trade from like 10 to 12 or 9 to 13 or those other ones, like it's not always just that the player that you're going up for is what makes the comp more right. It's that the 9th pick is just worth less, right? Like when Jimmy Johnson had that trade value chart, the first pick is worth way more than the 2nd pick, but the 10th pick and the 11th pick are pretty close in value.
But isn't that position, the quarterback position, kind of change that a little bit?
It does have more value. True. Absolutely.
But the team trading it away, right? Like the Giants, I mean, I guess they assume that the Bears are trading up for a quarterback, but like you would trade to the same spot, right? You're trading value of draft pick, not necessarily value of player.
Let me throw one possible scenario out there. Let's say they decide to move back from 9 to 13 or 14 or something like that, and they want to get a pick that early in the 2nd round. Maybe they would throw in one of their late seconds. They would swap seconds.
Sure.
Like swap 64 for somebody's 2nd rounder to also just move back 3 or 4 spots. So all of a sudden you have 2 spots in the top 40 in this draft.
To adjust the points. That's a definite. I think it comes down to this, guys. One, let's assume that Tyree Wilson's gone and we're sitting there and that they like Lucas Van Ness, they like Miles Murphy, they like Brian Breesy, okay? These are 3 defensive linemen that we'd really like to have. How far they've got to make a decision. You know what? We could go from 9 to 12 to 13,
and one of them at least will be there.
And we're going to get one of them, and we're going to pick up a 2nd or 3rd round pick. I would do that tomorrow.
Well, you're going to need to do it tonight.
All right, I would.
Tomorrow wouldn't be as useful.
If I had 3
smart ass, I'm sorry.
No, you are a smart ass.
I'm sorry.
I realized what I said when I said it.
It's months of draft prep, Coach.
Yeah, it's actually here.
It's like it never comes around, though. Finally, it's here. That's what it is. It's finally here.
It is draft day. Finally. Yes.
Yeah, it's like the story, if you like him, take him, you know? There was an old scout. I told this story. I don't know when. I told so many stories. His name was Walt Jaworski. Okay, Walt Jaworski, and Pat's heard this. He's the only guy in the NFL that I know of. He was a scout for us. That he was a defensive coordinator on offense in the NFL and an offense and defensive coordinator. 2 different teams in the NFL, offense and defense. Now he's a scout. And we were in there arguing, but is he fast enough? Is he tough enough? Is he this? But I kind of like him. Well, and he finally stood up and he says, Coach, if you like the damn guy, just draft him. We're tired. You know, you get to the point where you're going to shoot holes in everybody, and you're not going to end up liking anyone. You're going to pull Tony Wise and not want to draft anybody.
Tony didn't want to draft anybody?
Coach, nobody. Didn't like anybody. Did not like a soul.
He didn't like me.
He didn't like.
I took up an O-line spot in his O-line room my rookie year. He didn't like that.
Oh man! But he didn't kick you out. That was Mike Tice.
No, that was Mike Tice.
Yeah.
It worked out well.
That's all right.
You, though,
I like
Pat.
Coach Wise.
Yeah, I know.
It worked out okay. Yeah,
it
worked out okay. But it was just funny. He's talking. You could tell he didn't like me in there. He's just like, well, that's another backup that actually could play, and you're just going to be a snapper.
Well, that's before the position changed.
Yeah, Pat was smarter than all of us. He had a plan. He had a plan how he was going to get
lucky,
out of those
lucky with my timing.
Yeah, get out of those
got
offensive
lucky with my
line
timing.
Right, you said you'd had a year, maybe 2, as an offensive lineman.
Maybe on the practice squad. On the practice squad.
Squad. In 16 years.
There's going to be long snapping going on in the hallways here.
Yes, there is.
I'm very excited to watch some of that. We're going to take a break because Wani's grandson is coming. He's going to learn long snapping from Pat Manley during breaks.
That's good. We don't have anything going on. So it's the
Pat's in demand. He's on a flight tomorrow. I gotta do what I gotta do.
It's the Parkins and Spiegel draft special. Coach, can you tell people to tune into Twitch?
They're on Twitch. How do you say tune into Twitch?
You just did.
Oh,
yeah.
There's
Search
no
670
numbers.
Score
There's
on
nothing.
Twitch. No, you just did. That's all I wanted you to
Are
say.
you kidding me? Tune into Twitch.
That's all I'm looking for. When we come back,
Spinch is here.
The draft will officially begin, and the Panthers, formerly the Bears pick, will be on the clock. It's the Parkins and Spiegel draft special brought to you by Revolution Solar on the Score.
Hey Bears fans, David Haugh here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL draft and the Bears' first-round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out for the Bears. It all starts tomorrow morning on the Mully and Haugh Show, 5:30 to 10, right here on Chicago's Draft Headquarters. Sports Radio.
My guy, in honor of calling from SEC country, where I'm sure NASCAR Dan and Redneck Ray have had a real tough week this week, losing their favorite gawking teller of truth, Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver, Tennessee.
This is one of my guys too, Adam. Jalen Hyatt, 6 feet tall, 176 pounds, wide receiver, University of Tennessee. Strengths.
I love my guys. I love my little dudes. They my little guys. I love them.
Elite straight line speed to consistently run by defenders and win vertically. Has access to pull away gear both before and after the catch. His 2022 film is well stocked with explosive plays, mostly on vertical slot routes. Closes cushion in a blink and understands leverage. Displays premium trust in his hands to attack the ball if it gets to his body. Tracks the ball naturally and runs underneath. Has developed into a functional blocker and continues to improve in this area. Football training has been a priority for him since childhood, and he can take hard coaching. Overcame adversity from first 2 seasons and made substantial improvements with his confidence. Had a wow final season and set the school records for touchdown catches in a game. I was watching that game, 5 versus Alabama.
He's supposed to be a super nice kid, too.
I really like him as a player. Weaknesses.
This guy sucks.
Underdeveloped route runner who was asked to play a specific role in college with heavy doses of quick throws and linear patterns. That sound familiar? Sound like a former Bears wide receiver in the first round? Has some tightness in his hips and must improve his ability to sink at the top of routes. Little jam experience and faces a learning curve versus NFL press coverage. Slender build and doesn't have the frame to get much bigger. Speedy but not shifty as a ball carrier. Should be able to translate his speed to special teams, but has marginal experience on coverages. Was basically a slot only in the Tennessee offense. Missed some playing time after a concussion. Only one season of substantial production. Summary. Overall, Hyatt isn't a well-rounded receiver and won't become one overnight, but he is exceptional in two key areas: easy speed and confident ball skills. And his potential for an explosive play at any moment changes the way defenses prepare. In the right role, he can be a productive home run hitter for an NFL offense. Grade, first or second round, number 31 overall.
Wow, okay.
I really like Jalen Hyatt.
And now it's time for the Scores, Parkins, and Spiegel Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
99999. We're thrilled to be here. The Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special, brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel, Dave Wunstead, Pat Manley with you. We got Tanny and Shane as well, Kevin Lapka, Connor O'Donnell. Check out our Twitch and YouTube streams. The graphics look absolutely amazing. You will hear every pick, 1 through 9, 1 through whenever the Bears pick. You will hear it live right here on The Score. And then as soon as the Bears make a pick, we will be, of course, reacting to the Bears pick and then updating you on the draft as it happens. But this is your Chicago Bears draft headquarters now. For the next couple of hours, we're expecting the Bears to be making the 9th overall pick in, roughly 90 minutes or so.
It's been a fascinating offseason, guys, because at the beginning, we all thought the Bears might just stay right here at number 1. And instead, they are all the way down at 9. Pat Manley, Dave Wunstead, you like Bryce Young, who's going to be the number 1 pick. If he were a couple inches taller, would the Bears have considered trading Justin Fields and drafting Bryce Young?
That's a good question. I mean, we had talk about that anyway before, even how short he is. But the only people that really know the answer to that are the people at Haugh. They know what they have in him. I think they're the only ones that can truly answer that question. They know his study habits. They know how much he's progressing, in the room, understanding football, understanding that offense. But me personally, that's a good question. I would honestly, I would think about it. I really would. I would think about it just because he seems like he has the potential to be that you talk about the point guard as a quarterback, but be that special quarterback. And yes, it's a big question mark about his size, but that's one you really have to have an honest discussion at Haugh Hall. And then I've heard Daniel Jeremiah or other people talk about it, that it would reset the quarterback clock of the payment and all that kind of stuff. And that's valuable in today's NFL. So it's something you really have to talk about.
Yeah, I don't think that Justin has had a fair chance. I mean, from the standpoint of, Tyreek Hill from the Dolphins made more last year. Not that money means anything. The entire receiver room for the Dolphins was like $3 million or something. You know what I mean?
For the Bears.
For the Bears, I mean. You know, so my point is, receiver-wise, we were young in the offensive line. I don't think you could really get an honest evaluation of Justin, except you could see his ability level. You could see him run and throw and his toughness. I mean, he had a lot of things that we could check the boxes on. Now I think they get a little better supporting cast. He gets another year in this system. Then we'll know for sure.
Right. I think that it's an impossible question to answer because he isn't 2 inches taller, right? Like that's just an undeniable flaw into what Coach is saying is true. Fields showed enough to deserve this shot, and I'm thrilled that they're giving it to him. But if they had the number 1 pick next year and it was Caleb Williams, I think they would have moved on. And I will say this, if these scout comps on Bryce Young, that he's Drew Brees with mobility, I mean, if they're
it'd be a no-brainer. You take him.
Well,
if you could sign up for that right now, you take him.
I would have traded Justin Fields for Drew Brees. Drew Brees, a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's the Dan Marino of his generation. He's a 5,000-yard passer. Like that'd be no question. It's just he might also be Kyler Murray.
Well, the stylistic comp of Drew Brees with mobility is interesting because it seems that Bryce Young is a really almost finished product as a pocket passer. Like he's able to make those anticipatory passes where he throws guys open. He sees it before it actually happens. And we know that's part of Fields' challenge. And so that part of it is intriguing to me, as well as the fact that Justin was not their guy, even though they have fallen for him. But they've made their choice, and I'm glad that they've made their choice.
Bryce Young looks like he processes the game faster than Justin Fields does.
Yes.
And that's him doing it in college. I know the game speed's a little different, but he just looks like he sees it different. He's to me, is what you want Justin Fields to get to. And that's the hard thing for these quarterbacks in the NFL that I think is for them to get there where the game slows down to them. Their pre-snap processing of the defense. Some guys do it, some guys can't. And Justin Fields just isn't there yet for me. And hopefully this year we can see him make that jump.
It's kind of wild that they made this trade so long ago and earlier than anyone before. And like in 2017, when the Bears made the pick of Trubisky over Mahomes and Watson and traded up to do it, we knew that those 3 guys were going to be linked forever and that we would be evaluating that selection because they had the first choice. This time, it'll be more complicated because Fields and Bryce Young aren't in the same class, right? We'll be evaluating year 3 Justin Fields against year 1 Bryce Young and be grading on a DJ Moore curve and waiting for next year's first round pick. Like it's going to be a lot tougher to just in a vacuum say Bryce Young v. Justin Fields, even though that is, in effect, the decision that Ryan Poles made.
It's absolutely correct, because also in there is the contractual realities of building a roster with a Justin Fields who you would have to extend or moving forward with Bryce Young on the rookie contract. This draft tonight is not just in a bubble as they are building, and we've talked about this a little bit. This draft tonight has to be made with next year's draft and in mind as well, because it's a multiple year fix and they're going to empower Justin Fields, but also be ready if they need to make a move for a quarterback next year.
I think you got to keep in mind too, guys, what do we want to do on offense with the quarterback? You're not going to, in the Aaron Rodgers offense, I mean, that is not Justin Fields' cup of tea, and that's not Jalen Hurts' cup of tea. But Jalen Hurts, showed us that he can get to the Super Bowl running the run pass option, and that's a plan. I mean, that's a dangerous offense. It is a nightmare to defend. And so I think that when you try to compare Justin Fields to Bryce Young couldn't do that. He couldn't. He'd get hit one time probably and be hurt. I mean, we've seen with the punishment that Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts takes. So I think when you start comparing those two quarterbacks, I think what fits the offense that we want to do, and obviously if we're going with Justin, we're committed to the run pass option. Not as much run as we did last year, but a lot of it.
Mm-hmm. The other thing is, Bears fans got to root against Bryce Young because you got Carolina's first-round pick next year.
Yes, you do.
Very true. Well, you think about it, like the teams that kind of control this draft, other than obviously the team who picks at the top, people talk about the Lions. They've got the 6th and the 18th pick. The Eagles, the 10th and the 30th pick. The Seahawks, the 5th and the 20th pick.
Right.
When you got 2 first-round picks, those are the teams that can do anything, where their fan base is like, oh, could we? I mean, a lot of people are talking about the Texans right now. Are they going to go C.J. Stroud at 2 and Jackson Smith and Jigba at 12 and draft the quarterback receiver duo from the college and just bring them into the NFL in the exact same draft? Do the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase thing, which was obviously a year apart,
right, similar,
but do it in the same draft. Like, so next year, obviously we're hoping the Bears are as good as possible this year and the Panthers are as bad as possible. But the Bears are going to have 2 first-round picks next year and be one of those 2, 3, 4 teams that really can do basically anything they want in the draft because of their draft capital.
So the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. The Bears have DJ Moore, and we're expecting and hoping a bunch of quarterbacks to go before the Bears at 9. What are the gambling markets saying about the Bears' 9th pick right now these days, Danny?
So I just looked, and honestly, it's off the board.
The Bears pick is off the board.
The 9th. Right now, I can only bet live as just like the site that I pulled up, the 4th pick and the 7th pick.
That's interesting.
So I don't know what's necessarily happening there, but I can tell you that about an hour ago, the favorites in order for the 9th pick in the draft, Paris Johnson Jr. was the most likely player to be the 9th pick in the draft at about 2.5 to 1. Darnell Wright was 4.5 to 1. Tyree Wilson at 5 to 1. Jalen Carter 6 to 1, and Peter Skoronski at 6 to 1. So those were the 5 players that were most likely, according to the gamblers, to go to the Bears. And I did bet a little bit of money on Broderick Jones at 16 to 1. All right. I mean, the guy's a mauler, and we know they tried to sign Mike McGlinchey, and if they like Braxton Jones at left tackle, I could see them saying Broderick Jones is our plug-and-play right tackle.
That's your guy?
I like Broderick Jones. Yeah.
Played 15 games, Coach.
I mean, Paris Johnson played 1 year at left tackle.
It's 8 more than Kyle Long.
That's true. I mean, Paris Johnson was a right guard 2 years ago. So I mean, it's the tackle prospects, Dave, are not right. There's not a polished guy. There's not a top 5 tackle in this draft.
Yeah, there is. The guy at Northwestern's polished. He's as polished as he's come out in the last 5 years.
Oh, stop.
He is.
It's only the arms that is the issue.
But here's the thing with these tackles, I don't think they're as talented as some other years in tackles. But because it is a premium position, I think they're moved up the board, like a quarterback and things like that. When I watch the tape of them, yeah, they're good, but they're not like, okay, that's Orlando Pace. That's just a surefire left tackle. As soon as he walks in, he's your starter.
Hey, Coach, can you explain to our guy Parko here that polish has nothing to do with arm length? When you say polish, Skoronski's
I'm talking about missing blocks, head on the right angle, proper sets. They show that guy. They were showing highlights before somebody running up into him, but guess what? He can't get rid of him. This guy's got unbelievable quick feet.
He's got great technique, no doubt about it. I'm just saying
you can't polish
23 snaps in a row.
2 of them.
23 snaps in a row. That's what I like watching.
What do you mean 23 snaps in a row?
2,300 plays.
2,300.
Yeah.
23 doesn't seem that much.
He watches each one of them 100 times.
Yeah.
Coach, will you explain the difference between 23 and 2,300 to Tanny?
Well, Tanny,
Two zeros.
I've got a lot. This is very difficult on me with 2 TVs. These guys here.
Oh my God.
Well, you say those guys. That's all.
Texas.
We get it.
Coach, the
Text
same
messaging.
thing is on both TVs.
We're looking at it cross-eyed.
I'm trying to promote Twitch.
It's not that.
The Bears and the Panthers made a trade.
You guys have put a lot on my plate.
I'm already here. You don't have to ask where I am.
I'm waiting for Matt Eberflus to text me.
Oh, boy.
Have you texted him today?
No, that'll quiet you guys up.
Name dropper. Have you texted Matt Eberflus today?
I ain't telling you.
What do you mean you're not telling me?
No, I'm not going to bother him today. Today's a.
You think he's busy?
He's busy today.
You think he's busy?
I'm going to text him about he draft a wide receiver. I'll text him.
That'd be great.
Send him an angry GIF.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right, I got a question here. The first round pick, they're on the board right now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why does it take 10 minutes?
It's ridiculous.
Like, Coach, maybe you can answer that. Like, they're not waiting for anything. They've already traded up.
I don't know if anybody asked you this, Pat, but we'll get on the phone and we'll say, Pat, let's pretend like you were the first round pick, okay? Pat.
This is fantasy.
What did you do today? You haven't been no car wrecks lately, have you?
Right. Okay.
Okay. Are you healthy? You haven't been on any ski trips, have you, Pat? No, Coach. I'm healthy. Where are you at right now? Are you okay? You know, whatever. You know.
Yeah. So that's going on right now.
Yeah, they're talking it through. You know.
Yeah. I'm like, why can't they just run up? Because you hate waiting. I just hate waiting. I want to know.
It's also a major television event.
Yes.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, you got to play
mean?
it for that. Yeah.
Well, you build it. They don't hate that the Carolina Panthers are being talked about for 10 minutes on national TV in front of 10 million people. You know, so there is part of that to it. And then, of course, there's the actual war room side that Dave knows all about. But from the media standpoint, you want these guys to be like, what an aggressive trade. Scott Fitterer,
and you know
so
what?
bold.
There's a lot of them now. Hey, throw up that tape again. You know, put up that game against who Texas A&M or Georgia again. Let's watch that one more time. They know what they're going to do, but they just want to see them one more time.
I didn't even know this thing was on TV tonight. I mean, why would you be there? Be with us and hang out on the Twitch, because then you don't have to waste your time hearing about the damn Carolina Panthers. We've learned enough about them over these past few months. We can look at our needs and this team. What's going on?
Yep.
Right. 3 tackles were picked in the top 9 of last year's draft. There's a real shot that Ryan Poles will have his shot at any tackle in this year's draft. So that's all I mean when I talk about Peter Skoronski. Yes, he's not a perfect prospect because of the arm length. Broderick Jones is not a perfect prospect because doesn't have a ton of starts, is younger, might be a right tackle. Darnell Wright as a run blocker, right? There's some questions about all of the tackles in this draft as opposed to some previous years. That's all I mean. It's not that they're not going to be good players, and there'll still be probably 4 of them taken in the first round, maybe 5. But it's that to me that is one of the most fascinating things. Does Ryan Poles believe that he can take 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round picks and form a starting offensive line?
Yes.
Or does he want to invest premium assets in that position? We're gonna get that answer today at the 9th overall pick.
You know what's interesting about this Bryce Young thing? You know, and I wasn't sure about this earlier because there were some serious rumors about Carolina possibly taking C.J. Stroud. I mean, there was the Will Levis room, and obviously, they're going to probably take this kid, but Frank Reich comes out of that Bill Polian, Buffalo Bills, Indianapolis Colts mentality, and Bill comes from the school size,
right?
All that certain dimension, size, weight, speed. They have to fit in. You got to check the boxes in those categories,
and that's what they've done in Indy with Frank Reich too.
And height is the one thing that I know Bill Polian likes, the big, tall quarterbacks. So this is kind of going against the grain a little bit there.
Well, do you think that we've heard rumors of them disagreeing about the quarterback, and maybe that's what it was about?
It probably was.
Yeah,
it probably was. Just the size.
You answered very quickly to Danny's question about do they believe they can coach up second, third, fourth, fifth round picks on the offensive line. We know that that's what Jimmy Johnson believed, that he would never draft one in the first because the coaching matters more at that position than anywhere else. And it seems like you think that these guys agree with that, is that part of why you're leaning defense here in round one? Do you think they might lean defense?
No, I just think that offensive linemen, as a group are generally very intelligent. When they're coming out of college, they're willing to learn and go. You can develop them a lot more than a defensive lineman, to be quite honest with you. They're
harder workers, more intelligence.
Yeah, there you go, Pat.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
More handsome, Pat?
We're describing Pat. No, seriously, though, that's what I think that all goes into why you can develop these offensive linemen if you have a great offensive line coach. I think the Bears got an outstanding offensive line coach.
I think that's a great point because I've never been in a D-line room, but being in an O-line room, it's one of the tightest knit units on the entire team. So when you're working together, you're working hard, you're pushing each other. You're not trying to go against somebody for a sack on a play. You're not racing you to the quarterback to get a sack. You guys have all got to work together. So to see O-lines come together, and if you get a guy like Olin running the room and you get everybody on the same page, you can take a lesser player and make him a little bit better just because he's going to work a little bit harder, and it's that one little unit. And that room is a pretty dynamic, special room inside of a football building. Offensive
linemen open to learning new techniques, open to coaching because they know they have to be.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a culture in that O-line room across the NFL. It's just they all work together for the similar goal. They're just always there's no selfishness in there. It's not allowed.
To answer my own question, I do think that they will invest premium assets in the offensive line at some point, whether it's at 9 today or eventually. If they were trying
they have to.
And if they were trying to sign Mike McGlinchey for big money, then why wouldn't you use the 9th overall pick on a tackle, right? You just got outbid on McGlinchey.
Well, no, that's why you're trying to sign him so you can keep your draft picks for defense.
See, that's the thing. The draft picks are more valuable, aren't they? What's more valuable, the 9 pick?
I think defensive guys in the draft, they can come in and they can play a lot quicker. It's too late now, but I said that a month ago on our show. I'd rather sign veteran offensive linemen that have played the game and have been developed. That's my wish, and draft the young defensive guys that can come in, athleticism and speed, and they can line up and play for you.
Right. My only point is whether or not, if they said we'll give Mike McGlinchey $48 million, and then the 9th overall pick is going to get nowhere near that.
Pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
So there it is officially, like you just found out, and the gambling markets have said for a while now. Bryce Young from Alabama is the number 1 overall pick of the Carolina Panthers, an opportunity that Ryan Poles passed up when he made that historic trade for DJ Moore, the 9th pick, a second rounder this year, and a first-round pick next year from Carolina. It's a trade that will be analyzed for a long time. Carolina gets its guy. And now Houston is on the clock, and I still find it fascinating that Houston won that last game of the season, by all accounts loved Bryce Young, and screwed themselves out of an opportunity to take their guy.
Absolutely. And now here Houston is maybe the key to how the rest of the top 9 is going to go, or the top 8 in front of the Bears at 9. Because if they do take a defensive player here, then all of a sudden the quarterbacks are shuffling down. Danny, you were saying the latest thing via the gambling market is that most people do believe this is C.J. Stroud now.
C.J. Stroud is 20-1 favorite to be the second pick. And so it's going to go quarterback. And again, we won't spoil official picks based on reports that might come across on Twitter.
But the gambling market is fair game without a doubt.
Yeah, and so I just in terms of, because again, you can bet on it if you want to, so I may as well put it out there for people. But it's looking like it's going to go quarterback. But just one more thing on Carolina. I don't think they're going to be as bad as so many people in Chicago seem to think they're going to be.
They fought for a playoff spot towards the end of last year with P.J. Walker.
Right, and they upgraded at coach, and their defense is awesome. And they've got a pretty good offensive line. They signed Adam Thielen. It's not a great skill position group. I'm not going to pretend that it is. But I feel like you get better at coach. You get better at quarterback.
Well, do you? Because here's what I'm hoping. When you made that point earlier about Bears fans, pulling against the Carolina Panthers for a higher draft pick, start the kid from day one. Let him have a normal rookie year, play terrible, and then learn from there, and then we get our good draft pick. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
So you,
Yeah, I mean, because it's funny. It's Andy Dalton would be the mentor.
Oh my God! Again, that
so,
guy.
So we lived through that.
He can't avoid that role. That's just the role he's going to have in his NFL life.
I think he's fine with that right now.
Well, right.
I think he's gotten to a point, and you just say that's a heck of a check as a backup. And
you kidding?
It's one of the greatest jobs in the world.
Well, and a temporary starter.
Yes.
There's a chance he starts the first 5 or 6 games and proves that he can do it and is a good teammate. But no, I mean,
this is my year.
This is my. He had.
Set him up there, rats.
He had a ton of time in Cincinnati to do it. But yeah, it's now Andy Dalton and Bryce Young is the quarterback room for the Carolina Panthers. So
they just showed a picture of their draft room. They must have sold tickets to get in there. there was 200 people in there. Are you kidding
There's
me?
no drama, Coach. They know what they're going to do.
Wow.
Too many damn people in there.
Wow.
Getting in your way. What's the the biggest number you ever had in the Dallas draft room?
Oh, it did.
You're throwing a party.
It did grow. Well, the second day when we would lose our focus, and then it was the Heinekens and nachos and the dog running on the draft table. Jimmy bring his little dog in. I mean, it was total distraction. Totally.
Wait a minute, you lost your focus because it was the second day of the draft,
and then we.
It's still important.
Right.
Yeah, it's still the point.
And that's the famous story how we get Leon Lett. Jimmy wanted to draft an offensive lineman, and they had just brought the third lunch out, and Tony made him a Dagwood sandwich. It was everything on the menu, and he had just taken a bite, and Jimmy yelled, "Tony, who do you want to take here? Who do you like?" And he stuck his head around the corner. He had a little mayonnaise on it, and he said, and Jimmy said, "Oh, go finish your sandwich. Let's take Leon Lett."
Instead of whatever offensive lineman Tony couldn't
He
spit
couldn't
out.
get it out. He had that thing was 4 or 5 inches thick. He had just taken a bite.
Oh my God,
That is outstanding.
that is completely ridiculous.
With a little dog running across the room.
Well, I mean, you got to understand, that was different. Those days were different.
So we have very limited commercial interruption. Just 2 breaks an hour. They're short. We'll break into commercials for picks if we're able to do it. But we know the gambling markets are saying C.J. Stroud's going to be the pick. So we're going to step aside, come back, react to the official news for the Texans, and then have a bunch of time for when the action gets very. Wait, we're
Stick
waiting.
around for a second. The pick is in early.
Oh,
Texans
okay.
are in early, so stick around for a
All
second.
right, let me tell
Right
a quick
after the
story
Texans
then.
pick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm on Coach's story time. This is about Coach. I'm a rookie. We're in Platteville, and downstairs of our dorm was the training room, and he was talking about having sodas, and I'm in there, maybe sprained an ankle or something, getting ice on it at night. The next thing you know, you see some of the trainers come walking through with suitcases of beer. And I'm like, where are they going with this? Because I didn't know where your guys' meeting rooms were. And I was like, wait. And I just kind of got up, walked around. I'm like, oh, that looks fun. So they're breaking down tape at night with a couple sodas.
Just follow the cigar smoke.
Yes.
You would have found us.
I mean, bunch of degenerates.
Well, I want to talk about C.J. Stroud a little bit. I mean, this guy, all of a sudden in the last week since this new test came out, but, I mean, if all of a sudden guys start putting more emphasis on this test than what you're seeing on the film, boy, you have taken this thing completely sideways. I think it's something that you have to talk about and you have to address. But then whatever this test says, okay, he scored low in this certain area, I think you got to go back and watch the tape and see if there's a correlation between what the test result is saying and what's happening on the field.
The correlation with Fields that I keep hearing about and can't stop thinking about is that he didn't have to throw guys open in that offense because of the way Ryan Day diagrams it and the way they do it, and because their wide receivers are so damn good.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
Good for him.
So there it is, C.J. Stroud of the Texans. Do you buy that Ohio State corollary about the wide receivers are too good?
No, I do not. No, I don't, because you see him make the accurate throws. I mean, you see.
I watched the Georgia game.
He doesn't. Hey, let me tell you something about the Georgia game. Okay, if Kirby Smart doesn't call a timeout on that fake punt, let me tell you what's going to happen. Right then, there's 9 minutes to go in the game. Ohio State's up by 11 points. They're going to run Georgia out of the stadium and win the national championship.
C.J. Stroud looked like the best player on the field in that game.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and he used Danny, right? And he used his legs.
Which he didn't do during the regular season
He
of the
didn't
Big
have
Ten.
to. He didn't
I know.
The only other game he used his legs a little bit, guys, was against Northwestern in a downpour
Oh,
right here.
Right, he struggled in the Northwestern game, kind of struggled in the Iowa game.
Couldn't throw the ball. Remember, it was raining, but he had about 75 yards rushing because they couldn't throw the ball.
Right. No, he's got it in him. He just didn't use it regularly until that Georgia game.
I don't know this kid, but I am happy for him. I truly am. I mean, he's going to be a good player, boy.
When we come back, this is where the intrigue begins. Will Arizona make the pick, presumably on the defensive side of the ball, or will they find a trade down partner? The Parkins Spiegel draft coverage rolls on, brought to you by Revolution Solar on The Score.
Hey, Bears fans, Mully here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL Draft and the Bears' first-round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out for the Bears. It all starts tomorrow morning on the Mully and Haugh Show, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Chicago's draft headquarters, Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears.
My guy is C.J. Stroud, quarterback, the Ohio State University.
I've heard of him. C.J. Stroud. We know him to be C.J. Stroud on the Parkins Spiegel show whenever we're talking about Jason Bernstein's callers. Just kidding. 6'3". He's from Ohio State, 214 pounds. His strengths.
He's pleasant. He would be great to play golf with.
He probably would be. Smooth delivery, clean feet, and the ball comes out quick and tight. Uses a plant and drive motion to generate functional velocity on his passes. He layers the football with outstanding touch and control. Puts a premium on accuracy and places his throws away from defenders to avoid turnovers. 85-12 touchdown to interception ratio the last 2 seasons. Strong and quality decision maker and made incremental improvements getting deeper into his progressions. Identifies coverages to pre-snap to anticipate the voids and understand where to attack the defense. His comfort zone is inside the pocket, but he is also able to slide and make subtle movements to change throwing platforms. He was named a team captain in 2022. He is described as reserved and confident and one of the funniest players on the team by his teammates. I did not know that.
That's nice.
Averaged 9.8 yards per attempt in his career, ranked number 1 in FBS. In 30-plus yard completions, 31 in 2022, posted a 21-4 record as a starter, one of the most productive quarterbacks in college football over his 2-year starting tenure, averaging 324.9 passing yards and 3.4 passing touchdowns per game. His weaknesses.
Get out of here and have a donut.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
I would.
Yes, narrowly built and needs to continue adding weight to work off NFL contact. Doesn't have a power arm, guilty of looking and lingering on his preferred read. Accustomed to being protected very well in the pocket, probably because he has dude 6'8" in front of him. That was just me. Subpar backfield elusiveness will lead to punishment from NFL pass rushers. Inconsistent ability to reset and figure out plan B when the defense fools him. Capable of using his legs to scramble. Forced 3 missed tackles in the Peach Bowl against Georgia, but was an inconsistent improviser and didn't look comfortable escaping for the majority of his OSU career. Only 1 missed tackle in his first 27 games. In summary, Stroud must become more comfortable embracing his athleticism and his capability. But he is an outstanding rhythm passer with touch, pacing, and ball speed control to carve up the defense. His passing skills give him an encouraging floor as an NFL starter, and his development as a creator will ultimately determine his NFL season. His grade is obviously first round. He's number 4 overall projected.
All right. It's a little less flowery than I expected. There's some pretty serious, downside
Concerns,
there.
yes.
Featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
And the draft just got interesting. It's the Parkins Spiegel draft special with Dave Wunstead and Pat Manley, brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Bears. Pick 1, Bryce Young. Pick 2 to the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud. Pick 3 was the Arizona Cardinals. They've traded the pick to the Houston Texans.
They get to go back-to-back to the Houston Texans.
2 and 3.
We don't know what the terms are yet.
Nor are we announcing the pick yet until it happens at the podium.
For sure. No spoilers here on the Score and the Twitch stream. But the Texans had the number 12 pick in the draft that they got from Cleveland as part of Deshaun Watson. You'd assume that that's there. What else would it take, guys, to get up to number 3 from number 12 if it's a swap?
Well, certainly a future first.
Next year's one?
Next year's one for sure.
Which would
will
be
in the trade.
Which would be next year's one would be equal to a 2 from the standpoint of value.
Well, they still have an extra one though. Right from the Cleveland trade, they still have an extra one. So
for next year, they still have 2 next year too.
Yeah, exactly. So they could that could be what they're doing.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 3rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
Wow.
That's pretty amazing.
So here's the terms of the trade. So the Houston Texans, who just selected Will Anderson out of Alabama, SEC Defensive Player of the Year, they get the 3rd pick, Will Anderson, and the 105th pick this year. Arizona gets the 12th pick, the 33rd pick.
That's a great pick.
Next year's 1st, and next year's 3rd. So
that is a ton.
So that's a ton for Arizona, who was not looking to take a quarterback. And that's got to be one of the biggest trades for a defensive player in NFL draft history. Right? I'm trying to think. Because it's a pick. It's a 2nd, a 1st, and a 3rd. Yeah, that's one of, if not the biggest trades for a defensive player in NFL draft history.
I'm looking at the trade that the 49ers pulled off for the number 3 pick in the draft, Trey Lance to the Dolphins. And it's interesting. Number 12 overall is what the Niners gave up to move up to 3. So very similar there. And they added 2 future 1s. So instead of 2 future 1s, it's a 1 and a 3 and a 2nd round pick this year to get 105 back. So it's I look at that and I see even more than the 2 1s that you gave up for Trey Lance, because number 33 this year and then the 1 and the 3, or maybe it's similar value.
It's pretty similar. Coach, what do you think of Will Anderson?
Oh, he's the most dominant defensive player, and he's got all the numbers. But put the numbers aside. When you watch the tape, I mean, now this guy is a 6'4", 245-pound man. This is not. Everybody has a perception that he's an outside Alabama linebacker. No, he plays up in a 2-point stance some, but he's going to have his hand on the ground. I mean, he could play in a 3-4. He could play in a 4-3. The guy plays the run as well as he plays the pass. If you look at his numbers, the tackles for losses, the assistant tackle, and he's played as a true freshman. This guy has played 3 or 4 years. I think it was 3 straight years at Alabama, which we know is as high competition as they have. So, I mean, this was the one guy that everybody said that I talked to. They said there were no holes in this guy.
He's the cleanest prospect, right?
Yeah,
cleanest prospect in the draft.
Cleanest
him
prospect,
and Bijan
Pat.
Robinson, but obviously a much more premium position.
Yes, that's yeah.
For the only thing is, like,
next year's number 1, Danny.
Well, also, like, trading up for non-quarterbacks, you know, it's just risky. Like, it's one thing to take him at 3. It's a great pick at 3, right? But giving up 3 other picks and a future first, you raise the ceiling or the floor of like what he needs to be in order for. Like,
but they potentially just solved 2 of the biggest premium positions on a roster.
They got the best edge rushers,
biggest, right?
and they might think they have the best quarterback.
Pat made a great point. If you want to go to the Super Bowl, you got to have a blue quarterback and you got to have a blue pass rusher. They got two of them.
Yeah,
and you could think of it as trading up to get Stroud at 3. You know, if you wanted to, taking Anderson at 2 and getting Stroud at 3.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the trading up for a non-quarterback, like, he's got to be Von Miller. You know what I mean? He's got to be Chandler
He's projected
Jones.
to be, yeah.
Which
Julius Peppers. I mean, that kind of like that athlete that you draft that high to be that dominant of a player and potentially a Hall of Famer.
Because, I mean, I just think about, like, edge rushers who have been picked high recently. They often do not really translate to wins, even if they're good players.
We're moving quickly here.
Miles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney.
Yep.
You know, these are good players. Miles Garrett's a great player, but they don't necessarily translate to wins. So you need the quarterback.
I got to say, I've been coming into this thinking that the Houston Texans were going to mess this up. And I know they gave up a lot, but I don't think they messed this up. That is awfully aggressive, but to come out with those two guys is quite
If you
something.
hit on those two players, you've solved your defense and your offense. Your two most valuable positions.
And I'm sure there was a debate. You know, they're sitting around, do we take Will Anderson or do we take C.J. Stroud? You know, who do we take? And, you know, they get them both.
Yeah. They get them both. Right. Well, because I also wonder how much it was informed by, because all the reporting early was that Houston wanted Bryce Young, and then they won that game and ended up having to settle, and we'll see if it ends up being settling, for C.J. Stroud. And then there was debate internally, and they're like, you know what? Let's solve the problem. Yeah, we're maybe getting our second choice at quarterback, but we'll also get the defensive player.
So DeMeco Ryans, the new head coach, a defensive-minded guy, gets himself an incredible edge rusher in Will Anderson, and they also save the public face of having a quarterback.
Yeah.
They solve both things. A texter points out that Laramie Tunsil is re-signed there as well. So you've got a blue left tackle in addition to your theoretically blue quarterback and edge rusher.
So Indianapolis is on the clock. 2 quarterbacks off the board. Will Anderson off the board, as we're, of course, waiting for the Bears pick at number 9. The assumption here would be quarterback, correct? The assumption would be...
It's a tough pick for him, I guarantee.
Chris Ballard needs a quarterback, but he didn't want to trade up. He likes to keep his draft picks. So Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, and if he doesn't like either of those two, maybe he's in a trade down spot. But I've got to imagine that he's looking for a quarterback here, one of those two.
Yeah, and Levis fits...
Fourth pick
here we
in the
go.
2023 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Whoa.
Think that's too high for Anthony Richardson at 4, Coach?
I mean, in my opinion, and I know he's a better athlete than Mitch Trubisky, but in my opinion, this guy played about as many games as Mitch, and they're saying the same things. It's potential. I think this is a boom or bust pick.
And Chris Ballard has just put his career on the line here for a 20-year-old quarterback.
Because even when he did throw the ball, it wasn't just his athletic ability. I mean, there were some inaccuracies, there were some decisions. I mean, there's a lot of things where this kid is going to have to learn.
I got to say, I love it.
Of course you do. You love the swing. You love the ceiling swing.
If you're going to get fired, you may as well go for the guy who could be the best player in the league. I mean,
Taking one will get y'all off my ass for a little bit.
Yeah, thank you,
But
Chris.
the second that guy didn't play well, I'm going to be the first one run out of the building.
I mean, he's
you will, Chris.
He's 6'4", 245, faster than Justin Fields, monster arm. But you know what I mean? He's big, he's strong, he's fast. He could throw the hell out of the deep ball. Yeah, the mechanics are a little rough. Yeah, he misses the short and intermediate stuff.
But he can hit the ceiling.
Yeah, he can, man. He is a wow. He's the guy that I was honestly like, and I think the Lions are not going to take a quarterback, especially with how it breaks. But he was the guy that I was the most scared of the Lions taking at 6, because if the Lions were like, we can put him behind a good offensive line and sit him behind Goff,
yeah, that makes sense,
and then give him a year to learn. and come in with a really established team, like he would be terrifying on a ready-made team. Indy's not a ready-made team, but they'll probably still have him sit.
Well, I don't know that they like Will Levis, obviously, but as we start looking for the next spot a quarterback might go, if it is before the Bears at 9, maybe the Lions take Will Levis and stash him behind Goff.
Right. Maybe they will. It's just like, think about this too for the Bears. 3 picks in the top 4 quarterbacks. Houston, Indy, and Carolina. 2 of the 3 go to the AFC. The AFC is so loaded at quarterback.
That's outrageous.
That, like, if you're Indy and you're thinking, if we're going to win a Super Bowl, we got to go through Mahomes and Herbert and Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen and all of these.
Trevor Lawrence is your 9th best quarterback.
Trevor Lawrence
in the conference,
and Deshaun Watson, and now Houston just took C.J. Stroud. Like we got to go for a quarterback with a high ceiling. Right?
17 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 53% completion rate.
Yep.
Next year.
That's not good enough for me.
Very inaccurate.
C.J. Stroud. 41 touchdowns and 6 interceptions.
Coach, every year, some GM goes crazy. There's a Zach Wilson in this draft.
Well,
There's a Mitch Trubisky in this draft.
We're talking about Jim Irsay as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could he go to Chris Ballard and say, "You have to draft me a quarterback. Pick which one's the best out of this crew that falls to you"?
He could. Yeah.
I mean, that's an Irsay to me. It's an owner to me that seemed like he would, put his fingers in there.
Yep.
I mean, they've tried. They've gone the other way. They've gone the veteran free agent way, and that hasn't worked over the past few years with Phillip Rivers and Matt Ryan. So now it's time to go for the kid. And here we go. So 3 out of the top 4 are quarterbacks. Seattle is now on the clock, and then it's Detroit from the Rams, and then the Raiders, and then Atlanta, and then the Bears.
That's
so
right.
how's the board falling so far for the Bears' needs? Pretty good. 3 out of 4 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want the quarterbacks to go, and you see what happens.
I think the big one here is Seattle's. People have talked about Jalen Carter going there. Does he go to Seattle or not?
Right.
And if he doesn't go there, then does he bump down closer to the Bears? I mean, obviously does, but does he bump down to the Bears?
Right.
These next 2 spots, if Jalen Carter gets past these next 2 spots, I think he's sitting there at 9.
It's a good shot.
Because we've heard Seattle, we've heard Detroit.
Great.
The Raiders could go quarterback, they could go cornerback. Atlanta supposedly out on Jalen Carter. This is moment of truth time, these next 2 picks for Jalen Carter.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, I wonder if another team is willing to trade up. Like, who likes Will Levis?
Right.
We
talked about that earlier. That it helped the Bears.
Right. Would also help the Bears. And I mean, hey, we just saw a massive trade up for a defensive player. We should not rule out someone trading up for Jalen Carter. If Jalen Carter is a blue chip player who 2 months ago on a lot of people's board, he was the number 1 player in the whole draft.
Kind of by far.
Right. So if we just saw 3 picks get traded for a defensive end, why couldn't we see someone trade up for a defensive tackle?
Coach Wanstead, this to your point, just tweeted by ESPN Stats and Info. Richardson started 13 games in his college career. The only quarterback in the last 20 years drafted in the first round with that few starts is Mitchell Trubisky.
Thank you.
20 years.
Wow.
Just Trubisky and Anthony Richardson.
But again, in the AFC, what are you going to do? Draft a quarterback with a low ceiling? What would your path like? Mac Jones has no shot to win in the AFC.
And Chris Ballard, he needs a quarterback. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think he's loved him to death, known him for years. Feels like he's kind of maybe on the way out, and if he does hit on this, then he saves his job.
It's boomer
and if
bust,
he doesn't,
right?
then
Is he a day 1 starter with the quality of that roster and what their dreams
you gotta
are?
sit him.
So it's Gardner Minshew for a year,
And you probably have a tough time winning his job back. Gardner Minshew. Watch what happens.
Oh, look at that. Wani is as down on Anthony Richardson as I've ever seen him on any draft pick.
I'm not down. No, I'm not. I'm
It's
happy.
okay.
I'm happy for the kid.
I understand.
I'm just surprised that they would do this. I really am.
What would you have done?
You fired up?
I wouldn't have taken. I would. What would I have done?
Yeah.
If you're Indy,
I'd have drafted a defensive guy.
Of course you would have. Of course you would have. Whole damn league's quarterbacking. I didn't even mention Lamar Jackson in the AFC. Guy just signed a $260 million quarterback. Like, look, AFC, Josh Allen, Tua, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow.
Danny, one of these
Deshaun
guys is going to
Watson.
suck. One of these guys
You better be able to
suck.
play some defense.
With all those
That's a good
quarterbacks
point.
out there?
Yeah, better be able to play some defense. No, of course, one of these guys is going to suck. Absolutely. But you know who definitely isn't good enough to compete in the AFC? Gardner Minshew. Okay. Anthony Richardson at 6'4", 245,
Sure,
running
go
a
ahead.
4.3 with a huge arm. He might be good enough.
Start him.
All right, coach. So if that happened and you're the head coach, or say you're the defensive coordinator in that room, and your GM makes that pick, are you grumbling over there, or do you just kind of smile and be like, you did a good job, or how do you have to deal with that?
You'd like to think that they talk this through and everybody's on the same page.
Gotcha.
That's I'm going to give them all the benefit of. Now, keep in mind, their head coach is a guy who came from Philly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what, and
Shane Steichen.
He's probably saying, well, we'll just do what we did with Jalen Hurts. I don't know.
Wow, I'd be really surprised.
Who's in the open up with? I'm looking up his schedule.
Whoever they
Schedule's
open
not
up
out
with,
yet, Dave.
Coach,
I haven't broken the NFL schedule.
This will be the 8th straight year that the Colts have a different quarterback. 8th different quarterback in 8 seasons in week 1.
Yeah, that's tough to GM.
For the Colts. That is tough to win in the NFL. I'd really be surprised, Danny, if the Seahawks do go Jalen Carter here because of having signed Draymond Jones, the 3 technique out of Denver. And I just if it's Jalen Carter in Detroit torturing us, that would be tough to take.
That's what I will assume happens. If it's not Seattle, I will be floored if Seattle doesn't take a defensive player. I'll say that. I will be very surprised if they don't take for Pete Carroll building around Geno Smith.
They could take Witherspoon or Gonzalez, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean Tyree Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be very surprised if they don't take a defensive player. Earlier today, the gambling markets liked it to be Jalen Carter, but they've got the 5th pick and the 20th pick in the draft, so they can add some serious talent to Seattle. And I loved what Geno did last
pick
year.
in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois.
Good for him, man.
Absolutely.
Unbelievably solid. His passer rating against was like 6. But you know what I mean? Like he basically allowed nothing, got beat for nothing. Not the best athlete we've ever seen at corner, but damn good.
Good football player.
Across the board.
Yes.
Rock solid, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know what he does?
Day 1 starter.
You know what he does too? I mean, he had like 14 tackles for losses. This guy,
he's tough.
The biggest word to hear in the NFL is finish, 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 because things, when you come from college, all of a sudden the coverage is a little tighter and the passes are better and everything is tightened up because of ability. And so everyone talks about the guys that can finish have a chance to win. This guy finishes every play. This guy is aggressive, and if you play against him, you're a diva wide receiver. Let me tell you something. You better show up emotionally and physically ready to play because this guy's coming after you every play. I love this guy.
Wow, because you need corners like that. You need violent, aggressive, and physical corners in the NFL, and that's the thing that Christian Gonzalez does not have in comparison to Witherspoon.
No, Christian Gonzalez is
a burner.
Is the sprinter.
He's probably a little better athlete. Gonzalez. I would give him that. He's smoother. He's a better athlete. There's no question about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Witherspoon's like 180, right?
185.
185, but
plays
tall,
bigger than that because
6 feet
the
tall.
instincts are great, and he creates action and creates turnovers. And so, the scouts absolutely love him.
All right, well, so the odds makers were wrong on Jalen Carter as a top 5 pick, so you can't always trust the gambling markets, but that's why we give them to you so you can decide if you believe it or not, and you can bet on it. So Devin Witherspoon goes 5. Lions are on the clock at 6. They have the 6th and the 18th pick. They had a quarterback last year in Jared Goff who threw for 4,400 yards, 29 touchdowns, and 7 picks. Arguably the best offensive line in football. Jameson Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Signed David Montgomery. Seemingly a pretty complete offense. Defense outside of Aiden Hutchinson, lacking. We all in agreement here?
Oh, yeah.
They're going defense?
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? They could take Jalen Carter between the head coach's personality and you mentioned Hutchinson. There's some guys up there from a defensive culture mentality standpoint that that he's not going to he's going to have to raise his level of play, in my opinion, his effort, his consistent effort. And I think that Detroit could have the mentality and the temperament to do that to him.
I've been saying it for a long time. Detroit and Jalen Carter is the one that would scare me.
Well, and
that's the one that would scare me.
Detroit has everything. It's crazy to say, but the Lions have everything the Bears do not have in terms of an incubator for Jalen Carter. They've got a culture that has been established now, clearly, and they have multiple picks here, so they can afford the risk of the red flags of Jalen Carter. If this busts because he can't get his mind right for whatever reason, they will survive with all the picks that they have and all the depth that they have. So
But if he does hit, the game planning for Jalen Carter and Aiden Hutchinson, that's
It's
an offensive
ridiculous.
coordinator nightmare.
And
where do you put your protection?
Kaminsky's pretty good too.
Yes, he's solid.
I love Kaminsky.
He's
I
pretty
forgot
good.
about him. They re-signed him, didn't they?
Yeah, he's
That
pretty.
was a great move by the Lions.
He's pretty
Absolutely.
good. But again, more of an edge guy. Like,
Yeah.
if you put Jalen Carter in there, and yes, Speaks, you're right. Like if it busts out, as long as they hit on the 18th pick, they can be like, hey, look, we took a shot. We still got value in the first round. We still did something. It's the pick that's made the most sense. I kept saying Seattle didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know.
Because of Draymond
even
Jones.
Softy Mahler yesterday on our mock going
I
that way.
mocked them yesterday.
Just didn't make sense.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens for the Lions pick, but it's going to be weird living in a world where the Lions are a good organization.
100%. It already is weird.
And the odds-on favorite
Yeah.
in the NFC North. It's a totally bizarre thing.
You better be ready to tackle David Montgomery.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
We are only 3 picks away from the Bears. If this is defense, then the best offensive line prospect will remain on the board. The Raiders at 7, I'll be surprised. Cornerback, yes, we know that Ice Cube wants the DBs.
We need some DBs, man.
I know.
Yeah, that's what we're rooting for the Raiders when it gets there.
Or Will Levis? Or would you like to be sitting there at 9 with Will Levis on the board as a trade down possibility?
All due respect, I'm rooting for Ice Cube nailing the pick on our show. I don't really care. That's just the one where I'm not thinking about the Bears. That's
We need some DBs, man.
And then you assigned him Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, because I was the top guy on the board.
Sure.
And he's like, can I have both of them? No, Christian and Gonzalez is the same person, Mr.
Come on,
Cube.
if you're Ice Cube, you can have whatever you want.
yeah, right? Exactly.
Pat texted me last night and see if I could get Easy E for the show tonight.
That would be good. That'd be perfect to follow up with. But man,
he's dead, Danny.
You're an idiot.
It'd be a very impressive book. You're good.
He passed away about a year ago.
Okay. Well, fair enough. My bad.
I didn't think you'd bring that up.
We have a trade, guys.
We have another trade?
We have another trade. The Lions have traded the pick to the Cardinals. So the Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals, after getting all that big haul from the Texans to go down from 3 to 11,
from 3
to
12.
12, excuse me, have now traded back up with the Lions and are on the clock, picking 6th overall.
Oh wow, that's the exact Miami Dolphins playbook. That's exactly what Miami did.
Yeah, Miami
when they traded
the
with
two
San
ones.
Francisco.
So they're down at 12 now? They're at 12?
Yeah.
Detroit traded down to 12.
So Detroit now has 12 and 18. But that's so interesting. Miami traded with San Francisco 3 to 12, and then traded up from 12 to 6 to draft Jalen Waddle.
Man, and the Lions got...
That's the exact same thing.
It's fascinating. And the Lions also picked up pick number 34 with that move from 6 to 12. So they now have picks. The Lions have 12, 18, 34, 48, 55, and 81.
Wow.
They have 6 picks in the top 81, 5 in the top 55 for Detroit.
Wow. That's a massive trade. We're going to step aside briefly, come back with now the Cardinals pick, which was with Detroit. A lot of guesses and, of course, analysis on what that's going to be. The Bears still with the 9th pick in the draft. It's the Parkins Spiegel Draft Show with Wani and Manley, brought to you by Revolution Solar on The Score.
Hey Bears fans, David Haugh here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL Draft and the Bears' first-round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out for the Bears. It all starts tomorrow morning on the Mully and Haugh Show, 5:30 to 10, right here on Chicago's Draft Headquarters. Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears.
Spring's here, and Gulf Mill Chevrolet has sprung into...
Here's Pat in Tuscaloosa. He's a regular, has been for years.
Roll damn Tide. Let's go.
Pat, who's your guy?
My guy is the Terminator, Will Anderson Jr., edge rusher from the University of Alabama. Roll damn Tide.
Will Anderson Jr. stands 6'3.5". He weighs 253 pounds. Here are his strengths.
Work, off-season, off-court, work.
Explosive first-step rusher with body twitch and closing burst. Owns a bendy, flexible frame to attack from a low position and strike blockers from different angles. Displays the hip flexibility and body control to maneuver through tight spaces. Advanced block reader with the hands and timing to free himself as a pass rusher. Efficient block splitter. Doesn't have an offhand. Skilled run defender with his ability to stack, lock out, and shed. Plays with impressive contact balance to leverage and dispose of blockers. Elite chase down skills when teams run away from him. Flips a switch on the field, known as the Terminator because of his competitive drive. One of only 7 players to be voted a 2-time captain under Saban. Blocked a field goal in 2022, returned his only career interception.
The left tackle prospect from Ohio State is a member of the Arizona Cardinals. We'll be back with more Parkins Spiegel draft coverage on The Score.
With America's headquarters. Keep it here for up-to-the-minute coverage as the draft continues. We're Sports Radio 670 The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! Parkins and Spiegel Show Flashback.
Representing the Vegas Raiders, Ice Cube.
With the 7th pick, the Las Vegas Raiders select.
We need some DBs, man. We need some DBs. I don't care. Cornerback, safety, top guy on the board, get him.
So Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, probably top guy on the board.
Can we have two of them?
We're back with more of the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Raiders are on the clock. We'll see if Ice Cube, who was on the Parkins and Spiegel show yesterday, making a pick for his beloved Raiders, is correct, and if they'll take Christian Gonzalez out of Oregon, who is on the clock. Bryce Young went 1 to Carolina, C.J. Stroud 2 to Houston, and then it got wild. The Texans traded back up from 12 to 3 with Arizona and took Will Anderson. Anthony Richardson went 4 to Indy. Devin Witherspoon went 5 to Seattle. Paris Johnson then goes to the Cardinals, who traded up from 12 to 6 with Detroit. And Paris Johnson off the board. I also need to mention that Rinaldi's is your home for any event you need to do in the West Loop. 1326 West Madison, Rinaldi'sWestLoop.com. They've got a draft party going on tonight. They've got a Kentucky Derby party, insane food and drink deals, a shot at winning $500 for best dressed at the Kentucky Derby party. They sent us a ton of food. They still got the Brad Parkins special where they donate money to glioblastoma research in honor of my brother. They've donated over $2,000 so far. If you're going to an event at the United Center, Rinaldi's in the West Loop is the spot.
Rinaldi's has fueled our evening as Dave Wunstead and Pat Manley and you, Danny Parkins, and me, Matt Spiegel, are all here hanging out. And it is exciting because we're 2 picks away from the Bears at number 9. And folks, it's looking very likely that Jalen Carter is going to be on the board. The most discussed possibility for the Bears, with hosts on this station being wildly divergent about whether they should or should not do this. And Dave Wunstead, you have said, I do believe that you would. We'll see what happens here at 7 and 8. But once those picks are done, if Jalen Carter's there, the Bears have a serious conundrum on their hands.
Yeah, they're going to have a decision to make. I think if he's there, they're going to take him. I'm also still not convinced that he's going to be there. We've
seen trades. Somebody would have to trade up. Right?
Why?
Coach, you think the Raiders are going to go Jalen Carter?
I do not. I mean, all the talk was, in all the mock drafts, they had defensive back going first. Now, maybe they assumed he would not be there. That could be, a factor here.
You think Atlanta's going to go Jalen Carter?
No, I think Atlanta, no. I do not think Atlanta's going to go Jalen Carter.
That's why I'm leaning that way, Danny. I think this is the spot, unless Atlanta trades down with somebody who trades up for Jalen Carter.
Yeah, but I also think that someone would know that the Bears would want to take him and could trade to Atlanta's spot.
Yes, that could happen, because I think Atlanta, there was talk of them taking Richardson, maybe a quarterback, maybe the running back Robinson. Maybe this is their play, an opportunity for Atlanta move down a few spots and take the running back Robinson.
I also could see Atlanta having a tougher time selling Jalen Carter, given all of the problems that he had and keeping him in the state of Georgia and everything.
Absolutely.
Like that. I could see that being a little bit tougher of a sell.
This is a remarkable amount of draft night trades right here in the top 6 already. It's quite something. And the compensation has been vast in this draft, with so many picks in the top 50 being valued.
Well, yeah, and also,
with the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech.
Wow.
That's your guy, Coach Wunstead.
That's my guy. That's who I would have taken at 9.
You love Tyree Wilson.
Well, you know what? I did, and I'll tell you about this guy. He's the effort is phenomenal. He is a giant. By giant, I mean I'm talking about arm, shoulder, height. The measurables are outstanding from the standpoint of he's got good speed, good quickness. He has played defensive end. He has played 3 technique. I used the example that I thought he was a guy a little bit like when the Steelers drafted Hayward. They said, he'll be an end, and then all of a sudden he's an all-pro defensive tackle. I thought this guy had the toughness to play inside or outside.
Crazy long arms, right? Freak of nature athletically for Tyree Wilson. So they must not have liked Will Levis because they don't have a quarterback of the future in Vegas. And obviously going up against Sean Payton and Russell Wilson and Justin Herbert and Pat Mahomes needing defensive help. Tyree Wilson opposite Max Crosby. That do anything for anybody?
Boy, game plan changers. I always talk about changing the game plan. I think guys like that, they change the game plan. When you go into that, you finish one game, you get, have a beer and you get ready for game planning the next week, and you see that guy, you've got get ready for.
Yeah, the only reason this guy, he had a foot injury late, so he didn't work out. I'm right there. You see him peeling off and making a play on a running back. I mean, we're watching some highlights of him here. It's like I say, the guy's very versatile for a guy his size. LeBron James wingspan or something.
When I first put on the tape, I didn't know. I forgot what number he was, and I'm like, all right, it's that guy. You know what I mean?
I got all that's who I'm scouting.
That's who I'm watching.
That's hilarious.
And that's just how he's an impressive human.
Guys, I'm overwhelmed
he looks
by
like a complete badass.
He really does.
Oh my God.
You could pull that off.
What an incredible look that is.
Coach, you think I'm going to draft anybody soft?
That is like
How about him walking into House Hall tonight, huh?
That might be the
Coach, what are you
coolest
going to say
draft
to him
look
when he's
ever.
coming in that suit?
What am I going to say to him? Your locker's right over there, son.
You're not going to say anything about that suit?
No, I'm not.
That's a damn good-looking man in a damn good-looking suit.
Say, what in the couch is that?
That is true. Did he pull it off the couch and turn it into a suit?
Yeah.
It's outstanding. Guys,
he just picked up Roger Goodell over his head.
I'm overwhelmed with the possibility that is in front of the Bears here. When they had the number 1 overall pick, we talked a little bit about Bryce Young, but we talked about Jalen Carter. Before the red flags came up, we said, 3 technique is the most important thing on this defense, and this guy might be a generational talent. What if this is Warren Sapp? And if they trade from 1 down to 9, get DJ Moore and everything that they got, and still have the opportunity to get the Warren Sapp of this draft for their version of the Tampa 2, I mean, I know I'm on record as saying I wouldn't do it, but my goodness, the opportunity that's here.
If it works out, if he becomes the player that he's potentially could be, that changes Matt Eberflus's defense completely.
And I think he's going to be there. The amount of time that we have spent talking about this possibility, I think the Falcons, they're out on Jalen Carter. There's talk of maybe a quarterback, and we'll see if there's a trade down, Danny.
Well,
Bijan Robinson, we've heard for them.
So many people have been mocking Bijan Robinson to Atlanta. That feels like a luxury pick to me, given some holes on that team. But
a stupid pick for Ryan Pace.
Well, right. Friends. So, if it was me, pairing Christian Gonzalez with A.J. Terrell and having maybe the best cornerback duo in the NFL, that would probably be what I would do. But if they do add Bijan Robinson with Kyle Pitts and Drake London, you have one of the most athletic skill position groups in the NFL. And they're going to try Desmond Ridder, who is a crazy good athlete. Like they will be a tough, unique game plan defensively if they go the Bijan Robinson route.
Wow.
I wouldn't do it, but it would be exciting. And Bijan Robinson on field turf also is a very scary prospect.
That's a good point.
As opposed to like a cold weather, long grass type of situation. So I think that's another reason why people have thought that he would be an interesting fit in Atlanta. But if Bijan Robinson goes and we think about the blue players, who do we think? Jalen Carter's a blue player. And is Skoronski a blue player?
Right. Yes, he is.
Okay.
Well, he's my number 1 offensive lineman.
I understand, Coach. I'm just saying, is that going to that might now be we don't know who Atlanta is going to take, but assuming it's not Jalen Carter, that might be the actual debate. The debate might be safest player, riskiest player.
It is safest player in Skoronski, riskiest player in Jalen Carter, or trade down and get out of that area.
I'll tell you what, we got to give Ryan Poles. He's been outstanding to this point. Let's give him credit that the negative things that I feel that I've seen, and we've all seen with Jalen Carter. Forget about the tragic car incident. I'm talking about the combine workout being overweight. I'm talking about his workout not finishing it at Georgia.
That's the scary stuff, Coach.
And then I'm talking to a guy from the SEC, and he says, well, if you can get that extra 20% of him, well, if you don't, you shouldn't have to say those things about a first-round draft pick in my mind. But here's the point. Let's give Ryan Poles and them some credit, and I'm going to have faith. If they take Jalen Carter, I'm going to say that they know more about him than we do.
That's fair, Coach, because they've had the one-on-ones, and we haven't with him in the room.
100%. But what does this say now about his visits to the other teams that he's been to, that he's dropped this far? Because during the season, during the college season, we were talking about him being legit number 1 pick overall.
Right.
And if all these teams, if he's truly that talent and they believe that, does it say that he did not, score well in their meetings with these other
Yeah.
other teams.
This is not a bad scenario for the trade down possibility. If Jalen Carter is indeed plummeting here, because you're right, him being on the board is scary in and of itself. Makes you think that they have seen something. So the trade down possibility, the teams are going to be wanting. Somebody might want Jalen Carter. We've heard the Steelers moving up from 17, or somebody might want Will Levis. This is a spot for Tennessee to jump up a couple spots.
Absolutely. That could be a great move right there. And I'll tell you what, the other thing, too, is, need. Let's not lose sight of need. They're sitting there saying we got to get some defensive help. I like the idea of trading down 2 or 3 spots. I really do.
Just a couple of spots to Tennessee at 11.
Get another pick, and then if Jalen's there, then you talk about him. Otherwise, take one of these other defensive linemen and move on down the road.
Well, Danny, you've made the point that Jalen might go 10.
Falcons pick. I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspired Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
Shane and Chris, folks. Love those guys.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texans.
So there it is. Bijan Robinson, the running back, does go to Atlanta, and the Bears are on the clock, or are they, Danny?
They are not. According to Ian Rappaport, Field Yates, and others, the Bears have traded back 1 spot with the Philadelphia Eagles, Ian Cunningham's old job.
Wow.
So 9 to 10, and they just pick up a 4th-round pick next year.
For okay, so they move 1 spot. They could trade down again.
All right, I'm gonna tell you. I'm telling you what's gonna happen here. You ready?
Yes.
All right. I wonder if we're the same. I'm gonna write it down.
The Eagles are gonna take Jalen Carter, and I think he would fit right in with Fletcher Cox, and they're not gonna put up any of his crap up there.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
they're
sickening.
a veteran team, and the Bears take the offensive tackle from Northwestern.
And pick up a 4th-rounder. Or they might trade down again. Remember, this is what Poles did last year. He traded down a couple of times, so we'll see. But you're right about Jalen Carter. Remember this. Fletcher Cox, who you just referenced, taught Javon Hargrave to be the pro that he turned into being. Exactly turned him into that. Gets credit for it. Hargrave is credited for it. And if you're Howie Roseman, you got to feel like you have the best nest for Jalen Carter.
I don't have the names in front of me. They kept one of their defensive tackles and lost one, though. In
Jordan Davis, they kept.
They lost one of their real good ones, defensive tackles.
Hargrave.
Yeah. But they're
agency.
still okay at that position. You know what I mean? They're not completely depleted. So, this is a great move for the Eagles. If they, it's a luxury. If the
I
Eagles
hate
do
it
this.
for the Bears, though.
I know.
I mean,
Bears said no to Jalen Carter.
The Eagles
folks.
are
that's exactly
the Eagles are the best drafting team in the NFL the last decade, and you get a future 4th-round pick. So that's coach. You tell me that's the equivalent of a 5th-rounder this year. That's nothing. And
it's a 4th-rounder next year.
That's what I'm saying. A 4th-rounder this year, so that's the equivalent of a 5th-rounder this year. The Eagles are a good team, so that's going to be like the 120th pick in the draft.
They might trade down again.
You get the 120th pick in the draft, and you give arguably the best player in the draft, assuming it's Jalen Carter, to arguably the best organization in the league.
Hey, man,
no, thank you.
Ryan Poles said no to Jalen Carter. He had the opportunity.
Let's see. We don't know what the Eagles pick is, but I assume it's for Jalen Carter, too.
In my mind, they're down in there now where you're looking at the Miles Murphys, right? I mean, you're looking at a couple of the Lucas Van Ness. I mean, there's some defensive linemen that it wouldn't bother me one bit. They moved down here a little bit.
Yeah, I
and
think
take
you
one of these
definitely
guys,
trade
right?
down more to get them. Sure.
Let's take a couple minutes. Just a couple. No, are we going to?
Well, the Eagles pick is not in. So
it says that I just want to be sure we're back to do full reaction to the Bears pick, so we have plenty of time leading up to that, or should we just stay here for a little bit here? You guys tell me. Let's just stay here. Pause. Be calm, everybody. All right, fine. We'll just
stay here for the pick, and then we'll break when the pick is done. When they make the pick.
When the Eagles pick is in, we will break immediately. But I don't want to. Let's not do a full break there either, because I want to have some lead up time to the Bears.
It'll be a 46-second break.
Love that. All right, love that. So we're waiting for the Eagles pick. A 4th round pick in 2024 is all the Bears did to move down one spot.
I think Coach is 100% right with his guess about Jalen Carter to the Eagles, and I think we're going to end up talking about this and thinking about this for a long time of the Bears passing on the guy with the off-field character potential red flags. And
well, that tells me that interview did not go well at Hallis Hall.
Because
that's their number one position of need.
Yes.
He's talked about it for that defense.
And
if
there
he was
might be a
available,
generational talent.
yes, then that means it did not go well.
True.
I would think that's my guess.
Man, and
that's the story that everyone's going to be trying to get out of Ryan
Yes,
Poles tonight and beyond. What did you hear that you did not like?
Right.
And he might not give that up publicly.
Right.
No, he won't give it
in
up
the right
publicly.
situation, this kid will probably be okay. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But boy, we're such a young team. Our players on our defense they're fighting for jobs. They're not trying to groom a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
It's a pick next year, though, too. Like the extra pick you get for moving down one spot doesn't help this year's team at all.
No,
yeah, but there have been more. What they've always been talking about, it's going to be 2 years, 2 to 2.5 years.
I know. I'm just saying. Like you're going to have to watch Jalen Carter on Philly this year.
Yeah, but you know what you do, Danny? All of a sudden, you package next year's 5 and next year's 3, and you jump into the 4th round.
No,
this
you
year.
can move up. Yeah,
Right?
it's an asset. I understand that. I'm just saying it's. It's like when you make a deal, right? You make a deal with Bill Belichick, it scares you. You just made a deal with the Eagles. Howie Roseman's the best drafting executive in football right now.
I know.
He's the best.
It's a vastly different kind of landing spot for a problematic player.
Guys, they had their little bullpen, as we call it, and they had a guy in their bullpen that they wanted. And as we said earlier, if the Bears were sitting there at 9, and I said it on the first show, and Tyree Wilson was sitting there at 7, trade up and go get him. Go get him. That's what the Eagles did.
It's a very underwhelming return, Danny. I completely agree. A next year's 4th to move just one spot. But any trade conversations they were having from the 9 spot, they could still be having now from the 10 spot. I'm not convinced they're going to draft at number 10.
But I don't understand why that would be the case. If Jalen Carter is a premium player that a team just traded up for,
because maybe
and now there are no more premium players on the board.
Will Levis
Peter
is.
Skoronski.
Will Levis is, or potentially Skoronski, I suppose. But but Will Levis, the fact that there's still a quarterback there.
Is Will Levis a premium player, though?
But
would he not? Or would he have gone to Vegas, a team that needs a quarterback?
But who's going to move up to get that pick?
Well,
Tennessee at 11, Washington at 16. If those teams were going to do it at 9.
But Tennessee's at 11. They know the Bears aren't going to take quarterback.
Right. But if they think that someone's going to trade up in front of them and jump them.
Yep, if Washington or Tampa are interested.
That's possible.
The other teams.
I suppose that's possible.
I admit that I'm hoping to get more out of a trade down than a 4th round pick next year.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
They're going to regret this for years.
Well,
the Eagles?
No,
the Bears.
Let's give the Bears some credit that the culture that they are trying to build, they're just not ready for this right now.
We're going to step aside for just a moment and come back as the Bears are on the clock with the 10th overall pick. It's the Parkins Spiegel draft special with Dave Wanstead, Pat Manley, brought to you by Revolution Solar. Don't go anywhere on The Score.
Property managers and GCs use finishingchicago.com.
the Chicago Bears select.
We're back with more of the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Thank you to Revolution Solar. Thank you to Renali's for the food. Manley, Wani, Spiegs, myself, we're here. Thank you to everyone on Twitch, YouTube. The Bears are on the clock with the 10th pick. Jalen Carter goes to the Eagles for their trouble to not draft the troubled prospect. They pick up a future fourth-round pick. Every offensive line prospect is on the board for Ryan Poles,
except for
outside
Paris Johnson
of
Jr.
Paris Johnson Jr. And Nolan Smith is on the board if they want to go defense. Christian Gonzalez is on the board if they want to go corner. But obviously, the assumption here is that Ian Cunningham knew who Philly wanted because of his relationships there, and was comfortable that who Philly wanted wasn't who the Bears wanted. So, hey, okay, cool. You're going to trade up to get your guy. We weren't going to take that guy anyway. We'll get a very small win of a future fourth-round pick. It's a very friendly trade. You know, that really does strike me as a relationship trade because it's a very small amount of compensation to move up from 10 to 9. But there also probably was literal assurances from Howie Roseman to Ian Cunningham. We're doing this for Jalen Carter. Do you want Jalen Carter? No, we don't want Jalen Carter. Cool. We don't want anyone else to jump in front of us to get Jalen Carter. We'll give you a future fourth-round pick. This strikes me as a very friendly trade between front offices
and
that know and like each other.
I've done them. I've been involved with those. And you'll ask them, you'll start off saying, you taking an offensive guy or a defensive guy?
And then you whittle down the questions.
And then you whittle it down till you actually find out, and no harm, get a pick and go on. And the Bears right now, this is how I see this, guys. If I would be calling everybody 3-4 picks below me and working the phones to death. Do you want our pick? Do you want our pick? Do you want our pick? And because I would go down in and you got Lucas Van Ness, you got Miles Murphy, you got Brian Breesy, you got my man Cansey. I mean, you're getting down in that neck of the woods where you could take any one of these guys and they're going to come in and they're going to line up and start for you and play, in my opinion. Or if you can't make the trade and you sit there, you take Skronsky and, hey, we move on down the road. You got yourself a 10-year starter.
Or you trade down, Pat Mantle, you trade down and grab the tackle that you like. Maybe it's not Skronsky. Maybe it's Broderick Jones or Darnell Wright. If you like those guys, you might be able to get those guys down to 13 or 14.
It'll be interesting to see if they do take somebody here, because I think trading down would be the right thing to do because you just named all those defensive guys. There's a couple offensive all the offensive tackles are left. But what if they are enamored by one of these offensive tackles?
I think that's
and they just feel like they have to do it now, so nobody else grabs one of them. You know what I mean? They have to have one of them at the top of the board.
Yeah.
Which one is that? And is this, like kind of like what happened with Philly? They knew that they wanted Jalen Carter. They needed Jalen Carter, afraid of somebody else trading up. This is the tackle spot. Afraid of somebody else getting in there and not getting a tackle if they trade down too far.
I think they really like Braxton Jones. I think they're proud of the draft pick. They're proud of Braxton Jones. They're working with him to get stronger. Our guy Olin Kreutz is working with Braxton. We know that. So I think it's a right tackle.
Was he fifth?
Fifth-round pick. Yep. I think it's a right tackle. Danny, that's why you've liked Broderick Jones as a possible right tackle fit. I've liked Darnell Wright as a clear right tackle pick. So we'll see if they trade down or stay, and if they go tackle or defensive line.
What I've said for months now is if they
pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
Ryan Poles, the former offensive lineman, gets his offensive lineman and gets his right tackle. He didn't give up a sack last year in the SEC. He's a massive human being. 6'5", 333 pounds, and the debate that will follow this pick forever is Darnell Wright or Jalen Carter. Who's the better pro?
It's remarkable.
Here, this is how I had him ranked. I had Skronsky number 1, offensive lineman, Darnell Wright number 2, Paris Johnson 3, Danny. I know you don't like that, and then Broderick Jones. What I liked about Darnell Wright, he played left tackle for an entire year. Then they moved him to right tackle. He's played both sides of the line. He doesn't miss games. We talk about, Broderick Jones only playing 1 year. This kid has played 2 years. This guy is a football player. I mean, it's a solid pick. I still would have taken defense, but that's just me.
We know you would.
It's your day one starter.
He's your day one starter,
and
at
that
right
means
tackle.
that Braxton Jones are happy with him Because he's not going to have to. They're not going to have to bring a guy in, have him compete, move one of the two to the right tackle.
It's a day one.
That's your day one starter at right tackle.
It's a day one starter, Pat Manley, at a premium position.
Yes.
You have used your first round asset of the number 1 overall pick to trade down, get everything you got with DJ Moore and everything else, and then you trade down one more spot, and I know it's a little underwhelming to get that 4th rounder for next year, but you've gotten the guy that you've chosen as a right tackle who was very, very good as a 4-year starter at Tennessee.
And what I do like about it is 2 things. There's no question about this guy being a tackle.
No, right. No.
He's correct. 6'5", 330
He's your day
pounds.
one starter. He walks in there, gets his number, and they're saying, you're playing right tackle.
There's not a concern that he's going to have to be shifted into guard.
Yep.
Right? He's going to get every opportunity in the world to be a right tackle and to be
a safe pick.
To be a starting tackle in the NFL.
It's a safe pick.
And it's the single biggest hole on your offense.
Yes.
Like when you sign Nate Davis and you kick Cody Whitehair into center and you have Tevin Jenkins at right guard and Braxton Jones was at least serviceable at left tackle and you added DJ Moore. It was the last glaring hole on your offense for Justin Fields.
And it answers questions of moving players around. I thought if you did Skoronski or the other guys, you'd have some musical chairs at the beginning in the offseason. Now you don't. Now you're just set. I think you're going to coach them. Now maybe they're working on left guard and center with Cody Whitehair and Tevin Jenkins and that. But then now that's one less problem you have, or one less question mark. You know what I mean? Of bringing in a Skoronski and be like, all right, we got to compete here for left tackle. Can Braxton Jones make the move to right tackle? If Skoronski beats him out, or if Skoronski doesn't beat him out, does he make the transition to right tackle? So to me, it's an easy, safe pick. It's not glitzy and everything, but it makes sense.
I agree.
Makes sense, but you want defense.
I know. I just think the need is. I mean,
I'm with you. Is he okay? And they talk about taking the best player available. Was he the best player available on their draft board?
In their mind, he was.
I guess so.
The best player available at a position they needed. See, I think when you say best player available, you got your bullpen and you say, these are the guys that we need. We need defensive line. We need offensive line. Now you got him braided, Pat, just like you're saying. And maybe he obviously was.
Guys, what's the goal of this coming season? We talked about it at the beginning of this show. We've talked about it all off season.
Justin Fields.
Empowering Justin Fields and finding out whether he's your guy or not.
Yeah.
And so now they've given him a number 1 wide receiver in DJ Moore, and they've chosen offensive tackle over 3 technique. That's how committed they are to getting clarity on Justin Fields, and I think correctly. Now he can feel protected. Now they can find out what they actually have. And Darnell Wright is a guy, as we know, because he dominated Will Anderson in the Alabama game. You can leave him on an island. You can help Braxton Jones now on the other side if you're only going to help one tackle. You shouldn't have to help Darnell Wright against a really good edge rusher. The goal of the year is about Justin Fields, and this pick serves that.
It is a pick for Justin Fields, there's no question. I really do think that passing on the ceiling of Jalen Carter, like the number 1 player in the draft 2 months ago, fell to you.
In your biggest need position.
At your biggest need position, and you passed on the right to draft that dude for a future 4th-round pick.
This is what's fun about the draft.
That's just a
This is what's really
move,
fun about the
man.
draft, because now you're going to be watching the Eagles all the time. You'll be, flipping the Sunday ticket and be like, what are the Eagles doing? What's Jalen Carter doing?
And listen, it's obviously not totally fair because it's easier to produce on that defensive line with those guys around him than it would be on this defensive line with the lack of talent around him. There's no question about it. But that's the thing. 2 things. Are we convinced that he's a right tackle, or is there any shot that they would prefer him to be the left tackle and move Braxton
I think
Jones
he's proven
to right
he's
tackle?
not a left tackle because he performed so poorly at Tennessee, and that's why they moved him over. And there's sometimes
he's just a higher pedigree.
There's sometimes
talent,
players
obviously.
are better on the right than they are the left and the right. It's just a natural thing. I remember moving from, like, this is not even a good comparison, high school right guard to left guard in college. I felt this was so different playing left guard in college. It felt much more natural to be on the left side. And some people can make the switch, some people can't.
Absolutely.
I think it not only does it help Justin Fields, it helps solidify what they want to do and how they want to go about this. And the human factor of Jalen Carter, we don't know enough, Danny. And it's not just that Jalen Carter will have a better landing spot to succeed because the players around him, it's the incubator around him with everything that Philly has and Fletcher Cox and more. And we don't know what was said in the meeting rooms, but it's clear that they didn't like what they heard from Jalen Carter. They might never say it, but it's got to be clear that they don't like that.
Absolutely. There was something that major concerns, and we got to give him credit. We got to give him credit.
Dave's so sad it's not a defensive player.
But there's a lot. I mean, it's the 6 teams passed on him. Three teams took a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
6 other teams, when he was the number 1 guy on the draft board during the college football season, passed on him. So that means
5.
Right.
5 of it. Yeah, 5.
Because he's the 9th pick.
Yes, there we go.
Well, and actually Houston picked twice. So
okay.
So yeah,
but no, they could have taken Jalen Carter.
They could have
Yes.
taken. I'm saying it wasn't 9. It was 8 different teams.
No. I'm not saying it's 8. Yes, 5.
7 organizations.
5 different slots.
5 different. Right. Exactly.
Right.
For non-quarterbacks.
Yes.
My question would be, sorry, Danny.
No, you're good.
To see, I would love to know, did they call Tennessee and did they call Detroit wouldn't do anything with us. Did they call the Packers, or they wouldn't do anything with
Washington?
Whoever, 4 or 5 teams below us, and see if there was a possibility of trading down. That's what I would like to know.
I mean, don't you think that they had to?
I think they had to.
I mean, he traded down so many times last year. He traded down today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Ryan Poles clearly
and that makes me feel a little better.
Wants to do that.
But they should have gotten more if there was anybody else that was interested in coming up to get Jalen Carter. Why make the deal to just swap the 1 pick unless there were other possibilities to trade for?
I mean, I think it was I don't know. There might not have been other people calling to trade up for it, and it's, hey, Philly, do you want to do this? Like I said,
4th pick,
friendly deal, 4th round pick. It's your insurance policy to go out and get your guy. It just would it's gonna haunt you for a while if he's awesome at your position of need.
Yeah.
And Peter Skoronski, by the way, off the board, 1 pick after there. So talk about like draft hypotheticals and
Again,
what
another one you're going to be watching.
You traded out of the Jalen Carter spot to take Darnell Wright, and Peter Skoronski goes the pick after you. So Peter Skoronski is a Titan with the 11th overall pick in the draft.
Guys, Brian Baldinger thinks Darnell Wright is the number 1 tackle in this draft.
Does he?
He thinks absolutely. And Baldy's breaks down the tape.
Baldy's good.
Hey,
Yeah.
He thinks this is the guy. Louis Riddick has been on record as saying this is his favorites of the right tackle. There are a lot of people who think that Darnell Wright is an absolute home run pick. And if he's a starter for 10 years, then, on a very good functional offense, then you're going to feel pretty good about this.
What do you guys think that, like, historically, right, it would be the left tackle's the better pass protecting tackle and the right tackle's the more of the mauler run blocking tackle, and Darnell Wright is considered a very good pass blocker, but a pretty incomplete and not terribly violent run blocker. Does that...
Well, Tennessee, now you got to look at their offense, and I studied them because they played Pitt. The ball came, everything was 5-step drop. The ball came out very quick. It was a pretty easy offense from an offensive lineman standpoint, to be quite honest with you. But his claim to fame this year, he lined up and he blocked Will Anderson, and Will Anderson had no pressures. Yeah. And no quarterback hits.
And Will Anderson said he was the best player he went against all year long.
So I guarantee you that carried a lot of weight in the Bears' minds.
So,
with all due respect to Who's Your Guy, the vaunted segment on the Bernstein and Holmes show, I do have the Darnell Wright write-up from Dane Brugler's The Beast right here.
Well, don't start reading because we actually have audio of experts that were on.
Well, the Lions wasted no time, guys. They already turned their pick in like 30 seconds.
Well, you mentioned Brian Baldinger. Here was from our polls position. Here's Brian Baldinger talking about Darnell Wright.
I'm excited to talk about my number 1 tackle in this draft. Look, Darnell Wright from the University of Tennessee is my number 1 tackle. Now, he isn't on a lot of people's boards, and that's fine. But I've watched him start 42 games for Tennessee. Guys play a lot of football. I've seen him play right guard. I've seen him play left tackle. I've seen him play right tackle. I saw him go up against Will Anderson Jr. at Alabama this year in that stunning upset of Tennessee over Alabama. And I saw Darnell Wright eliminate Will Anderson. Will Anderson is the undisputed number 1 defensive player in this draft. He has started every single game from day 1 in Tuscaloosa. Darnell Wright went up against him a number of times. I mean, at least 20 one-on-ones against him in the game and shut him out. All right, that's one. The year before, at left tackle in Tennessee, there he is going up against Trayvon Walker at Georgia, shutout. And he's got this Trent Williams ability just to be able to knock hands down and reset while he's moving his feet. Trent Williams does it. Nobody's better than Trent Williams in his business. Nobody does it like Trent Williams. And I see Darnell Wright doing it. I'm saying, is he studying Trent Williams' tape? Oh, by the way, he's also 6'5.5". He's 342 pounds. He's got arms from here to that banshee tree over there. I mean, almost 8-foot wingspan, and just a big old bruising mauler guy. Like some days he doesn't even block guys, he just mauls them. And he's got a flipper, just got a whole can of nasty in him. Darnell Wright, my number 1 tackle in this draft.
Whole can of nasty in him, says Brian Baldinger.
Well, now he's got me excited.
That's Brian Baldinger on the Bears, 10th overall pick, Darnell Wright, 6'5", 333, out of Tennessee. The first true shocker of the draft in terms of a pick. There have been shockers in terms of trades, but in terms of a pick, the Detroit Lions, with the 12th pick in the draft, select Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow.
The running back.
Out of Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, he's crazy fast, which David Montgomery is not. And behind that offensive line, he will be very dangerous. But the second running back in this draft with the 12th pick.
Wow, man.
I got to be honest, I was more scared of what Detroit could do in this draft than taking a running back in that spot.
Well, because of their trade down with Arizona, who had traded down with Houston at that 12 spot, Detroit has 5 picks in the top 55. So, they've got another pick coming to what, 16? Or 18? I think it's 18. They've got, they must love Jahmyr Gibbs to the point that they're willing to take, the second person on their depth chart at another position at 18 if need be. Want to make sure they get
Swift
this guy
too, right?
Yeah, they do have DeAndre Swift.
Yes.
This is loading
He's gone.
up.
Yeah, that means well, I guess he's still on his rookie deal.
Well, they're not going to change their offense. Run the ball and play action pass for Jared Goff, right?
312-644-6767. We can kind of take a minute here to exhale. We would love to hear from you. Ryan Poles had a couple of massive decisions. Jalen Carter was on the board. He traded out with the best general manager in football. And Jalen Carter goes 9. Darnell Wright goes 10. And Peter Skoronski goes 11. So he picked his tackle. He avoided Jalen Carter, and he passed on Skoronski. You could have the first reaction on the score from the fans' perspective, 312-644-6767 to Ryan Poles' first-round pick. I'm rooting for Darnell Wright. I'm not going to pretend to be an offensive line expert. He would not have been my pick. I would have taken Jalen Carter, but they're supporting Justin Fields, so I can't hate it. I can't hate it, but I don't love it.
Yeah, but it is about supporting Justin Fields.
It's about supporting Justin Fields.
And it's about finding out the objective of the season to either let your quarterback get better and realize what you have, or let your quarterback expose himself as not being good enough and keep yourself armed to move on next year when you have those 2 first-round picks. David Montgomery's a Lion, too.
I know.
That's what I said. Yeah, David Montgomery.
DeAndre Swift and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
It's a crazy, crazy thing.
Yeah.
I like the Darnell Wright pick more than most. Pat Manley, how are you feeling about it?
I'm okay with it. The more I think about it now, you like I said, it's a safe pick. He comes in, he fills this position, and he's the starter. And then I'm thinking next, what is the next offensive position they pick? Do they go center? Then you've really got some potential of good protection for Justin Fields, but I know that's down the road. But I'm okay with the pick, and I think the city is not going to be very happy. It's not flashy, but it solves a need, and it takes care of Justin Fields a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think the city's going to hate the pick.
They're angry texters already, thinking that they gave up on Jalen Carter for just a 4th-round future.
I think that's what it is. I don't think it's Darnell Wright. I think it's passing on Jalen Carter that's going to be the thing that's going to be polarizing about it. Like if Jalen Carter's off the board and Ryan Poles took his top offensive lineman, I'm not sure that the city hates it.
But again, that means that visit did not go well. That has to mean that they got the intel and they're like, we can't have this guy in our building.
Coach, am I wrong? Like when someone picked up the phone to call you to do a draft, were you more hesitant? Like if the Raiders took Jalen Carter,
right,
or the Browns took Jalen Carter, or you know what I mean, like, or the Texans, like if like a dysfunctional bad organization took Jalen Carter, I'd be like, risky pick. But if if Howie Roseman's lighting up the phone lines being like, I want Jalen Carter, I want Jalen Carter.
The circumstances is different. I think Ryan Poles is sitting there saying, we got a guy that's immature. Let's use that word, as at a minimum. This kid's immature, and we are trying to build a culture here from the ground floor up. Can we bring him in here? And who are the leaders? Who runs a football team? And who? It's the leaders on the team that are ones that keep the culture alive. Mm-hmm. It's not the coaches. It's not the general manager. It's the players in the locker room that create the culture and keep it alive. And right now, the Bears are trying to figure out their culture. Mm-hmm. The Eagles have it.
Yes, the Eagles have it, Coach. You're exactly right. With Jalen Hurts, with Fletcher Cox on the D-line. How about Jason Kelsey? What Jalen Carter is stepping into. And they have the luxury of being great. That's why people were thinking maybe Bijan Robinson to the Eagles, because they have the luxury of knowing that if they screw this one up, they're still a really good team, probably going to win that division this year. It's a very different situation.
And he'll go in there and he'll be scared to death next year, and they'll get a great year out of him, and then we'll see what happens the next year or two, All
right, let's hear how scoreheads are feeling. Darnell Wright is a Bear. They had a shot at Jalen Carter and got a future 4th-round pick to pass on him. In Orland Park, Ray is on the Parkins Spiegel draft special. What up, Ray?
Great to talk to you, fellas. I think Ryan Poles got jobbed here, guys. Only a 4th-round pick for the move-up, and you kind of showed that you're a little bit of a, I'm going to say, coward. You're kind of remind me of draft day where the Jaguars GM guy didn't know what to do, and Kevin Costner told him a story and got his picks. I feel like that happened here. Wow. You just told the league that you're not ready to go yet by not getting the top premium talent and taking a risk and going for the big one. You just took the safe one and okay, we'll be all right. I don't like it. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thanks for the call, Ray.
And it mirrors what we're seeing on the text line, Danny. There are some people, this is the first moment I've seen a lot of vitriol towards Ryan Poles, because people want the big swing, and they don't. And the trade was a big swing, but this pick is not a big swing.
I mean, yeah, if he's a 10-year starter at right tackle, people are going to love the pick. I'm sure there's a ton of Bears fans who love build in the trenches, draft a tackle. It's a huge need on the team. They tried to give Mike McGlinchey $50 million. I don't think you can hate the pick for Darnell Wright. I just think
it's not flashy.
Yeah, and if they would have taken Jalen Carter, we would have had a ton of people angry at them for taking the risk with Jalen Carter too. Jalen Carter was not
absolutely
that would have been a polarizing pick.
I mean, Philly is the best situation in the league for Jalen Carter.
Without a doubt.
Number one spot.
Number one spot. If you're picking a spot where a troubled guy needs to go and have something to prove and have a culture around him, and the Bears are very, very low on that list. If you ranked the 30 best landing spots for Jalen Carter, Eagles are 1 and the Bears are bottom 10.
Nick is in Arlington Heights. He's on the score. What up, Nick?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Speaking about what the Bears did tonight, I'm ecstatic about they had enough sense to draft on the offensive line. Because I don't care who you got playing quarterback, anybody on offense. It all begins right there in the trench. And finally, if they can give this kid some protection, maybe he won't be running for 1,000 yards a year. Hopefully he can be throwing for more than that. Because that's what I'm worried about, our quarterback position.
Yep, that's the idea. Thanks, that they'll cut down on the running, and you'll see a lot more throwing from the pocket with a secure pocket, guys.
And Wani, your guy, Lucas Van Ness, goes to the Packers with the 13th overall pick in the trade with the Jets. So Lucas Van Ness coming into the NFC North. So Jahmyr Gibbs to the Lions, Darnell Wright to the Bears, and now Lucas Van Ness,
big Bears fan,
to the Packers. So Lucas Van Ness is a Green Bay Packer, coach.
Darnell Wright gets to see him.
Yep, there we go. I just saw him run over the guy from Ohio State. I don't know, Paris Johnson. Does that mean anything?
It's a good highlight.
I like
Steelers have traded up, by the way. Steelers are now on the clock. The Patriots traded down with Pittsburgh. So, yeah, of course. Exactly.
Patriots.
Surprise. Bill Belichick gets extra picks. Pittsburgh now on the clock.
So what are the debates tomorrow on our radio station, Danny, as we get a jump start? And, of course, Chuck Swirsky and Big Ant Heron, Anthony Heron, will be here.
9 o'clock.
Coming up at 9 o'clock. But all day tomorrow as well. It's going to be a volatile day. I think there's going to be a split and a divide here based on the attitude of the Bears towards Jalen Carter. And this is... I'm pleased, man. Like this is where I was. Like I was afraid of the risk of Jalen Carter because I think they've got to get this right. They had to get this pick right, and having traded down from 1 to 9, you got to use this asset at one of those important positions, and now they have.
And they're not in position yet to take that flyer. You know what I mean? Maybe 2 years from now they are.
That's the argument.
The Eagles are doing it right now.
That's the argument.
Yes, if he flops, then they're like, okay, we're still going to be okay. And Coach, you're right about the culture. I remember, I think it was Ask Grody or somebody. I said, who are the leaders in the locker room? And he gave me the list. And I was like, okay. Unimpressive.
Right.
Like good players, whatever, but nobody's been there, because nobody's been there that long. It just didn't seem like they that is a locker room you want to bring a kid in like to that. That's
absolutely.
It's just not going to be able to flourish.
No, I mean, I get that. I'm with that. I just, anyway, you know how I feel.
You can tell us again, though.
Steelers just trade up. They're going to take Danny's offensive lineman from Georgia,
Broderick Jones,
and that pretty much cleans the tackles. And now
one of the best organizations in football taking the guy I wanted.
Yeah, here's your terrible towel. You can have your mango and go to bed.
Mango.
But Miles Murphy, here comes the guys now. Bryce Breesy, my man Cansey, they're all coming.
Stop reading names.
Maybe, Coach. Maybe we can trade up into here and get one of these guys.
I don't think they're trading up, man.
I don't think so. By the way, Mark Grote's out at Haugh. He can do some reports. As soon as Darnell Wright meets the media, he'll have that with. You'll hear from Darnell Wright with Chuck Swirsky and Anthony Heron coming up. So keep it locked right here. But Pat in Austin is on the Parkins Spiegel draft special with Wanley. Man,
that's a new one. I like it.
That's what happens when we broadcast past 8 o'clock.
Mark the tape. What up, Pat? You're on the score.
Hey, Wadley's been great. Actually, it's been a great experience so far. I appreciate it, fellas. So I'm with Parkins completely. It feels like trading with the Spurs in the NBA draft. When the best GM in the league trades with you, you wonder what are the smartest people in the league know that I don't know, right? And it's just another one of those. Like I'm not disappointed with the pick. It's a position of need. It's a premium position. If it works out, fantastic, right? But it's a weird position to be in to know that you're going to wonder, like Wadley said, you're going to look at the Eagles games for the rest of the year and just wonder how this guy's doing. And if he's fantastic and if he's exactly what you think he's going to be, it's the biggest position that you need in an Eberflus offense that needs that position. And it's just a weird position to be in to know that you're going to be looking at this and keeping an eye tilted to this player for the rest of the year. I don't know. Can't be mad at the pick. I think it's fantastic, but it's just I don't like to be in this position to wonder what if.
Two things.
Again, thanks, guys. I listened to Pole's position for the last 3 months every single day because apparently I don't need to get anywhere with my life, and it's been fantastic to bring it full circle with this show. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks so much, Pat. Very much appreciate that. We've tried to cover this as much as we could, but Darnell Wright is hopefully awesome. I mean, all the measurables are there, right? The pass block tape is there. It's the technique in the run game, a little bit of the nastiness in the run game, like finishing blocks that was a bit of the question, but went up against monsters, has great standing up Will Anderson, standing up Brian Breesy, right? Like you watch like the YouTube 6-minute clip of Darnell Wright and you're like, oh, yeah, he did great against Clemson's defensive line in the bowl game. I remember watching that game. I bet money on that game. And then there he is, standing up a couple of first-round picks on the defensive line, right? So he has all of the things that you could fall in love with on tape.
The temptation is to judge everything now and remember that there are 3 techniques still available, whether it's Cansey, whether it's Adabare, whether it's the kid from Wisconsin, the kid from Florida, Dexter. There are options. We'll see what they come out with.
No reason they can't be great either. But here, let's think about this. The Bears had the number 1 overall pick, right? Are you happy now that you took the number 1 overall pick, and now you have DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, and a future 4th rounder.
And all
That's
the other
another
picks
question.
they got from Carolina.
Well, you're
And
right.
all the other picks,
yeah,
yeah.
and next
And all the-
year's
yes.
first and all that. Yeah,
that's a lot.
It's a lot, right? You have the number 1 receiver, you have a right tackle, you have a second rounder.
That's
this
a good
year,
way to look at it.
a
It really
future
is.
first. No, yeah, that
That's
is.
that's a reality.
It's the reality. That is how we will judge it. It's not going to be 1 for 1. It's going to be
the overall compensation.
It's going to
and
be the
players.
overall compensation. And hey, the other thing, it's a premium position.
Yeah.
They had a lot of premium positions of need. Edge rusher, 3 technique, tackle. What shocked me wasn't that they didn't take the 3rd edge rusher, Nolan Smith, because the top 2 were off the board. What shocked me was the number 1 3 tech was on the board, and they didn't take him.
But he's got lots of issues. So to come out of this with a number 1 wideout and a starting tackle is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, well, if he's good. If he's good. Darnell Wright has to be good. Want to get the last word in, Coach?
Well, no, we got two more days and a lot of picks.
Two more days and a lot of picks. And
No,
a GM who likes
and they
to
know
trade.
they know that, and we just got to get some defensive line help, and I think they will. I mean, they've got a good plan, and like I said, I had Darnell Wright as my second best offensive lineman, so I'm a fan of the guys. I truly am. He's going to be a good player for the Bears. I think we should be happy about it. And I think Pat made a great point. We got to look at the whole package of where they were with the first pick and where we're sitting right now, today, tomorrow, and even going into next year. It's very promising.
Stay tuned. Anthony Herron and Chuck Swirsky have you for the rest of the first round. Lock in on Twitch, the YouTube channel. Great job. Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka, Shane Reardon, Chris Tannehill, Pat Manley, Dave Wanstedt, Matt Spiegel. Thank you to Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Thanks again to Rinaldi's in the West Loop. They're your spot for any event at the United Center. Rinaldi'sWestLoop.com. I'm Danny Parkins. This has been the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special right here on The Score.
I'm on it. See ya.
Breaking Bears news. With their first round pick, the Bears have taken Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright. Keep it here as we continue to cover this and all other draft moves made by Ryan Poles and the Bears as the 2023 draft continues on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter.
My guy sounds like a vintage French wine. Zach Charbonnet, running back, UCLA.
And when I give the full first name, he's not a Zachary. He's a Zachariah.
Zachariah
Charbonnet. That's pretty good. UCLA, 6 feet, 214 pounds. Strengths.
I've watched him as a puppy when he came into NC State, and I've watched him grow up, and I followed his career, and I just love the way he works and plays.
He's not a puppy, he's a man. Above average vision and run tempo, hitting holes with timing and acceleration. Outstanding contact balance and not an easy ball carrier to get on the ground. When he drops his pads, he forces defenders to be perfect with their tackle execution. Keeps his strong legs pumping to sustain forward momentum and fight for every yard. Reels in throws away from his frame as a pass catcher. Outstanding instincts as a pass protector. Fumbled only twice in his college career. Both UCLA and Michigan coaching staffs say spent more time in the weight room than anyone else on the team. Quiet, businesslike personality who avoids the limelight and social media. Very goal-oriented and stays away from distractions. Weaknesses.
Whatever.
Average explosiveness as a ball carrier. Has limited juice around the corner and doesn't have the long speed to run away from linebackers at the next level. Gathers to cut and open his stride, showing slight hip tightness in his movements, willing and ready to pick up blitzers, but must improve his execution by fixing bad habits, lowering his eye level, or lunging. Missed 2 games because of lingering injuries as a senior in 2022. Summary. Overall, Charbonnet is not a dynamic start-stop athlete to quickly change rush lanes or escape trouble, but he has extraordinary vision with reliable pass catching and blocking skills and impeccable football character. He projects as a low-end NFL starter. Who does that sound like?
There's a little David Montgomery in that to me.
They project him as a 2nd or 3rd round pick, number 61 overall, which, by the way, the Bears own.
And that's why you don't pay David Montgomery.
That is Zachariah Charbonnet.
minute coverage as the draft continues. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
And now, it's time for The Score's Draft Special, featuring Chuck Swirsky and Anthony Herron. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Always a pleasure. We're talking NFL draft.
That's right.
And you got to love it. Chuck Swirsky, Anthony Herron. Anthony, of course, from Bolingbrook, Illinois, was a fabulous player there. Went on to Iowa, started for 2 seasons, and then you lined up in the National Football League, 4 teams. But as we talked about, your hometown, you never played for the Bears.
I know, man. Sweet home Chicago. It feels odd. I remember a couple of the first paychecks I got from the Green Bay Packers, just looking at it like, man, I grew up hating this team, just detesting the Green Bay Packers, and here I am getting paychecks from that organization. But they treated me well. Tried to treat them well while I was there, also. But here we are, man. Bears finally made their top 10 pick.
And the reason I mentioned that's a little background on yourself, because the passion you have for this sport and the passion Bears fans, NFL fans right now about the pick.
Right.
So I know you cover the NFL and college football as well as anyone, the stable of great analysts here on 670 The Score. And by the way, you can find us on Twitch and YouTube, 670 The Score. We'll take your calls at 312-644-6767. The Bears pull back 1 pick, take Darnell Wright out of Tennessee. So I've got some numbers here for you, Anthony, and I want to get your take on him because I'm sure you've seen tape, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of stats. This past season at Tennessee, run block snaps, 388. Pass block snaps, 507. 0 sacks. 0 sacks, okay? Only 2 hits. That's impressive. And yet, as you heard from Parkins Spiegel and Coach and Patrick, I mean, the bottom line is fans wanted to see something sexy in this draft, correct?
A lot of them did. And I think when you have your general manager is a former offensive lineman, your assistant general manager, another former offensive lineman. So Ryan Poles, Ian Cunningham, one of the questions has been in the year, it's been just over a year that Ryan Poles has been leading things from a personnel perspective for the Bears. One of the questions has been, man, this offensive line is bad. When you going to do something about it, Ryan Poles? And he attempted to do some of that in free agency, went out, tried to spend big on a right tackle and Mike McGlinchey. That didn't work out. A lot of folks were wondering whether or not they would try to spend big to go get Orlando Brown. I wasn't surprised they didn't attempt to do that, even though he was viewed as one of the top free agent offensive tackles on the market, and he was looking for a market-setting deal. Bears didn't want to give him that, even though Ryan Poles was with him in Kansas City. And so now, after going through that, to get Nate Davis, an interior offensive lineman, he's going to be one of their starting guards after a magnificent career that he had with the Tennessee Titans so far. So you begin to bone up the interior of the offensive line. I was telling folks for a while now, I felt like even going into free agency that they felt pretty good about a young left tackle in Braxton Jones. So where would that leave them coming into tonight? We've been talking about this for months at this point, Chuck, since the Bears ended up with the number 1 overall pick, then trade down from 1 to 9, accumulate some current and future draft capital. But it all was going to depend on how the board fell. And the defensive lineman, the defensive tackle out of Georgia, was a huge part of the question. Jalen Carter. What would they do if Jalen Carter fell to 9? Been telling people for a little bit. I was talking to Manley and Coach Wani the other night on our draft special. And, I really felt fairly strongly that if Jalen Carter was available to the Bears at 9, I've been telling folks and texting folks throughout the day, today even, I didn't think they were going to go for Jalen Carter. I haven't felt like this
and
for
why not?
months.
What was your gut? Because, number one, I want to be perfectly transparent about this. I've never met the man. I've read a ton about him, obviously, leading up to the draft. I thought Seattle might take him.
Yeah, right.
And kick the tires a little bit. But bottom line is they passed and they took Witherspoon out of Illinois. By the way, the first Illini first-round pick since 1996. So good for the Fighting Illini. But the bottom line is that obviously from an intel standpoint, they know a heck of a lot more than Chuck Swirsky. Okay, so I trust the Bears. And it's not like they got a bad player. I mean, listen, this kid's a really good SEC proven player who's coming in here, and he's going to start. Okay, this isn't. We're going to draft you, and you have to earn your strike. He is going to start at right tackle game one, don't you think?
As he should. And I completely agree. And for Darnell Wright to be able to come into a position where he's making the room deeper, even though, Larry Borum has started a lot of games in 2 years that he's been with the Bears, started some at left tackle, started some at right tackle. There's been some fits and starts there, but, this isn't, I don't think this means Larry Borum will no longer be a member of the Chicago Bears. Larry Borum will likely, going into his third year in the NFL, take this as a challenge that they've drafted some rookie in the first round to take his job. So I completely agree. Darnell Wright will be the starting right tackle for the Bears. And now what this ends up doing is bolstering the competitive depth of the Bears, because now you look at the interior of the offensive line, you're wondering, well, what are they going to do with Cody White here? Because we all thought that Tevin Jenkins, his first time playing guard last season, he looked really good as a right guard, but then they go get Nate Davis in free agency, so now he's going to be your starting right guard. Apparently they're moving Tevin Jenkins over to left guard. So who's your center? Sam Mustipher is no longer a member of the Chicago Bears. Lucas Patrick was the guy they paid last season to be the center. He was hurt the entire year and was able to only snap the ball a couple of times before he got injured again. So maybe Cody White here is your center, or maybe there's these other moving parts and moving pieces, but you at least have bolstered the depth inside. How do you get deeper at tackle? And the Bears are now in a better position at offensive tackle, deeper there. Darnell Wright should come in and start, and hopefully he'll be the future right tackle of the Bears here. But you need depth. That offensive line is just a spot where you're going to lose bodies. You're going to need other snaps to be able to have guys roll through. And Darnell Wright he's the best right tackle in this draft.
They're not asking. They didn't draft him and said, we're going to move you to right tackle. He is a right tackle, period.
Yeah.
So I'm going to date myself, but on the Mount Rushmore of executives this city has seen over the last 30, 40 years, there was a Bears general manager by the name of Jim Finks, who I have a great deal of admiration for. He was a wonderful man. He passed away probably 10, 15 years ago, whatever the case may be, left the Bears, became the president of the Cubs, left the Cubs, and ran the Saints. But I would sit down with Jim Finks, who, in my opinion, was one of the greatest NFL executives ever. And he would always tell me, you never have enough assets, regardless of position, because it puts you then in a position of strength. So if you have a surplus of offensive linemen, you can do a lot of good things, whether you wait until the end of the season on draft night, you make trades, or simple competition. And having played in the National Football League, Anthony, you know the competition, you find out a lot about a human being in competition. It's going to be hard. It should be hard, okay? This is the highest level of competition in the game of football, to play in the National Football League. It shouldn't be easy. So by the Bears drafting this young man out of Tennessee, I'm kind of fired up now, even though I understand fans saying, what about Carter?
And Jalen Carter.
Especially going to Philadelphia.
Right. And to your question about Jalen Carter, the Bears at this point, by comparing the Bears and the Philadelphia Eagles, the situation the Eagles are in right now, they're coming off of an NFC championship. They are a team that just came off of a season where they had one of the two deepest defensive lines in football. You could maybe make a case the San Francisco 49ers are in that conversation as well. But as far as productivity, there wasn't a team that had a wider variety of defensive linemen, more productive in sacks, in like statistically productive sacks, tackles for loss. The Eagles just had a hellacious defensive front. So you bring in someone to even bolster that depth. And the Eagles don't have to count on Jalen Carter being just this shop wrecker from day one. They don't have to count on him being even a starter.
Are you saying they're going to stash him for a year?
It'll just depend on how he plays. I mean, if he earns playing time, then I'm sure they're going to play him as many snaps as he can handle. Now, his resume in college says sometimes he doesn't look like he can handle that many snaps or that he's even interested in handling that many snaps. When he's playing full tilt, he's as talented as any player in this draft, more talented than the vast majority of them, and that's what was so enticing about him. Certainly heard some of the callers. I'm on the way over. It's my wife's birthday today. Happy birthday, baby, if you happen to be listening. She's probably not, as she was just putting our son to bed late. But as I'm driving over, listening to Danny, Matt, Coach, Patrick, I mean, hearing some of the callers, I understand where folks were intrigued by the thought of the Bears taking a big swing. you need to understand how the Bears locker room, the Bears situation as a franchise is drastically different than what the Philadelphia Eagles are in right now. The Eagles are a team that's accustomed to winning, a locker room full of guys that are accustomed to winning, and a defensive front that doesn't have to count on someone like Jalen Carter. Now, if he earns the snaps and if he's making plays, that's great because he can be someone who can play at a high level and maybe be a perennial Pro Bowler. But if he's not, the Eagles are still going to be fine.
Okay,
the Eagles are still going to be one of the favorites in the NFC.
You're right. And again, Philadelphia giving the Bears a fourth-round pick next year. What's your response, though, to fans who are saying, you know what, I wanted this club to be bold. I wanted this club to say, okay, you know what, we're going to take a flyer on this kid because he has an unbelievable resume on the field, okay? And character is very important in my world.
Right.
Very important. So I get that side. But from a pure athletic standpoint, a difference maker, what's your response then to fans who are saying, boy, you know what, okay, I kind of like the pick. I don't know if I'm in love with the pick, but Carter would have been an interesting selection.
He would have been interesting, and it won't surprise me one bit if a year, maybe 2 years from now, Ryan Poles and the Bears feel like that's a strategy they're more comfortable deploying. Right now, the roster needs legitimacy. The roster needs some sure things. And Jalen Carter, he's not a sure thing. It's the NFL draft. All these guys, you're taking an educated guess, regardless of how much detail you go into, how much combing into their background, how much film you break down.
So who do you think's going to have a better career then?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean,
it's hard
Eagles,
to say.
Yeah, the Eagles won some Super Bowls.
That,
I think that Jalen Carter is the more talented guy for his position than Darnell Wright.
But that doesn't necessarily equate to saying he's going to have a better career.
I believe Darnell Wright has a higher floor than Jalen Carter, just because I don't know that Jalen Carter 2 years from now, he may decide he's done with football or something like that. Like he's that type of mercurial personality. I mean, some of the reports even out of Georgia that the Bulldogs coaching staff have been, in a way, sort of warning people off of Jalen Carter to a certain extent, just letting them know, like, all right, he's really gifted, but it can be a bit much to try to urge him to play full tilt on a consistent basis. And those are the types of things that for the Bears, like think about the previous regime here, Chuck, and folks listening in, where Ryan Pace was running things. And Ryan Pace took a number of guys, especially when the Bears had several picks in the top 10. Over and over again, we saw Ryan Pace take physically gifted players who needed some development, who were more projects. And Jalen Carter, I wouldn't term him as a project, but he's a guy who you're not certain about his commitment to the sport. And playing the most physically demanding position on the field, interior defensive line, you want someone to be emotionally invested in being great at that day in and day out. It's what separates Aaron Donald from everyone else. It's what separated J.J. Watt from everyone else. Just that day in, day out, dogged desire to be the best at what they do. That's not who Jalen Carter has shown himself to be up to this point in his development. And so if you bring that in the top 10, where you're looking for a roster that needs so much help, needs guys who can come in and immediately contribute and hopefully play at a high level right off the bat. Like you mentioned, Darnell Wright, there's no reason to think he won't be a day one starter for the Bears. And hopefully he'll play well with Jalen Carter. There's a basement there where maybe the dude doesn't even play hard enough where even with all his physical talents, where maybe you don't count on him to start, if he's just out there dogging it on the practice field every day, if the coaches don't feel like he's committed, if he's not living up to the hits principle and everything that Matt Eberflus tries to espouse around Haugh. So the Bears right now as a franchise are not in a position to, I believe, where it would have been sensible for them to take the level of risk it feels like Jalen Carter was, whereas conversely, the Philadelphia Eagles, they can just draft off talent because their roster is already stacked.
Well, and again, there was a comfort zone between the two organizations. As you mentioned, Ian Cunningham, who had player personnel experience with Philadelphia, was there for, 6-7 years in the front office. Howie Roseman, obviously the record speaks for itself, how gifted he is in selecting and looking at players for the Eagles organization. So this was probably a good match, to say the least. And again, Carter was there. Bears elected to go in another direction. Period.
A lot of people very surprised. Because it felt like it was discussed as a potential dream scenario, perhaps, if Jalen Carter were available to the Bears at 9. And once he was there, a lot of folks said, all right, here we go. This is what we've been waiting on. And Ryan Poles did
All right,
Pretty
you're
much what I
listening
thought
to
he'd
the
do.
voice of Anthony Herron, the great Anthony Herron of the University of Iowa, 4 NFL teams. You also did some coaching, right? In the Arena
Yeah, I
League?
did. Yep, coached arena football, won an Arena Cup championship one season as well. Yeah,
So
been around the
you've dealt
block.
with different personalities,
Oh,
the ones
yeah.
we're talking about
No
as well.
doubt, no doubt.
So you can probably add some insight on that. This Chuck Swirsky, Sean Sears, getting the job done on the other side of glass. Ryan Porth as well. In a moment, we're going to take some calls. We want to hear from you. We'll update the first round. It was a crazy first round, especially with quarterbacks, and my guy went to the Colts. And we're going to talk about that in a moment right here on 670 The Score. Lines are open at 312-644-6767. You can find us on Twitch and YouTube as well.
Breaking Bears news. With their first round pick, the Bears have taken Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright. Keep it here as we continue to cover this and all other draft moves made by Ryan Poles and the Bears as the 2023 draft continues on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free.
Is a name I hope will be butchered on these airways by Chicago meatballs everywhere for the next decade. Adabare, defensive lineman, Northwestern.
Adabare. I just did it myself. I butchered it for you. You can call him Tommy, as many do. He is listed at 6'1.5", 282. Here are his strengths. I've seen beaver in Canada a million times. They're unmistakable. Freaky athletic testing. The only 280-plus pound player to run a sub-4.5 40 in the history of the combine.
Damn.
Boasts a broad, naturally thick frame with disproportionately long arms. Low to the ground, consistently stays under blocks with his initial burst off the ball. Strikes with pad level and knee bend to effortlessly access his deep power supply.
Deep power supply, man.
What? Uses his active hands and upfield quickness to give blockers the slip or avoid being reached. Urgent cross chop. And
Urgent toss chop on 3.
And swim rip moves to free himself. Stacks blocks and peeks into the backfield to track runners. Freaky strength room numbers, which translates to the field. Voted a senior captain. Intrinsically motivated. Credited with rebuilding the culture of the team.
Wow.
Plays through pain. Didn't miss a start the last 3 seasons. Weaknesses.
How much does this game really mean to you, and how much would you just like to go grab a couple sacks of cheeseburgers and sit on a beach and smear that grease all over yourself?
Ooh. Threaten me with a good time. Flashes some tweener traits with some tightness in his lower body. Finds himself flat-footed and engulfed when his initial strike doesn't land. His counter moves lack consistent cohesion and creativity. Struggles to handle extra attention. Can be affected by chip blocks. Had some troubles as an edge setter and needs to be more consistent technician of the run game, regardless of alignment. Missed tackles were all over his tape, often because of his tendency to play too hot, and struggles when attempting to quickly redirect. Undisciplined at times, including a roughing the passer penalty as a senior, and a few others that came close. The summary. Adabare needs to become more consistent in several areas, but he has explosive power in his body with the long arms and natural leverage to be disruptive. An outside rusher in college, he projects best inside as a 3 technique.
You damn right he does.
In the NFL, his grade 2nd to 3rd round, Northwestern tackle Tommy Adabare.
proud partner of the Chicago Bears and Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
With the 10th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
All right, so there you go. Darnell Wright, the newest member of the Chicago Bears, the offensive right tackle, 6'6", 335 pounds.
It's a lot of man, Chuck. It's a lot of young man right there. But he can throw that weight around pretty good, though.
Yep,
He moves well.
Out of Huntington, West Virginia. Let's go to the phone lines right now at 312-644-6767. Big Ben calling from Sycamore. We appreciate it. Ben, we know you've been patiently waiting to talk to Anthony Herron, the rest of us on 670 The Score. What's your take on this draft?
Well, I want to say hello, Speaks, hello, Parks, and hello, Coach Wani, if he's still around.
Yep, they're somewhere in the hallway.
They're listening.
All right. First off, Poles made a great choice taking Wright. Wright is a true monster. Granted, from what I've seen, he's a great right. He's a good right tackle, but he's a great left tackle. He's a better pass blocker than a run blocker. I mean, 2 seasons ago, he went up against what was it, Trayvon Walker or whatever, shut him down. He shut down Will Anderson. I mean, he's a true beast. And I do want to make a point. We do need a backup quarterback. Hopefully the Bears go after Stetson Bennett because Bennett is good.
Stetson Bennett, that'd be an interesting pick, and he is a mobile guy as well. And he certainly wouldn't be a threat to Justin Fields. So yeah, he'll be available. I think Stetson Bennett will be available day 3. We'll see where the rest of the draft board ends up shaking out there. But to Big Ben's point about Darnell Wright, as a left tackle, I like him better as a right tackle. He played his best football this past season as a right tackle. But I think, the caller Big Ben, he is correct that in pass pro, he's more effective at this point in his development than as a run blocker. But you can certainly see that there's ground-based power where when Darnell Wright really commits himself to leverage and to finishing guys, he can really move people at a pretty high level as well. And he did that against some really high-level competition.
All right, I'm going to put you in the position, Anthony, because you played superb football, especially in the Big Ten, but you got to the NFL. And so break it down as far as the mechanics of a right tackle so fans have an understanding what they are getting in this young man and what his responsibilities and what he will be held accountable to do as a right tackle.
So the Bears, part of the conversation coming in was whether or not the 5th round pick from last year, Braxton Jones, would Ryan Poles, would the Bears, would Matt Eberflus and the staff feel like Braxton Jones was solidified on the left side, or would the Bears maybe draft a left tackle if a Peter Skoronski was there, Paris Johnson Jr. was there? Now, in tonight's draft, Paris Johnson was off the board already. Cardinals selected him.
Which was expected.
Right, and Peter Skoronski was available to the Bears. So I would say I was more surprised the Bears passed on an opportunity at Peter Skoronski than I was that the Bears passed on an opportunity at Jalen Carter.
What's the difference from your standpoint, having seen a ton of tape, especially on Skoronski at Northwestern, compared to Darnell?
So Peter Skoronski has played nothing but left tackle. Now, I believe, and I was saying this the other night, I believe Peter Skoronski is a coordinated enough athlete where if he would have needed to move to the right side, he would be capable of it, but there's no film of him doing it. He got to Northwestern, and day one, he was the starting left tackle as a true freshman. Rashawn Slater, who was a first-round draft pick into the NFL, he had opted out in the 2020 season.
So you're assuming that he would be able to, because of the know-how, technique, athleticism, he could just slide over without any issues.
I believe he would have been able to develop into it. Yes, he's capable of it.
So, but a right tackle, tell me about breaking it down now as far as what a right tackle, the responsibilities of the right tackle, and what he needs to do in order to be very successful in this league.
A lot of offensive run games are more what we term as right-handed. When you're on the offensive side looking out and you're trying to determine who's going to the right or to the left, the right tackle, of course, on offense. A lot of run games in the NFL are more what we term as right-handed than left-handed. A lot of the strong side of the formation tends to be to the right statistically more frequently than not. Offenses will run in that direction more frequently than they will run to the left. And the blind side of the quarterback, with just the majority of humans being right-handed,
Yes.
so your quarterback being a right-handed quarterback, his blind side, the side where he is less likely to see that defender rushing at him and being able to evade the rush, that's where the left tackle is usually that best pass protector, because the opposing team, will normally put their best pass rusher on that right side, that speed rusher.
Hence, that's why left tackles get paid
right
a ton.
Yeah, and so for Darnell Wright, he's played both, and that's a good thing, I believe, but he's played his best football, in my opinion, on the right side, best right tackle in this draft class, and that's where the Bears feel like they have the biggest hole remaining on the offensive line throughout the sequence of what I discussed, where they feel good at left, and the interior has been more solidified. Right tackle is where there is a gaping hole. They attempted to address it in free agency, weren't able to do that, didn't want to go as high as the contract that Mike McGlinchey ended up getting. So they're now going to address that. They have addressed that in the draft. And as a right tackle, to say that he's still a high level, still a quality pass protector, but then also a guy who can move people in the run game. And I think for the mobility that the Bears look for in their offensive line, even though he is 330 plus in his weight, like you referenced a moment ago, and who knows, the Bears may want his body composition to adjust a little bit, but he is extremely mobile for a guy of his size, 6'6", 330 plus. He moves well, and that's a big thing for the Bears because of the way that they feature the outside zone run game. They want to be able to run laterally. They want offensive line who can move laterally and then get up to the second and third level, operate in space for the amount of screen passes that they run, where Justin Fields will take it and then quickly flip it to the outside to a wide receiver. They don't just count on the other wide receivers to stalk block there. They want their big guys, their offensive tackles. Some of the more special moments that their rookie left tackle last season, Braxton Jones, had was just showing his athleticism, getting out into the open field and blocking much smaller people than him in space and being able to stick with them. And that's what Darnell Wright, he'll have to figure that out, develop that at the NFL level, but he's mobile enough and athletic enough to be able to do that. So it's a good combination of skills that the Bears bring in.
All right, Anthony Herron right here on 670 The Score. This is Chuck Swirsky. Let's go to Elgin. And Steve, welcome to our show.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Steve?
Hey, I love the pick. Absolutely love it. Darnell Wright is a monster. I was hoping I got him. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something. Carter's going to be a bust, man. He has bust written all over him.
And why would you say that, Steve?
I watched the national championship game. He didn't really show up. He takes plays off. I don't really know if he really loves football. Something's missing with the guy. I'm telling you, I was glad they didn't draft him. 2 years ago, he was an absolute monster. But something changed with the guy. He had some good games. But I think he has bust written all over. I'm just be honest with you. Now, with Darnell Wright, the guy's a monster. He is an absolute monster. If I recall, I don't think he gave up a sack this year.
No, he did not.
Yeah. The guy, he's an awesome run blocker. Will Addison did an interview and asked him who was the best guard he faced. And he said the guy from Tennessee.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you. So, obviously, Philadelphia has done their homework. I mean, you don't wind up in a Super Bowl without doing your due diligence on every single player that walks into training camp, okay, and the headquarters with the Eagles. So I don't know if they brought him in. We're talking about Carter. I would assume they did. I assume they've had multiple interviews with him.
Right.
So they must have seen something. And again, with the relationship of he and Cunningham, Roseman, Philly, Chicago, we'll toss a fourth pick, we'll move back one, so on and so forth. So I think you're onto something here. And Parkins and Spiegel and Patrick and Coach Wani talked about the climate and the culture is much different with Philadelphia than the Bears, because they've already got things in place in Philadelphia with the foundation of integrity and character with that group. So if there's a slip up, it's not just going to be, hey, you know what, Howie Roseman wants to see you, or hey, you know what, we really want to sit down with you. The players are going to call this kid aside.
Yeah.
So that's not how we do business here.
There's a championship culture that's already in place there in Philadelphia. And, I referenced the previous regime there, Ryan Pace. You think of taking Kevin White in the top 10 of the NFL draft, a guy who was a project, a lot of great physical traits, but very first draft pick that Ryan Pace made was Kevin White, receiver out of West Virginia, guy with all the physical tools there, but didn't really know how to play football that well yet. Just ran a couple of routes in college, some screen pads, and he was just bigger and faster than the guys covering him, and he scored a bunch of touchdowns. Bring him into Chicago. You're counting on this guy to be a number one receiver. Never developed into that. The offense is set back on an annual basis because of it. Leonard Floyd, when the Bears needed a pass rusher, they had to have an edge rusher because they didn't have any of them. They draft Leonard Floyd in the top 10. Leonard Floyd has had a nice career, but has never been a guy who's been a consistent sack artist. The Bears drafted that in the top 10 because they needed it. He never became that in Chicago. And so your entire defensive front is set back because you draft the top 10 for guys who can come in and make an immediate impact for you.
I want to ask you about that then, because you've coached, okay? You were a head coach, correct?
Yeah.
In the Arena League. You've played for a lot of really good coaches, okay? When people say, well, we need to establish a culture, I hear this all the time in the NBA. The first time a coach's name at the press conference, what comes out of their mouth? Hey, we're going to have a culture here.
Yeah,
I hear it
right.
time and time again.
Right.
Sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's not. So give me the definition. How do you establish culture? What are you looking for? Because that's what the Bears are attempting to do right now, especially not only with this kid, but as the weekend goes on.
It's one of the reasons that one of the things that Matt Eberflus and Ryan Poles did last season was put a bunch of young guys on that training camp roster because it made it easier for them to establish the culture they're looking for. When you're a new coach, new leadership coming in, the term culture gets used so much, but it's basically, what is the personality that I want my organization to have? What's the personality? What's the chemistry that I want my locker room to exude? And what do I want that film to look like when it shows out there on the playing surface? And so for Matt Eberflus, he wants his team to show who he is as a coach on film. And he wants that,
how tough they are physically,
right,
mentally.
The level
you
of
see Fields
hustle.
play through injury. You got Cole Kmet, So as far as culture, though, give me an idea. Give me like a definition of culture.
It's really just about your personality as a coach and how you want that personality to show up on the film. Now, the film ends up being just a microcosm of everything you're doing in preparation for that day in and day out. What the meeting rooms look like and sound like, what the practice field looks like and sounds like, and then you put it out there on the playing surface. So for the culture of the team, where the Eagles have an established culture, the Bears are trying to establish a culture, but you want the tangible evidence to be there. So you might have guys who feel like they're leaders of the Bears, but haven't done a lot of winning.
Okay, so who are the leaders on the Bears?
I mean, it's hard to say at this point because they're all just young, impressionable guys. Roquan Smith was a leader, but he's gone. David Montgomery was a leader, but now he's gone. And these are just younger guys. The roster is so young right now. Eddie Jackson is really the elder statesman on the Bears defense at this point. He was injured for the bulk of the, kind of the second half of last season, but he would certainly be, I think, the loudest and most proven voice on the Bears defense, but he hasn't been on the field with them very much. So that's where a young team, you're growing a culture. You're in the process of growing that culture, and you want it to be. And Matt Eberflus really wants it to be something where you're showing a level of intensity, preparation, the hustle on the film, the focus of not making mental errors in game. And as that gets established, a guy like Jalen Carter can erode that really quickly for a team that doesn't have those spurs on the wall yet, whereas you go to Philadelphia and either a player might feel more comfortable telling him, rookie, sit down, shut up, or you're not doing it the way that we do it, the way that we won with last season. And the thing I think is as big as anything is that the Eagles and just some of the great teams in the league are in a position to take that risk and be able to withstand it, be able to sustain winning if Jalen Carter doesn't pan out. Whereas the Bears, like I mentioned those examples, Kevin White not panning out was a huge blow to the Bears. Leonard Floyd not panning out was a huge blow to the Bears.
Yes.
Mitchell Trubisky, of course, not panning out at quarterback was a huge blow to the Bears. When you miss in the top 10, you better be a great and a deep team. Most teams in the league can't really sustain missing on top 10 picks. We saw that with the previous regime in Chicago.
Okay. See, and Jason, hold on. We're going to go to Jason in Crystal Lake in a moment. This is what I look for in a player, other than the obvious you've got to have a skill set. You can be the nicest kid in the world and have outstanding character, but if you can't play, you can't play, okay? You've got to have a built-in skill set. But here's one thing that I always look for when I see any player in any sport. How much does he or she love the game? And I'm talking about love the game. I'm talking about, okay, like I'm not playing to the scoreboard. I don't care if we're down by 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. I'm showing up, I'm lining up, and I'm getting after it, okay? I don't care if we're 10 games under 500 and we're out of the playoffs. I want your approach to be, this is what and how I am wired, and this is a gift, and I've been blessed with a gift, and I'm playing football today in the National Football League, and I'm not taking any possessions off.
I know we're not here to talk about the Bulls tonight, but obviously when Patrick Beverley gets signed, that's a part of what folks are hoping he ends up bringing to the Bulls locker room. You know, just that extra edge, that day in, day out intensity that maybe wasn't there as much in the locker room all around.
Yeah. Let's go to Jason in Crystal Lake. Jason, welcome to 670 The Score. You're on the line with Anthony Herron. This is Chuck Swirsky. What can we do for you?
Hey, so I just want to say I think Poles was kind of scared and nervous with this the draft.
Why do you think he was scared and nervous?
I think he overreached with Wright at 10. Like you said, right? Like a top 10, like he's got to be a franchise tackle.
Well, I mean, he still might be a franchise. I mean, we're talking about just an hour and a half after he was picked. So, I mean, to already say the guy's not going to be, I don't know if he's going to be a franchise tackle. He may not. I don't know. But I think that based on what people are saying, people like Anthony Herron, people like Dave Wannstedt, people like Patrick Manley, and you know, you heard from Parkins Spiegel, and I've been going through like the last 2-3 hours on picks in the NFL on the mock drafts. They like this kid. I mean, there are too many people who have been impressed with this kid. We're talking about Darnell Wright. So I think this was a solid pick. Now, I understand why people wanted Carter, but I think, does he check the boxes the way Darnell Wright does? And I don't believe he does.
And I would say, perhaps one thing the caller is trying to allude to there is, like I referenced Peter Skoronski, the Northwestern player, the offensive tackle, who had only played left tackle in college, but where Peter Skoronski and Paris Johnson Jr. were two guys who were felt to be more definitive top 10 level picks in a draft that was, it could be termed as deep on the offensive line, certainly at offensive tackle, but not necessarily. That there was no offensive tackle in this draft that was universally thought of as a top 5 caliber prospect. Or, we think to back in the day, Orlando Pace out of Ohio State, #1 overall pick. There was no tackle in this draft that felt like they had gotten that level of regard or going through the evaluation process where they said, yeah, that's definitively top 1, maybe top 3, top 5. And I think that's where the difference lies a bit, where, for Darnell Wright, could the Bears have maybe gotten him a bit lower? He wasn't a guy who was universally thought of as a top 10 pick, but he was universally thought of as the best right tackle in this draft, and that's what the Bears needed.
Right, and you can't take chances that he would still be there, even if they pulled back a few spots. So,
Yeah.
I think this was a really solid pick, period. End of story. Although we want to hear from you, and that's why we have lines open at 312-644-6767. In a moment, Anthony Herron, he's going to update the first round, and we're going to highlight some of the picks from the Big Ten Conference that have gone through 22 picks in the opening round. That storyline coming up next. Yes, his Iowa Hawkeyes. We had Lucas Van Ness taken.
Go Hawks.
Yes, and we'll tell you what team took Van Ness, along with another Iowa Hawkeye just taken by the New England Patriots. So, again, hang around, folks. We have plenty of NFL football, Bears football on 670 The Score.
Hey Bears fans, David Haugh here. Listen first thing tomorrow morning starting at 5:30 a.m. as we react to round 1 of the NFL Draft and the Bears' first round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out.
My guy is Derek Hall, defensive end, Auburn.
Defensive end Derek Hall of Auburn stands 6'2.5", weighs 254. Here are his strengths.
Kurt Terry, Howie, Michael, and Tony. Look on graphic for the final 2 bullet points.
Is that Dick Stockton?
Yes.
Yes. Look on graphic for the final 2 bullet points. Tell him your name sent you.
Wasn't it Terry that he had confessed that I'm pretty bad? Wasn't it Dick Stockton and Terry Boers?
That was after the Alex Brown Bob Whitfield game. He was crying.
He's like, I'm that bad, right?
Yeah.
Terry's like, yeah.
He was in tears. It was really really
sad. Yeah, because he was a great broadcaster.
All right, projectable frame with a muscled-up build and long arms, strong initial burst to skillfully convert speed to power, proficient with a variety of stab, long arm, and arm over moves, rocks blockers off balance, and forces holding calls with his physical rush style. Holds the point, anchors with aggressiveness as a run defender, scrapes and claws down the line to make chase down stops. Flashes a closing burst when bearing down on ball carriers, making plays near the sideline. Shows veteran awareness, rarely takes himself out of plays, doesn't shut things down, effort leads to production. Voted a team captain, doesn't shy from speaking up and rallying his teammates, plays through bumps and bruises, finished his career playing in 44 straight games. Productive career. Weaknesses. The man chased him, grabbed him by the shirt, and then grabbed his penis in a violent manner.
We do this segment just for us.
I know, it really. Most of his pass rush success comes through blockers, not around them. Body stiffness shows when attempting to wrap the corner. Inefficient secondary moves when working off his initial stab or long arm. Anchors the edge but lacks suddenness in his shoulders and hands to quickly shed and make stops in his gap. More penalties in 2022 than expected. 0 career bat downs at the line of scrimmage. In summary, Haugh doesn't have fully fleshed out counter-maneuvers, release countermeasures, but he is an urgent, hard-charging pass rusher with linear athleticism and power in his hands. He'll be attractive to multiple schemes, projects as a potential NFL starter, similar to the Denver Broncos' Jonathan Cooper. A 2nd to 3rd round grade is what we have on Auburn edge rusher Derek Hall.
Wasn't asked to do a lot of the things that he's going to do in the NFL on a regular basis, mainly speaking of professional pass sets. You guys know what that Tennessee offense is and how they operate, but if you put the Alabama film on, and he did have to do that, he was asked to handle Will Anderson in a lot of one-on-one. He did it brilliantly, and I think he brings good quickness, good lateral movement with a frame that's NFL ready right now.
All right, that is Cole Kubalik from the SEC Network, talking about the number 1 draft pick by the Chicago Bears, 10th overall, Darnell Wright from the University of Tennessee. And again, we're just going to go let's say the top 5 picks in the NFL, and then Anthony Herron's going to run down Big Ten selections as we've gone through 22, 23 picks. Bryce Young again goes number 1 to Carolina. No surprise there. C.J. Stroud out of Ohio State, quarterback, and he is taken by the Texans. Your thoughts on Stroud going at number 2, Anthony?
It makes all the sense in the world. There was so much conversation about it here lately, Chuck, of whether or not C.J. Stroud would drop, whether or not the Texans would take a defensive lineman instead. And, you know, he was right there in that same conversation with Bryce Young. I think Bryce Young is the best quarterback in this draft cycle, so it doesn't surprise me that he went number 1, but there was a lot of convo that maybe C.J. Stroud, that there was a gap that had developed in the perception between the two, which surprised me, and I completely disagreed with, so it makes sense for C.J. Stroud to be the number 2 pick.
All right, but wait, Anthony, more sugar is on its way for the Houston Texans, because they made a blockbuster deal, gave up a ton with Arizona, but the Texans with the 3rd overall pick, Will Anderson out of Alabama. I love this kid.
And as far as just the prospects who were kind of the cleanest in their evaluation, you want the physical traits, he has those. You want the intangible traits, like we were talking about what lacked in the perception of Jalen Carter. Will Anderson has all those things as well. He brings everything to the table, and he's been extremely productive every stop along the way. One of the top players in America coming out of high school. He's been one of the best players in America every season. He's been in Tuscaloosa playing for the Crimson Tide, and the Texans get back-to-back picks with a guy who's going to be their quarterback of the future, and now perhaps the best defensive player and perhaps the cleanest prospect overall in the NFL draft, getting Anderson right after him.
Absolutely. And 3 of the top 4 picks from the SEC, and my guy, Anthony Richardson from the University of Florida, athletic, big, can just be a gazelle on the football
field. You like
field.
those physical traits, huh?
Yeah. I love him. Like, Justin Fields.
Right.
So, but he goes to the Colts. So you've got Young, Stroud, Anderson, Richardson, Witherspoon from Illinois going to Seattle, and then Paris Johnson with Ohio State going to the Cardinals. So, Anthony, take us through the Big Ten, and let's get a pick-by-pick as far as Big Ten and what you saw of them as a commentator on the Big Ten Network.
Well, we talked about C.J. Stroud. I can certainly go into a deeper dive on C.J. as well, but just to make sure everyone's updated on all the other picks, Devin Witherspoon ends up going at number 5 out of the Fighting Illini from Illinois. You referenced that he's one of the highest picks they've had of recent memory here. And Devin Witherspoon is a guy who plays with the temperament that you want, frankly, from any defensive player on the field.
He's tough, physical.
He is. And certainly as a corner, you want a level of confidence that he takes the field with. And he just exudes all those sort of things that you want from someone playing with confidence, playing with feistiness. He's a tempo setter on defense. It's just going to change the temperature in any locker room he ends up in. And Seattle, Pete Carroll, they're certainly accustomed to that from their secondary. Reference Paris Johnson Jr. I really felt like if he were there at 9, I think that's where the Bears would have likely gone.
Yep.
He's a guy who's played not only left tackle like he did this past season, but he's played right tackle and right guard as well. And that was one of the separating factors I had, where I had Paris Johnson Jr. ranked a bit ahead of Peter Skoronski from Northwestern. I thought Paris Johnson was the top offensive tackle in this draft. I've been watching him since high school. I mean, several of these guys, frankly. I call the All-American Bowl every year for NBC. Bryce Young played in that game. C.J. Stroud played in that game. Will Anderson played in that game. Paris Johnson played in that game. And there's, it's one of the cool things. And you know what it's like where you're getting to call games, you're getting to evaluate these players, and especially over the years, just watching them develop in the way that I've gotten to watch them develop. And Paris Johnson was the top offensive tackle in the country when he came out of high school. And, in this NFL draft, the top offensive tackle to come off the board in this NFL draft cycle. So his versatility, I think, will be something that Arizona is in a really strong position to lean on there. Then you continue to go down. Peter Skoronski finally comes off the board after the Bears end up making that trade. They trade down from 9 to 10. Then the question is, what are they going to do? Where are they going to go? A lot of people assumed it was going to be Peter Skoronski because he and Paris Johnson Jr. were the two names that most folks like myself talked about, trying to determine if the Bears did go O-line as opposed to D-line at the top of this draft, which of those two guys would they take? Bears, surprisingly to some extent, go with Darnell Wright, get the best right tackle in this draft as opposed to maybe, and I'll say, like Brian Baldinger. Baldy was extremely high on Darnell Wright, just saying he was the best tackle, period. Right, left, whoever, like Darnell Wright more than Paris Johnson, like Darnell Wright more than Peter Skoronski. So there were certainly folks out there who felt like Darnell Wright was the blue chip of blue chips from a tackle perspective. But Skoronski comes off the board to the Titans at number 11. Then, like you mentioned, my Hawkeye, Lucas Van Ness, comes off the board to the Green Bay Packers at number 13. And I think Green Bay's got enough defensive line depth, and it's not a top 10 pick. And you're talking 13, so it's a very high draft pick, top half of the first round of the draft. But my concern with Lucas Van Ness in my evaluation of my fellow Hawkeye was kind of like a reference with Jalen Carter, but for different reasons. Jalen Carter is a more well-rounded football player, just tangibly between the white lines. When he's full tilt, he's ready to go. He's got a wide array of pass rush moves. He's dominated the big stages. He's physically mature as well. Lucas Van Ness is still kind of this moldable lump of clay, very raw as a pure defensive lineman. Is he going to play end in the NFL? Is he going to play tackle in the NFL? And the higher you draft someone, the more of a desire, in some cases, perhaps the more of a requirement there is to just put him on the field and sort of force feed him into the lineup. Lucas Van Ness will be in a defensive front in Green Bay where he'll be able to rotate with what's a fairly deep group. The Packers have spent some money on their D-line, so drafting someone at 13 on the D-line doesn't mean that Lucas Van Ness will maybe be forced into situations where he's counted on for, 40 to 50 snaps in a game before he's really fully developed into that spot. So I think Green Bay is a decent spot for Lucas Van Ness to go to at number 13. As we continue to work down, you referenced another Hawkeye came off the board. Now, Anthony Richardson going 4 to the Colts, that was the first one where I said, okay, now that's one where they're saying we are going to draft maybe a bit higher than some folks anticipated. I know because of those physical traits you referenced, some people say, will Anthony Richardson go number 1 overall? The folks I talked to within the league circles didn't necessarily believe Anthony Richardson was ever truly going to be a number 1 pick. But him going number 4 to the Colts after a couple of other QBs come off the board, that feels like a good spot for Richardson. But Jack Campbell, inside linebacker, best true off-ball inside linebacker in this draft. Jack Campbell goes to the Detroit Lions. And, you
like this pick?
I like the player. I would imagine Detroit could have waited around a little while and gotten Jack Campbell there. Now, Jack Campbell is the type of guy who just made plays every year for Iowa, but he's your throwback. He is your –
Even though he's not related to Dan Campbell, is he a Dan Campbell player?
He's definitely a kneecap biter. If we're going to stick with the Dan Campbell opening press conference, he's definitely of that ilk. He is a guy who's kind of you don't see Mike linebackers built like Jack Campbell's built anymore. We think of Roquan Smith, the years he spent making plays all over the field with the Chicago Bears. Roquan's like 6'1", 225, 230. I mean, Jack Campbell is a legit 6'5", a legit 250. Like Brian Urlacher stature, not the athlete, and very few people were the athlete that Brian Urlacher was, but a very similar build, just a tall, long inside linebacker. And, in Detroit's defense, they want someone who can be that traffic cop for them at the second level, direct all the traffic, be the green dot guy. He's got good ball skills. He's got, for his size, good athleticism, and he's just a playmaker, very instinctive linebacker there. So it's good to see him. It's honestly much higher than I thought Jack Campbell would go. I thought Jack Campbell would be waiting around until tomorrow to go somewhere in the second round, perhaps even fall to the third with perhaps some athletic concerns. So I'm happy for as high as any Hawkeye is going to get drafted. I'm a little surprised Jack Campbell went number 18. But if there's any team that'd be willing to take a Jack Campbell at number 18, it would be a Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, just out of respect for what the Iowa program is, the accountability that's there when you put a Hawkeye into the NFL, what they usually develop into. So, I mean, Jack Campbell's a good football player. We obviously have Jack Sanborn as the undrafted rookie free agent last year, made plays even in the position the Bears drafted him into. Jack Campbell is a better football player than Jack Sanborn, and Jack Sanborn was able to start games for the Bears and show himself well last year. So I believe Jack Campbell's going to play good football, higher than I thought he was going to get drafted, though, out of the University of Iowa. First receiver off the board came out of Ohio State. To very little surprise, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Seattle takes him at number 20. I was wondering whether or not when JSN came off the board, if, could he even potentially be a top 10 type of guy. We just weren't sure when the first receiver would come off the board. And now you saw where just the very next pick, Quentin Johnston, comes off the board out of TCU as well. So this may be, and it looks like Zay Flowers has come off the board also. So the run on wide receivers seems to be beginning now that someone finally drafted Jackson Smith-Njigba. He was banged up a lot last season.
Every time I get excited about him, I just go on YouTube and watch the Rose Bowl against Utah.
Smooth as silk,
Oh,
man.
my goodness. I mean, come on.
I mean, almost as smooth as your dance moves. When you look at the way C.J. Stroud feathering passes beyond the Utah coverage, they played against the Utah Utes in that Rose Bowl. And, I mean, JSN's just literally made some no-look catches, just like over his shoulder.
And
he's not even
Stroud
looking at the football. Just Kismet, unadulterated Kismet in that game between the two of them.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a break. And, again, we appreciate our listeners. I know you want to talk, and guess what? We're going to give you that forum to talk, and that's why you're listening to 670 The Score. We also appreciate you catching us on Twitch and YouTube, 670 The Score. He's Anthony Herron. This Chuck Swirsky. We got Sean Sears spinning the dials, and we'll be right back in a moment right here on 670 The Score.
Breaking Bears news. With their first-round pick, the Bears have taken Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright. Keep it here as we continue to cover this and all other draft moves made by Ryan Poles and the Bears.
Next up, Johnny McTwitchy. You're on The Score. Hello.
Hello. Love your show.
Love your suit. Who's your guy?
My guy, Tyree Wilson, D-line, Texas Tech.
Tyree Wilson of Texas Tech, 6'5.5", 271 pounds. This is the best starting line of strengths that I've ever seen.
They used to have body fat contests in the clubhouse, and they would make a championship belt made out of like cardboard and tinfoil, and every year he would win the body fat contest. He finally lost, I think, in his last year to Randy Velarde, who of course ended up being in the Mitchell Report on steroids.
Looks like a yoked up Captain America with his muscular, broad-shouldered frame. Owns rare arm length and wingspan to affect the game in ways most edge rushers can't. Body quickness, natural strength, and shock in his hands help him easily convert speed to power. Has added several effective moves to counter blockers, including a cross rip, swipe rip, and arm over. Will use shoulder shimmy to access multiple gaps as a downhill rusher, surprises ball carriers with his closing acceleration when he has a lane, going from A to B quickly with his strong strides. Quick, physical hands help him strain and dispose of blockers in the run game. Received a triple team treatment at times from blockers because of his game-wrecking ability. Weaknesses.
He's just weird looking. He's just shaped weird.
Comes off the ball upright, tall, and late. Can be washed or moved off his spot by doubles, and his run defense lacks consistency. Guilty of false stepping or overcommitting his balance out in front, giving blockers the chance to pull him. Not a loose pass rusher who will bend the edge versus NFL offensive tackles. Pass rush sequencing needs continued coaching. Here's a summary. A 3-year starter at Texas Tech, Wilson played field side edge rusher in defensive coordinator Tim DeRuyter's 3-3-5 base scheme and reduced inside as a 4-4 technique. Or dropped into space.
Field side.
Overall, Wilson plays too upright and needs to become craftier and more strategic in his pass rush, but his length, speed, and raw power are outstanding foundational traits. His ascending tools are ripe for development, and he has Pro Bowl potential. He should be the first Texas Tech defender ever drafted in the top 20 picks. That right there is Tyree Wilson.
Wow, I didn't think it was going to end up being that positive. Okay, cool.
The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get back to more of The Score's draft special, featuring Chuck Swirsky and Anthony Herron. Brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
And it's 10:01 in the great city of Chicago, 50,000 watts of Bears and NFL Power, 670 The Score. Chuck, Anthony, Sean, getting it done behind the glass. And let's go to the phone lines at 312-644-6767 because Darnell Wright is the newest member of the Chicago Bears, played football in Knoxville, the Big Orange, from the University of Tennessee at the right tackle. Let's go to Andrew right now, calling from the Volunteer State. Andrew, how you doing?
Doing well, guys. Thank you for taking my call. By the way, I love both of you guys. Really appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you, Andrew. It's nice of you to say.
Darnell is a beast, guys. If you keep him at right tackle, I've watched the team the last 3 years. He is a beast. Just keep him at right tackle. I think the Bears really love Braxton at left tackle. I think he's going to stay there. And as long as you keep Darnell at right, guys, he is going to be great.
Now, you saw him then. If you're watching him throughout his career, you saw him play some left tackle, some right tackle. It's a different offense that the Vols run there, Andrew. I mean, any concern about an NFL transition there?
Not really, because he was running with Hooker. Like, Hooker, he's not Justin. Let's not get that twisted. But Hooker was a similar style. And all Darnell did was just keep Hooker upright. And I get people are upset about maybe not potentially taking Carter, but guys, this is what we needed. This locks down the right side of I'm telling you, this locks down the right side of the line. He's really good.
All right, what impressed you the most? Because as a fan, obviously, and you follow Tennessee football, as a fan, what can you tell us about him that stands out the most about his technique or just his approach to the game?
Well, first of all, he's one of those guys that Poles and Eberflus are talking about. He's a gamer. He loves the game, loves what he's doing. He's 100%. He will buy in. But what I loved about him, look what he did to Will. Look what he did to him. When Tennessee upset Alabama, he handled him, and Will even said, like, he's the best tackle I've gone against. The guy is like, I get people are saying like Paris Johnson for left tackle, or like we need somebody for left tackle. If you want the perfect right tackle, he's the guy in this draft to be the perfect right tackle, in my opinion.
All right, very good. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate you listening in Tennessee, and we welcome all of our calls, regardless if they're from the Chicagoland area or the state of Tennessee or SEC country, for that matter, who saw Darnell Wright play on the right tackle for the Volunteers. 312-644-6767. And we got Darnell Wright. He had a chance to speak with members of the media just a few moments ago.
Man, I mean, we talked about it. I'm not going to tell you everything we talked about, but we talked about a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of stuff that I need to work on. And there's a lot of stuff that I do that's really well. And I think, it's rare that you get to go somewhere that you really get to get coached by somebody that you really like and that you really feel like can take your game to the next level. And that's what I feel like Simo could do for me. I mean, he already told me it's going to be hard, but I never shied away from hard. I just want to get the best out of myself. And I think Coach Simo is going to be perfect for me. It's going to be perfect. I don't know. It's just going to be perfect.
Darnell, what did it mean to you that the Bears selected you ahead of other offensive linemen who were projected to go before you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the teams know what they're, they do this for a living. This is their job. You know what I mean? This is like they know what they're doing, and I'm just happy that they believed in me and saw what I think a lot of people saw, but a lot of people maybe didn't think. But I'm just happy that they believed in me. Really, just.
Darnell, where are you tonight, and who else with you?
Oh yeah, in this room right now. We got some. She's Melissa. She works for my agency, and upstairs I had a draft party with some of my family, my high school coach, head coach, high school line coach, and some friends. So,
where are you exactly?
Oh, in like a hotel, like rooftop, like some food and stuff. The Hyatt, like a Hyatt hotel in Knoxville. Sorry.
Darnell, you're here because the Bears think you can be a guy who can help Justin Fields reach his potential. What excites you about the chance to block for him, to keep him clean, and to work with him?
Man, that's my only plan. Like that's what I'm there for. Is for anything he needs is that's my job to keep him clean. amazing quarterback. And, the things he does, we're going to have a great team. Like, we're going to have a very good team. It's going to be great. Whatever I can do, no matter what that role is for the team, it's protecting him is going to be, that's my job. So.
All right, so that's Darnell Wright saying all the right things and very encouraging, the fact that he wants to be coached, okay? Now, and there's no doubt that that I believe every word he said about, listen, it's going to be hard. I welcome hard, Yeah. I mean, this is the National Football League. I mean, you know how competitive it is.
And you want guys who don't shirk that responsibility, who don't mind that level of competition. We were going through some of the Big Ten NFL draft prospects in the previous segment here. Obviously, he played in the SEC. So when you have a guy who you can evaluate him against some of the top competition, some of the greatest physical specimens that you're going to have at the collegiate level, then you at least know from an athleticism perspective, he doesn't shy from that. He was a part of what allowed the Tennessee Volunteers to emerge as one of the top teams in America while Hendon Hooker was still healthy as their quarterback this past season. And so his development throughout his time in college, I would say this. We just saw Tevin Jenkins, the Bears drafted him in the second round last year, or actually, the previous regime drafted him, and, he came in, has had issues, had some health problems his first couple of years in the NFL, but he's also a guy when he was at Oklahoma State that was kind of a late bloomer, really emerged late in his time at Oklahoma State. And you can make a similar case about Darnell Wright. This past season, he played his best football, and now he's become one of the top picks in the NFL draft, but he maximized, his physical capabilities, and he did so against some of the best competition in the country. Prior to this past season, he was a guy who flashed at times, and now what we just saw this past year, he was one of the best offensive linemen in America. And as a right tackle, his athleticism isn't going to be quite the same as some of the other guys. But really, I love what this pick does for the Bears because it feels to me like it solidifies a level of comfort with their O-line. I've been power ranking for the last couple of weeks. They're just telling people I saw the defensive line. I still see the D-line for the Bears as the most important position for them to continue to bolster, the position that needs more additional talent more than any other. I saw the offensive line as the number 2 in that spot. And in the running back position, I think they could use some more explosive talent there in the backfield with, alongside with Justin Fields. But the offensive line, they definitely needed help there. And at least now you can scheme around certain things on the O-line, but they needed a right tackle. And now it seems like they have one.
Again, for those of you who just joined us, that's Anthony Herron, former great star at the University of Iowa out of Bolingbrook, Illinois, played with 4 NFL teams, coached in the Arena Football League, does a fantastic job on 670 The Score and the Big Ten Network as an analyst and also in the studio. And repeating the storyline, the Bears in Philadelphia flip 9 and 10. Jalen Carter goes to Philadelphia at 9. Darnell Wright out of Tennessee, the right tackle, goes to the Bears. Bears get Philadelphia's 4th-round pick next season. Number 1 pick, Bryce Young out of Alabama, going to Carolina. C.J. Stroud, number 2 overall to Houston. Houston then makes a major deal with Arizona for a bevy of picks. And Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama is now property of the Texans. Elsewhere in the National Football League, Lamar Jackson earlier in the day signs to become the highest paid player in the National Football League, $52 million a year. He signs an overall deal worth $260 million. White Sox lose again. Cubs in the win column, and the Celtics eliminate Atlanta in the NBA. And you know what, Anthony? We have another pick. The Giants have taken a Big Ten quarterback from the University of Maryland, Deonte Banks. What can you tell me about him?
Good player. A guy who I used the term feisty earlier with Devin Witherspoon. And Devin Witherspoon was always kind of a gritty, feisty guy throughout the entirety of his career. Deonte Banks emerged as that more and more every season in College Park. And Maryland had a new defensive coordinator this past season, Brian Williams, who was a defensive line coach by trade, but hadn't been their defensive play caller until really this past season. And Deonte Banks really emerged this year as a guy on the outside at corner, challenging some of the best receivers. You watch him against, Marvin Harrison Jr. from Ohio State, best receiver in America this past year, playing with, the statistically the best passing offense in the country in Ohio State. And Marvin Harrison Jr. really struggled at times against Deonte Banks and Maryland, and some of that was just in pure man coverage. Deonte Banks didn't mind challenging anyone across from him, and it's underrated how important run support can be for a defensive back, because I think a lot of us just kind of grew up watching a guy like Deion Sanders play and thinking of cover corners. And coverage is certainly going to be more important at corner, but Deonte Banks will come up and support the run as well. He will rock your world as a hitter, and that's important because the NFL has now picked up so many of the college principles where there's a lot of these screen passes, swing passes, now routes that people are running on the outside. Deonte Banks will come up and make those hits.
I'll tell you who's going to rock your world. Joe Burrow's next contract.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you think Lamar Jackson is getting paid as he did today, you wait until Joe Burrow walks into the Bengals front office and says, hey, guess
turn.
what? It's my turn, and I'd like a piece of this franchise. All right, let's go to the phone lines. And, Dave, I love your patience. I appreciate it. You're on 670 The Score.
Hi, Chuck. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. You're on with Anthony Herron.
Okay, I like the pick that the Bears got, and I think there are a few holes to fill in. And there's another thing to ask you: with Aaron Rodgers gone, how do you like the Bears' chances in the division?
Okay, so let's take that storyline first, David. Thank you. So let's say the Bears get picks, Lions get picks, Minnesota, so on and so forth. If the season were to start today, who would be the team to beat in the NFC North?
Detroit.
Yeah,
the Lions, without a doubt.
Is there a gap, or is it just a little bit of a margin of?
I think it's a little bit of a margin because they're still the Lions, and so it doesn't roll off the tongue that easy to say that Detroit is the favorite in the division. But
so you don't think the second half was a fluke? You think they're the real deal?
No, I think that's a team that's growing and emerging. Not only the talent on the roster, and I mean, by comparison, you look at the games the Bears played against Detroit, games the Bears could have won, certainly, but just the playmakers available to Detroit. I mean, multiple running backs, more explosive than the running backs the Bears have, and exceptionally talented and mostly young offensive
do you like
line.
what they did today with Gibbs out of Alabama, the running
I
back?
do. Yeah, you bolster, and David Montgomery goes from Chicago to Detroit, so we know a quality player David Montgomery is, and then you add that Jahmyr Gibbs speed to the backfield as well. And so Detroit just continues to bolster positions that already were playing at a fairly high level for them. And they've got, and we can throw all the slings and arrows at Jared Goff that we want to. Statistically, he put up an exceptional year last season, won a lot of games, finished on a really high note.
A lot of play action.
Right, lots of play action, and that's a good thing. Take some pressure off the quarterback. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
Because I was concerned about Goff's career, actually,
a lot of people were
in the last year or so with the Rams.
A lot of people were. And, he took the Rams to a Super Bowl appearance. And I just think there's, just like in the NBA, not everyone's LeBron, not everyone's Giannis. And, Giannis fizzled, last night or whatever it was.
But you know what?
There's superhumans, and then there's just above average players. I think Jared Goff is no doubt a well above average quarterback in the NFL. And frankly, C.J. Stroud, that's the comp I've made for C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud will be a Jared Goff level quarterback, at least in the NFL, a guy where put him in a good offensive system with good talent around him. He's going to put up huge numbers. I don't think he's a Joe Burrow type that just flourishes regardless of his surrounding cast or regardless of the surrounding situation or what Aaron Rodgers has become, just one of these guys who can just kind of make it happen regardless of what's around him. I don't think C.J. Stroud is that, but C.J. Stroud with some playmakers in a good offense, I think he's going to light up the NFL for years to come. And, we'll see who else can become that. But that's where I think Detroit, having Jared Goff, they got good receivers, good running back, a willingness to run the football and use play action, to your point. Jared Goff can flourish in that, and he did last year.
Good enough. David, I appreciate the call. Thank you. Continue listening. We're on the air until midnight. And again, tomorrow night right here on 670 The Score, rounds 2 and 3. And we'll have it live coverage right here on 670 The Score, immediately following Cubs and Marlins baseball from South Florida. Let's go to Everett. Everett, you're on 670 The Score. Welcome to our NFL draft coverage.
How you guys doing?
Good, Everett.
Good.
Hey, man. First thing I want to say is, when the Bears first drafted this guy out of Tennessee, I didn't like the pick. But hearing him talk, his enthusiasm, I'm excited about it. My concern about the Bears is the backup quarterback situation. How do you guys feel about that? Because I don't feel like we have an adequate backup. If Justin Fields goes down, then what happens? We got a game manager coming in? How do you guys feel about that?
I'd say it's a valid concern that's kind of further down my totem pole of concerns for the Bears right now. The Bears have so many needs as starters to play much better, to be at a higher level than where the roster's at right now. So, I mean, I get his point where we've seen season after season, Justin Fields has missed a game or more over a couple of years here in his young NFL career. So there's a chance Justin Fields continues to miss some time here, but I think, yes, it is worthy of being concerned about the backup quarterback. That's just kind of well down my list of concerns for the Bears roster right now.
Yeah, thank you for the call. So, Anthony, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in the room.
Got Chuck Swirsky, Hall of Famer, asking me a question right now. What's up, Chuck?
I'm serious.
I'm listening,
when you
man.
go into a season, when they have coaches meetings and they're meeting with the general manager and player personnel directors, evaluating quarterbacks, do you say to yourself, you know what, if we can get 12, 13 games out of Justin Fields, we can live with that, okay? Or do you think teams think that way about their quarterbacks, saying, listen, the way this league is going and how big and strong and physical and how violent these players are becoming, coming off the edge, we can't afford our starting quarterback to only play 8 to 10 games, but if we can get 13 out of them, I can live with that. Do you think they have that mindset, or?
Yes, that's becoming more of the conversation, especially as offenses continue to evolve around the NFL. Now, a quarterback can get hurt in the pocket. A quarterback can get hurt on the run. A quarterback can get hurt extending a play. But that being said, it does feel like, you're certainly by rule less protected when you tuck the ball and start to treat yourself like a running back, and you're more susceptible to some vicious and violent hits. So, yes, it's becoming more of a conversation for teams around the league and recognizing that he may miss a game or two. Reportedly, it's part of what the Ravens were a little bit hesitant to give Lamar Jackson the historic contract that they ended up giving him. But they
really didn't have a choice to do that either.
They didn't leave themselves a whole lot of choice,
no,
did they? With the way that the negotiation had been going down here. So they eventually come to terms there. But, for quarterbacks around the league, and, not even just the guys who are viewed as, what I term as second reaction guys, mobile quarterbacks, guys who put the defense in situations where they know the play will be extended, then, how do you react to that on the other side of the ball? You're likely going to try to take every opportunity you can to knock that guy out of the game. That was my job as a defender.
I get it.
Offensive coaches, organizations, they recognize that. They're certainly hoping for 17 games out of the QB, but recognizing that, he may miss a couple of games, but beyond that, they're still thinking in seasons more than games.
Well, because if you don't have a quarterback, you might as well just decide, every year we're going to be picking the top 10 because you need
unless you're San Francisco. The 49ers, somehow Kyle Shanahan is like the only QB-proof coach. But other than that, everybody needs one.
Correct. And that's why this year for Justin is huge. Because if he plays above his expectations, and he doesn't need to have a great season, but if he has on a scale of 1 to 10 about a 7, he's going to put himself in a position where he's eligible for an extension.
Right.
And the way these quarterbacks are being paid now, he's going to be making $100 million. Seriously.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of digits in that bank account.
I will never begrudge a player. God bless Lamar Jackson.
Right.
You know what? It teetered on whether or not he was going to be a Raven, whether or not what's happening. You got Moody, the Ravens and their owners, Steve Biscotti, said, well, what do we do here? It's a lot of money. Well, guess what? You're in the business of making money, and you're going to have to pay players,
all right,
whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
That's why they call quarterbacks franchise generational talents.
And what we just saw this past season from Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia with the Eagles, where the year before, 2 years in, a lot of folks were wondering if Jalen Hurts was a guy who the Eagles might need to move on from. Then he proved himself this past season. Now he's gotten his big payday. We'll see if Justin Fields goes down that road too.
One thing you're going to have to realize, that Patrick Mahomes got a huge deal 2 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's outdated. I mean,
Right.
he's still making major coin
Uh-huh.
and a lot of sugar, but the truth of the matter is, Joe Burrow's going to wipe out anything Lamar Jackson just signed today, Anthony.
Yeah, seems that way. And Joe Burrow plays for a franchise that isn't known for cutting the big check, but they got, like you said with Baltimore,
Yep.
Bengals got no other choice.
It's
man.
like
They got
the
to pay
pecking
him.
order in the history of the Packer franchise.
Mhm.
When they sign you, Reggie White, the spirit of Reggie White said, hey, I'm up here. And guess what?
Yeah. The market's getting reset over and over
Yes,
again.
it
Joe
is.
Burrow, Justin Herbert with the Chargers. He's gonna do his thing
He's
pretty
gonna do
soon
it.
here too. Yep.
All right. Listen, we are having so much fun. We're going to
Who's
take
got
more
it better
calls.
than us, Chuck?
Yep.
Nobody.
That's right. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. More on Darnell Wright, the first-round pick by the Bears, drafted 10th overall. Well, also, Anthony's going to update. Yes! Hail to the victors. Michigan has a player taken in the first round. They're dancing in the streets in Ann Arbor, Michigan. They're having a party in the big house. Anthony Herron will tell you who got picked and where, coming up next right here on 670 The Score.
Breaking Bears news. With their first-round pick, the Bears have taken Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright.
I knew I could go this high, but I just took the right team to just see that.
Hey guys, my guy is going to be the steal of the draft. It's Kalijah Kancey, defensive lineman from Pitt.
Kalijah Kancey, 6'1", 281 pounds out of Pitt. Strengths.
I used to call him Spit Shine Tommy. I swear to God, he'd make your shoes look like mirrors. He was terrific. He was the best.
Wins at the snap with elite lateral quickness to slice gaps. Explosive wax on, wax off hands.
Wow.
His move-to-move transitions are simultaneously well-timed and violent. Displays the body flexibility and joint twitch to establish leverage or slither around blocks. Disruptive in the stunt game. Able to drive blockers backwards when he attacks with proper leverage. Hard player for blockers to engulf because of his urgent athleticism. Plays on his feet with above average contact balance, physical run blocker, and showed improved gap integrity in 2022. Has the play range to chase down ball carriers outside the numbers. Highly productive with 27.5 tackles for loss in over 25 games the last 2 seasons. Weaknesses.
He's aimed at getting kids and families interested in the Cubs, but fans quickly trashed his pantsless look on social media.
Short, stubby build, and lacks desired height, weight, length. Will be the first defensive tackle with a sub 74-inch wingspan to be drafted over the last 10 years.
Oh, my God.
His arms were the second shortest of all defensive tackles at the combine
His
over
arm's
the last
too short
10
to box with God.
Damn right. Extremely quick in space, but can be slowed by contact or bullied off his rush path. Faulty anchor and could be moved from his spot in the run game. Struggles to stay square and often overmatched by double teams or near the goal line. His hands are quick, but his swipes last power.
Lack, probably.
Oh,
Probably a
lack
typo.
power. Aggressive nature leads to breakdown issues, especially in the pocket. Missed final 2 games his junior year because of a left shoulder injury. In summary, Kancey's undersized frame and average strength will be more pronounced versus NFL blockers, especially in the run game. But his get-off, agility, and quick hands allow him to leverage gaps and disrupt the backfield. Although not quite Donald's level as a pro prospect, the parallels are encouraging, and he projects as an NFL starting 3 technique. Great first, second round, number 26 overall. That is Kalijah Kancey, and by the way, that is Alex Brown's pick. If you're trying to get a 3 technique, that's the guy that he likes.
on this night and with the call that came in?
Man, if I try to describe it, I don't even know what I say. I'm sitting here, I don't even know the words. I'm in shock. I don't know. I'm happy. I'm really happy.
All right, that is the voice of Darnell Wright, drafted 10th overall by the Chicago Bears out of the University of Tennessee. More on Darnell in a moment, but Anthony Herron, former star at the University of Iowa, you hear him on 670 The Score, the Big Ten Network, and Anthony has the latest on Big Ten selections with the 27th pick overall taken by the Dallas Cowboys is
Mazi Smith, defensive tackle from the University of Michigan. Go Blue. Chuck Spurs, you got your Michigan hat on right now.
Hail to the concrete
Former
heroes.
Voice of the Wolverines.
Well, tell me about Smith.
So Mazi Smith is a guy who's I term him as a block eater. You know, he's just one of these guys who will take up a single team and press the gap of the offensive lineman, press his body into the gap. He'll take on a double team and not allow guys to get up to the second level.
Or is he
extremely good
bulldog?
technician. Both, frankly, both. He's a bulldog with excellent technique. You know, he plays with good leverage, gets his hands inside the offensive line and just can't get moved off the point of attack. So he's really effective in that regard. Now, he's not one of these guys who's going to be kind of a one-gap penetrator into the backfield, so he wouldn't have suited what the Bears were looking for, per se. He's not necessarily statistically a big-time playmaker from a sack perspective, but he's really good at the point of attack. He stacks, he sheds, he can make tackles, but he's not necessarily like a big-time sack artist. But he'll have linebackers roaming free behind him in Dallas, so the Cowboys should be excited.
You know, one thing about the Dallas Cowboys, they always glorify picks. You know?
Right,
there
got the Victor's playing there for Chuck.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. All right, so let's start with what's going on in the Big Ten here in the first round with 4 picks left in the first round. Again, this is only tonight, first round selections. 2 and 3 rounds tomorrow. You'll hear it right here on 670 The Score. Anthony, it's all yours.
And as the first round comes to an end, because Chuck and I will be with you until midnight tonight, we will hear from Ryan Poles, Bears general manager, later on in the show as well once he addresses the media. But first Big Ten prospect that came off the board earlier, second overall pick, was Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud. Made a lot of sense for the Houston Texans to go up and nab him once he came off the board. I wasn't surprised by that, but some folks may have been. Then Devin Witherspoon, the highest drafted defensive back in Illini history. I know Illinois coach Brett Bielema very excited to see Devin Witherspoon go at number 5 to the Seattle Seahawks, seeing if they can rebuild that Legion of Boom. Devin Witherspoon at number 5 to the Seahawks. Then very next pick, number 6 overall, Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State, the Ohio State University. First offensive tackle, first offensive lineman come off the board tonight. He went at number 6 to the Arizona Cardinals. Then moving down to number 11 is where another Big Ten prospect came off the board. Peter Skoronski, that Northwestern offensive tackle. We were wondering who it would be. Paris Johnson came off a few picks earlier. Then Peter Skoronski comes off the board just after the Chicago Bears took Darnell Wright at number 10, a right tackle. Peter Skoronski expected to be a left tackle for the Tennessee Titans. He came off at number 11. Then one of the Hawkeyes that got drafted in the first round tonight, Lucas Van Ness, defensive lineman, a redshirt sophomore. So he only played 2 varsity seasons for the Hawkeyes. Just a very green, very raw, moldable lump of clay with all the physical tools in the world. Green Bay Packers nab him at number 13. Then another Big Ten prospect. The next Big Ten guy to come off the board was another Hawkeye, linebacker Jack Campbell, built like Brian Urlacher at 6'5", 250. Doesn't quite move like him, but he is a playmaker. The Detroit Lions nabbed Jack Campbell to play the inside linebacker position for them. Next Big Ten guy to come off was at number 20, JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the first receiver that came off the board in tonight's NFL draft. The Seattle Seahawks took him with the 20th pick. And then we had, future Big Ten prospect ends up being USC. They're not the Big Ten yet, though, so Maryland.
Not yet.
Right, not yet. Deontay Banks was the next Big Ten player to come off the board at 25 to the New York Giants. He out of Maryland. He a cornerback. He will add physicality over there in New York City. And then Chuck's team, the Michigan Wolverines, they had a defensive tackle, a defensive lineman. Mazi Smith came off the board at number 27 to the Cowboys.
By the way, speaking of the Illini, don't be surprised if they win the division next year. I think they've got a shot.
That Big Ten
shot.
West, I could not agree more. Illinois is going to be right there in the mix.
Again, Darnell Wright, taken by the Bears, University of Tennessee. He's out of Huntington, West Virginia. Billy Seals was his high school coach. And, we're not talking about a guy that goes to Tennessee as a 3-star and he wound up being the 10th overall pick. This guy was a 5-star recruit. You saw him play, Anthony, during that All-America game, the Under Armour All-America game. So we're talking about a major, major recruit going to the University of Tennessee, doing a fantastic job for the Volunteers. Here's Billy Seals talking about his protege in Darnell Wright.
He did not play any middle school football just due to his age. He didn't have to. And, he was obviously much larger than most of the kids he was playing against. And, first day of practice, he comes in, says, I'm a tight end. And, we kind of left him there a little bit during his freshman year. And at that time, we had a really good right tackle, Billy Ross, who ended up going to the University of North Carolina. And they became really close friends. And we just felt like that for Darnell, with his length and his athletic ability, that we felt like that left tackle was, at that time in his career, going to be the best move for him later on in life. And, it looks like we were right in that assumption. Speed of the game has changed over the years, and it's a lot more athletic, and you got to be able to play in space and all those things. So, I think it's all about measurables. Obviously, with Darnell, he's 6'5.5", 335, runs well, moves his feet well. He's got good length. He's powerful. So, he just had all the tools. He has always been a team first guy. You look at his career at Tennessee. They needed him to play left tackle as a junior. He slid over the left side. They needed him to slide back to right last year. He slid back to right. So, the big thing with him, he's always team first, and he's going to do whatever it takes to make his team successful.
All right, we've got Chris Sims standing by in just a moment from NBC Sports talking about Darnell Wright from Tennessee. So, Anthony Herron, he's 6'5", 6'6", 335 pounds. Now, again, I don't have any intel information on what the Bears plan to do with his weight, but what's the going rate, so to speak, for a right tackle? How much should he weigh? And take it from there.
I think that for the way the Bears operate offensively, they do love their guys to be mobile. And so 335, I would say that Darnell Wright moves well for his size. Do the Bears see him as a guy who they would maybe want him to change his body composition a little bit? We've seen Larry Borum. Now, this was after his rookie year with the previous regime, but Larry Borum did come in and reshape his body a little bit. And Darnell Wright strikes me as a guy who is more than capable of doing that physically, for perhaps, slendering himself a little bit. But, mass isn't all bad. You just need to be able to control it and to move around. So, I mean, from a sheer body mass perspective, I would say even if he maintains being 330 plus, but perhaps just gets a little more dense, trims some of the fat perhaps, for lack of a better term, then the mobility is what's going to be even more vital, more key than whether or not he actually ends up losing weight, because the Bears do like their offensive linemen to really be able to show a level of suddenness and quickness, to be able to have times at the second level for linebackers, at the third level for DBs, with some of these quick passes and now routes that they like to run in the screen game.
All right, so he goes to camp, and in the NBA, for example, if you ask any rookie and you say, what's the biggest difference between college and pro? First game, hey, speed of the game. If you ask a baseball player, what's the big difference between minor leagues and the show? And especially for a hitter, they'll say, man, you know what? We saw a pitcher or two in the minor leagues and they had good breaking stuff, but not like it is here, where these guys know how to, just throw incredible breaking balls. So, what would you recommend as far as Darnell Wright when he comes into camp? What's going to be the big thing that all of a sudden he's the light bulb's going to go on and he goes, wow?
The jump from high school to major college football, the physical jump is a much bigger jump as far as the physical jump from high school to major college football than it is going from major college football. You're playing in the SEC like Darnell Wright, playing in the Big Ten like a lot of the other prospects we're talking about here. The physical jump from a conference like the SEC to the NFL, the physical jump, well, it's certainly there, but it's not as overwhelming as the high school to major college jump. It's the mental jump in the NFL, and especially with the offense that Darnell Wright played in at Tennessee. There's not a lot of verbiage. There's frankly not a wide volume of plays in Josh Heupel's offense that they were just running at Tennessee. That's part of the concern for the quarterback, Hendon Hooker, who is exceptionally physically gifted and a really tough guy and mobile. And one of the callers was referencing that a little bit earlier when I think the caller's name was Andrew, who watched Darnell Wright in college. And he was talking about him running alongside Hendon Hooker. But the offensive system itself is not complex at all at Tennessee. And we think about that through the lens of the quarterback and that mental jump the QB has to take to be able to pick up the entire volume of an NFL playbook.
When he gets the playbook, he goes, oh my goodness.
There's going to be volume to the Bears playbook that goes beyond anything that Darnell Wright has ever experienced in his entire life. And for an offensive lineman where you have to be able to identify landmarks, and he's not the center, he's not going to set protections or anything,
that,
but he's got to be able to.
When you went into your first NFL camp, okay, and you were given the playbook, I mean, like, were you overwhelmed? Were you like intimidated by all this? And so you mean?
I mean, it certainly can be. You know, I'm a super smart guy. I'm a genius, so it didn't bother me one bit. But I think, you know, for a Darnell Wright, who knows? Because of the offense he was in college was so linear. Every play was defined for you just by a couple of different key words, essentially, with the offense that Josh Heupel, as head coach, was calling at Tennessee. And it's just going to be so different. The verbiage is going to be so much more expansive. The amount of plays, the adjustments to those plays that have to happen at a moment's notice, and especially when you're going to be one of these guys who are, you know, assigned with being able to protect the edge when someone's trying to pass rush or blitz package is coming at you and Justin Fields is running around in the backfield wanting to feel comfortable, wanting to feel sound. I would say that will be the bigger jump for Darnell Wright, more so than the physical jump, because like we were talking about, Will Anderson from Alabama, he's faced that guy. He's faced Jalen Carter. He's faced some of these great players that are there that will be in the NFL in the seasons to come. The mental jump will be key for Darnell Wright.
All right, more calls coming up, 312-644-6767. We got Mike on the line from Rockford in a moment, Daniel from Chicago. We're going to hear from Chris Sims of NBC Sports on the Bears' number one pick, Darnell Wright, and more calls, more conversation, more picks right here on 670 The Score.
Breaking Bears news. With their first-round pick, the Bears have taken Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright.
I knew I could go this high, but I just took the right team to just see that, you know.
My guy is C.J. Stroud, quarterback, the Ohio State University.
I've heard of him. C.J. Stroud. We know him to be C.J. Stroud on the Parkins Spiegel show whenever we're talking about Jason Bernstein's callers. Yep. Just kidding. 6'3". He's from Ohio State, 214 pounds. His strengths.
He's pleasant. He would be great to play golf with.
He probably would be. Smooth delivery, clean feet, and the ball comes out quick and tight. Uses a plant and drive motion to generate functional velocity on his passes. He layers the football with outstanding touch and control, puts a premium on accuracy, and places his throws away from defenders to avoid turnovers. 85-12 touchdown to interception ratio the last 2 seasons. Strong and quality decision maker and made incremental improvements getting deeper into his progressions. Identifies coverages to pre-snap to anticipate the voids and understand where to attack the defense. His comfort zone is inside the pocket, but he is also able to slide and make subtle movements to change throwing platforms. He was named a team captain in 2022. He is described as reserved and confident and one of the funniest players on the team by his teammates. I did not know that.
That's nice.
Averaged 9.8 yards per attempt in his career, ranked number 1 in FBS in 30-plus yard completions, 31 in 2022, posted a 21-4 record as a starter, one of the most productive quarterbacks in college football over his 2-year starting tenure, averaging 324.9 passing yards and 3.4 passing touchdowns per game. His weaknesses.
Get out of here and have a donut.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
I would.
Yes, narrowly built and needs to continue adding weight to work off NFL contact. Doesn't have a power arm, guilty of looking and lingering on his preferred read. Accustomed to being protected very well in the pocket, probably because he has dude 6'8" in front of him. That was just me. Subpar backfield elusiveness will lead to punishment from NFL pass rushers. Inconsistent ability to reset and figure out plan B when the defense fools him. Capable of using his legs to scramble. forced 3 missed tackles in the Peach Bowl against Georgia, but was an inconsistent improviser and didn't look comfortable escaping for the majority of his OSU career, only 1 missed tackle in his first 27 games. In summary, Stroud must become more comfortable embracing his athleticism and his capability. But he is an outstanding rhythm passer with touch, pacing, and ball speed control to carve up the defense. His passing skills give him an encouraging floor as an NFL starter, and his development as a creator will ultimately determine his NFL season. His grade is obviously first round. He's number 4 overall projected.
All right. It's a little less flowery than I expected. There's some pretty serious, downside
Concerns,
risk there.
yes.
Herron, brought to you by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears and Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
My top tackle is Darnell Wright from Tennessee. He started 42 games for the Volunteers. He's played left tackle, shut out guys like Trayvon Walker last year, the number 1 pick, eliminated Will Anderson. He's 340 pounds. He ran a 5 flat. Like, he mauls people. He got a nasty disposition. I don't know. Like, I think he maybe in 5 years from now he's not the best. But he's going to be good, though.
All right, that is Brian Baldinger from Odyssey Sports on the Bears' number 1 pick, drafted 10th overall, Darnell Wright. Also, Chris Sims of NBC Sports has some thoughts on the Bears selection.
I think the best part is he has played left tackle in college, but his final year in college, he played right tackle.
Right.
And he's your number 1 guy.
Yes.
And that is.
Yes, it is Darnell Wright from Tennessee. Right. And I'm interested to hear what you have to say about him here, too. But one, I'm again, anybody that knows me, I'm a little bit of a lover of the big guy at this position. I love, this is like, length is not super long as compared to what we've seen some tackles and the elite tackles in football have, but the feet are good and they're not greasy good. But it's the power and strength that I'm a believer in. That's what I love. There's 2 things that I love about Darnell Wright. You're not going to win the power rush against him. Speed to power.
Can't get through him.
You're not going to get through him. Even when one of the last lines I wrote about the guy, even when he loses, he wins. Right? And what I mean by that is every now and then somebody will get the edge on him and you go, oh, Mo, he's going to let somebody up. And he somehow gets him to the ground or has some quick move that gets him out of trouble or whatever. But I loved his anchor. Okay. And then I loved, out of all the tackles, I think he was the best at just overpowering people in the run game and digging people out. Like, oh, you're in front of me. I'm going to dig you out, mano-y-mano here, and I'm going to move you backwards. So that's where I like Darnell Wright, and that's why he's my number 1 tackle. Von Miller lines up on both sides. It doesn't matter anymore, right? So I definitely think he can make left tackle, but from, yes, our traditional thoughts of right tackle and what that's supposed to be, yeah, he fits that mold more than your traditional left tackle.
All right, that is Chris Sims talking about the Bears' #1 pick, Darnell Wright. In 2022, this past season, run block snaps, 388. Pass block snaps, 507. 0 sacks given up by Darnell Wright. I mean, sometimes stats can be misleading, Anthony. In this case, that is the real deal.
He's a good football player. He's a good football player. And it's, Chris Sims, quarterback, talking offensive line play. So some of the terms, some of the verbiage isn't always going to be completely on point. But he's impressed with Darnell Wright for very, very good reason. And I referenced earlier in the show the sound that Sean played there coming out of break with Brian Baldinger, who obviously was an offensive lineman in the NFL for a long time, one of our Odyssey insiders, and Baldy was on the station earlier in the week talking about how he felt like Darnell Wright was the best, purely just the best lineman in the draft, not even the best right tackle specifically. I'd say best right tackle, but Baldy feel like he's the best tackle, best offensive lineman bar none in this draft, and that's high praise coming from a guy like Brian Baldinger. And I feel like the potential for that is certainly there. He's not. I think he's a similar athlete to Peter Skoronski from Northwestern. He has played right tackle. The Bears need a right tackle. He's a bit of more of a late bloomer where Peter Skoronski came in from jump and was a guy who was a dominant high school player and then immediately became a dominant college player and was that for 3 seasons in Evanston. Darnell Wright, he seems like a guy who played excellent football this past season and also that developmental arc. Maybe that ceiling is viewed as being perhaps even a bit higher than a Peter Skoronski, and the Bears have watched him on film playing right tackle, like a reference, though, in an offensive system that doesn't have all the NFL principles to it. From a projection perspective, you see what they love in Darnell Wright. It is a bit more of a projection with him than it would have been if Paris Johnson Jr. would have fallen there or if they would have perhaps taken a Peter Skoronski. That projection would have been more so projecting Skoronski left to right versus watching Darnell Wright on film. He's a right tackle, and you've seen at least moments of the dominance that's there and him against very high-level competition getting it done.
You're listening to live coverage right here on 670 The Score on the Bears draft, the NFL draft. It's down to the final selection. Kansas City is on the clock. We hope to be hearing from Ryan Poles between now and midnight right here on 670 The Score. Until then, we have lots of great calls.
And before we get back out to the phone lines, just from a newsy perspective, I'll say this. I've been talking about Will Levis, the Kentucky quarterback, who's still on the board
he is.
At the moment. And, I'm not necessarily surprised that Will Levis is still sitting there. There was the other day, and I don't know how much sports wagering you do, Chuck, but I mean, there was a moment where the betting lines moved, where it was like 6,000 to 1 over the weekend that Will Levis was going to be the #1 overall pick. And then overnight, like some of the, I don't know, some geeks out there.
Honestly, I thought he was going to the Colts.
Well, and frankly, that was a part of the conversation. Maybe after the top couple of guys come off the board, after Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud are both gone, maybe Will Levis, that third guy, maybe even, the fourth guy, something like that, and the Colts perhaps fell in love with him. But the betting lines ended up moving so drastically overnight coming off the weekend that there was some conversation, wait a minute, is Carolina legitimately going to draft Will Levis? So a lot of folks were swept up in that for about, 24 to 36 hours before everybody kind of realized, wait a minute, no, that was just somebody kind of gaming the system.
Anthony?
He's another one of these moldable lumps of clay when it comes down to it. That's what some of these guys are just really raw in their skill set. Will Levis has not been a guy who's shown he can consistently drop back in the pocket, read defenses, and deliver the ball with accuracy. Doing that in Kentucky's offense isn't something he did. He didn't start over Sean Clifford while he was at Penn State. That's why Will Levis, we were talking about the transfer portal a little bit off the air. That was why Will Levis transferred from Penn State, where Sean Clifford was starting over him. Not as physically gifted as Will Levis, but just a guy who was just a better quarterback at that point in his development than Levis was. Levis transfers to Kentucky, multi-year starter, excellent athlete, big arm, won some games for the Wildcats, but from an NFL projection perspective, it is a projection because his accuracy was very inconsistent, decision-making was inconsistent, and he's a guy who just started kind of running around looking for plays to make when he wasn't sure where to go with the football. And he did, to his credit, played through some injuries this past season, was a little banged up, but I haven't seen Will Levis as the guy that a lot of folks have talked about in their evaluation of him, thinking the arm strength and the athleticism would be enough to sort of push him over the top in his eval. The film just says he's not a guy who reads the field at a very high level. So how elite are his physical traits? He's not Anthony Richardson as an athlete. He's not Anthony Richardson from an arm strength perspective. So that's where Anthony Richardson is so elite as an athlete that the concerning part of his film, you're willing to overlook that if you're the Colts and say, man, if we can tap into even part of that, we might have a generational guy.
Yeah, it's, by the way, Anthony, it's Anthony Richardson, Chuck's guy. Okay,
right.
Because that's my guy.
Yeah,
okay, I love him.
Right, Anthony Chuck's guy Richardson.
That's right.
That's his middle name.
It's going to be on his jersey.
Right.
Okay. All right, let's go to the phone lines. By the way, 60 seconds before we go to the phones. Rounds 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what positions do you think the Bears are looking at?
Really, really good question. I'm glad you asked me that, Chuck, because as far as what's on the board right now, there's still some quality defensive linemen that are there that are going to be available to Chicago. My hope, if there was a player I was hoping that might have ended up being there, that isn't, with very good reason. Like Kalijah Kancey is a player who I thought, all right, out of Pitt, is he, because he's very diminutive in stature, would he potentially be one of these guys that just falls down the board, somebody passes on him, doesn't take the advantage of the opportunity to draft one of these guys? He did. And I think he's going to wreck shop in the NFL, even though, like I joked the other day, he's no bigger than Lawrence Holmes playing defensive tackle in the NFL, but he's one of these guys who just plays with the urgency, with the temperament that you hope for at that position. But Bears need some D linemen. The Bears really need some help on their D line. And so I think that in rounds 2, rounds 3, that's likely where the Bears are going to target. Here's one of the issues with what's going to be on the board on the D line. How many of these guys are players who you think will have the potential to come in and be immediately effective for what the Bears need? Like Keanu Benton is going to be one of the best players available on the board the way it's looking right now, defensive tackle from Wisconsin. He doesn't necessarily suit what the Bears need, though. Keanu Benton wasn't a one-gap penetrator for the Badgers. He's more of one of these Mozzie Smith-type block eaters as far as what he was really effective at for Wisconsin. That doesn't suit the Bears' scheme as much. There will be some schemes where Keanu Benton's going to be a second-round pick likely tomorrow that people are going to be extremely excited about. He's not exactly what the Bears, I think, are looking for, though. So there's a B.J. Ojulari, who may be a guy who is an outside linebacker, potential pass-rushing defensive end type out of LSU. Is that a player the Bears could potentially value there on the outside? Or Adabare, the defensive lineman from Northwestern, mainly played defensive end for the Wildcats. He was one of these players who, he's more than a moldable lump of clay. He's just snap in, snap out, graded out at a high level. Like, he's technically very sound football player, but then completely just burst onto the scene with the athleticism that he showed at the Senior Bowl and then at the NFL Combine. Most folks, myself included, I called a bunch of his games while he was at Northwestern. I didn't realize the movement skills that Adabare ended up showing there, running a 4.4 in the 40 faster than anyone of his size had ever run at the Combine. If he's anywhere near the Bears when they get into the second round, that's the type of player that I could see them even maybe trading up a couple of slots to make sure they get.
Yeah, the Bears with 2 second-round picks, number 53 and 61. Then they come back in the third round with number 64. And so, again, 53, 61, and 64, the scheduled picks in rounds 2 and 3. And we'll have coverage right here on 670 The Score. In a moment, as delivered and promised, we will go to the phone lines at 312-644-6767. Sean Sears doing a great job producing our program tonight until midnight. This is Chuck Swirsky along with Anthony Herron. The Bears celebrating the 10th overall pick, Darnell Wright from the University of Tennessee.
Hey, Bears fans, Mully here. Listen, first thing tomorrow morning, starting at 5:30 a.m., as we react to round one of the NFL draft and the Bears' first-round pick. Plus, we'll discuss how the rest of the draft could play out for the Bears. It all starts tomorrow morning on the Mully and Haugh Show, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Chicago's draft headquarters, Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by Revolution Solar, proud partner of the Chicago Bears.
Got the itch for a sports